Welcome to HOJO Radio.
Well, you'll just know you're headed for pleasure when you take your first taste of swell Lipton tea. Because, what a world of contentment there is in every cupful. What flavor, what wide-awake flavor. No wonder the tea experts say there's only one word to describe Lipton's, and that's brisk. No wonder more folks enjoy Lipton's than any other brand of tea in the world. It's because Lipton tea never tastes dull, flat, or dreary. It's always lively and cheery. Yes, Lipton's is the world's favorite tea, and it will be your favorite, too, once you taste that brisk Lipton flavor. So be sure you try Lipton tea.
The Cavalcade of America, presented by DuPont. This evening's Cavalcade of America takes us to sea for a story of lighthouses and lightships, manned by courageous people who are truly sentinels of the deep. It was not so long ago that chemistry, like the sea in centuries past, was uncharted, unfamiliar to man, and full of mystery. But today there are many beacons along the coastline of chemical discovery, due to the patient work of research chemists in the employ of companies such as DuPont. In DuPont laboratories alone, $6 million is spent yearly in chemical research. The spirit behind this work is well expressed by DuPont's pledge, better things for better living through chemistry. As an overture, Don Voorhees and his orchestra will play the fourth movement of the famous Scheherazade suite by Rimsky-Korsakov, which tells the story of Sinbad the sailor.
1,000 ships set their courses by the beacons of our lighthouses or the radio beams of our lightships. But over 200 years ago, it was a far different story. One stormy winter night in the year 1712, a British merchantman, leaky and battered after 3 months' voyage from England, is running before a wild nor'easter. Our captain and mate scan the dark waters and lowering sky for some glimmer of light from the town of Boston that they know lies somewhere in the murk ahead.
We'll be lucky if we ride the night, Captain. The helmsman reports her logy in the head and flighty as a woman to the wheel. But with her topsails carried away and the rigging half gone below.
Aye, Mr. Squires. But I like not this blow in the northeast. There's no ship to be standing off the land all night with shoals all around us.
Then you're of a mind to run her in, sir? Say the devil with reefs and bars and the like?
Aye, that I am, Mr. Squires. Twixt the rising water and the hold and the ghost of a set of sails aloft, I've little chance left me.
Be like a drunken man playing at blind man's buff, sir.
Aye, but we must chance it. But no more of this beating the devil halfway. Go forward and set the boatswain to casting the lead. Poor as our charts of these waters be, we may yet feel our way to safety if we cannot have it shown to us.
Aye, sir. Pity it is these Boston folk have no beacon on the headlands to light us in.
All use wishing for what's not. Might as well be wishing for a moon this night. Oh, go forward. There's that tea merchant and his wife coming this way. That young lad of theirs. You'll be spared answering these questions.
Aye, sir. It's a likely lad he is, and bright. Good evening to you, Mrs. Wynn.
Good evening, Mr.
Mr. Wynn.
Good evening,
Master McDonald.
Good evening, Captain.
The bosun tells me we may yet see Boston town this night, Captain.
We may that if this wind holds off a bit.
Oh, what a blessing it'll be to set foot on dry land again. After all these terrible weeks at sea.
And a new land. Don't forget that, my dear.
Do you think the Indians will come out in their canoes and try to keep us from landing, Captain?
Well, hardly that, Master Donald. Not in this year of 1712. You'll find Boston town quite a civilized place. Not like London, of course, but then...
Oh, they're casting the lead. May I go forward and watch, Father?
You'd best ask the captain's permission, Donald.
Best not, lad. The sea's roughening and you might be washed overboard.
I think we'd best all go below. It's getting much rougher. Besides, we have much packing to do if we're to leave the ship in the morning.
That's best, man. Till we sight the lights of the town, I'll send a man below to tell you. Till then, there'll be nothing you'll miss. Good night, ma'am.
Good night, Captain. There's no danger, you think?
There's always danger, but God willing, we'll be riding our anchor with the coming of the dawn.
Oh, you've no idea how cheering it is to hear you say those words. Good night, Captain.
Good night, ma'am.
You'll be sure to let me know when we sight America, won't you, Captain? I can hardly wait to see what it's like. We're going to live there, you know.
Yes, I will that, lad. And the fine new land you'll be having for a home.
Good night.
Good night, lad. And pray God you may see that new home of yours. Mr. Squires!
Aye, sir.
Call all hands on deck.
Bosun, fight the men from below.
Aye, sir. All hands on deck.
Part two.
Loose the mainsail.
And the hoe. Height on Boston town. Up the starboard bow. He goes.
Hard apart.
The light should have shown the port.
Aye, our reckonings have failed us.
Breakers ahead.
Hard over, helmsman.
She's the last ship, sir.
Aye, and within sight of our goal.
Such was the fate of many a noble ship. No guiding beacons marked the safe harbors of our colonial seaboard. But it was not long before the citizens of Boston realized the need. And so in the year 1715, the first lighthouse of the Western world was constructed by the far-sighted fathers of the Massachusetts colony. And for over 200 years, the Boston Light has guided ships to the safety of Boston Harbor. One of the first acts of the Continental Congress was to create and maintain a national lighthouse service. The records are dotted with countless heroic deeds of men and women, tenders of those lights which must not fail. One such entry, on a record yellowed with age, tells of a lighthouse on a barren rock, isolated for months by treacherous ice floes and winter storms. The keeper, his wife and child, wait for the supply ship on a bitter, cold night.
Ma.
What is it, David?
I'm hungry. Ain't there anything to eat?
No, David. The last scrap's gone. Now, don't you get out of bed. Stay under the covers and keep warm, honey. Besides, if you lie still, you won't feel the hunger so much.
It don't hurt so much as it did. How long's it been since we ate?
Well, it's been 3 days now. But you just try not to think about it, David. Try to go to sleep, son. And maybe when you wake up, the supply ship will be here.
I've been trying to sleep, but I've slept so much. Where's Pa?
He's outside, looking to see if maybe some gulls are roosting on the rock.
Golly, wouldn't it be great if he was to come in with a gull? You could make soup for all of us.
Well, I wouldn't figure on it, David. There ain't been a gull near that rock since the cold set in.
Golly, there's Pa now.
Now, stay in bed, David.
Gee, Pa, didn't you find one?
No, son, it's no use. Even if there'd been any gulls on the rock, I don't reckon they'd have waited for me to hit them with a pole.
You oughtn't to go out there as weak as you are, John.
Well, it's better than sitting here waiting for...
John, mind your tongue.
I was only going to say waiting for the supply ship. Thought I sighted her at sundown, but I reckon it was only a shadow of the clouds on the ice floes. Now with this storm blowing up...
Oh, we can't give up hope yet. This offshore wind may open up the ice and let it through to us in time. Is the light burning yet?
Yep. Clear and bright, thank heavens.
Well, what's the use, John? Why are we burning the last of the oil in the lamps when we might be keeping ourselves from freezing to death with it? What's the good of keeping the light burning to warn ships off the rock when no ship could get within miles of us if she tried?
There's never been a night since this lighthouse was built that captains couldn't set their course by her, and I'm not going to let it be said that I let her stand dark while there's a drop of oil in the tanks.
How much longer will the oil last, John?
Well, it's near dawn now. This night and another, maybe.
Ma, I'm hungry.
Yeah, be patient, lad. Maybe today.
Let him be. He's dropped off. Just dreaming. Talking in his sleep. Oh, John. It tears my heart out to hear him. Do you think you can stand it much longer?
Yeah, I know. I blame myself when I think how I might have sent you both to the mainland for the winter.
Well, I wouldn't have gone, John. This is your job, and my place is here with you.
No place for a woman. No one to talk to months on end. Now this. No food. Nothing to keep warm with.
It's no fine place for a man either, John. But you know, you've been promised a transfer, and there's lots of fine lighthouses on the headlands up the coast. Places near a village where David could go to school.
Yes, I know. I've been promised a transfer. It's 3 years we've been on this rock now. And unless the supply ship gets through before long, we'll have small use for a new post.
Well, look, John. It's getting light. The weather's clearing to the east.
I hope you're right. Wait till I take a look short. Martha, look! The supply ship!
Oh, thank heavens. She's not a mile away, John.
David, wake up, son.
What is it, Pa?
It's the supply ship, David. It's coming. Oh, John, if you hadn't kept the light going, she wouldn't be here.
Such incidents of heroism and unsung devotion to duty are legion in the annals of the lighthouse service. The Cavalcade of America, presented by DuPont, moves on. The lighthouses that dot our coasts are but a part of a larger service. And of all the men of the lighthouse service of today, those who take the greatest risks are the officers and crews of the lightships anchored in the open sea, marking dangerous shoals and often stationed in the very center of the steamship planes. Ocean liners set their course dead on the lightship's guiding radio beam and then veer off as they approach. But when fog, the seaman's worst enemy, drops down, disaster to the lightship echoes with every throaty blast. The danger is ever present in the minds of the men who gather in the crew quarters of the Nantucket lightship. And for a rookie on his first tour of duty on the shoals of Nantucket, the ghostly cloak of fog is a terrifying thing.
Hey, Bill. Lay out my hand, will you? I gotta go on deck.
Sure, Harry. I'm glad I ain't you. It's a dirty night out.
It's the worst we've had since we pulled out of New Bedford. Say, what day is it anyway?
What do you care? 3 weeks for you. You're up for shore leave.
Oh, I know, but I like to keep track of the days. It helps pass the time.
Well, there's a calendar on the bunk. May 15th.
Yeah, and it's 1934, in case you've lost track of the year. You're liable to do that out here, you know. I knew a guy once that did.
Come on. Let's get on with the game.
Yeah, beat it, Harry. Go up on deck and get your ration of fog.
Yeah, you lucky blighters.
Say, Harry, blow a couple of kisses to the pretty girls in the big liner when she scrapes the paint off our port rail going past.
Let's hope she don't take the rail lifeboats and wireless the way one of them did back in January.
I'll bet you 2 to 1 she don't miss us by 100 feet in this fog.
You're on, Bill. We'll let Harry be the judge. $5 says she misses us by more than 100 feet.
Okay, she's pretty near due. Been bearing down on our radio direction beam for the last hour. Well, see you guys subsequently.
All right. Steal the cards and let's get going. Oh, I feel lucky tonight.
I never feel lucky with a fast ship using us for a bullseye in a fog like we got tonight.
Hey, Joe. What's the matter with the new kid over there? Homesick? Listen, you with the fiddle.
Hey, let him alone, Bill. It's his first time out.
All right. Hey, kid, how about something with a little life to it?
Sure. What would you like me to play, fellas?
Well, anything but asleep in the deep.
All right, how's this?
That's better.
Say, do those big liners really pass us so close?
They sure do, kid. Too close for comfort sometimes. Lightships can't dodge, you know, saying they're anchored in one spot.
You ought to have been with us last January when we got sideswiped on a foggy night like this. Lucky for us, she just scraped us. A couple of feet more to starboard, and good night.
Yeah, as it was, she didn't leave much. Carried away our rail, lifeboats, and wireless.
Gosh. Say, what would happen to us if she didn't veer off quick enough? Suppose she didn't know how close she was.
That's the chance we take every time there's a fog, son.
Gee. Oh, ain't you never nervous?
Yeah, at first. I know how you're feeling, kid. It does sort of get you in the pit of the stomach to hear one of them big babies' whistles getting closer and closer. You can't see her, and she can't see you for the fog. You go up on deck to watch for her, and then all of a sudden you see her coming right at you out of the fog. You think she couldn't miss. And then she'll swing over and go hooting past so close you can reach up and touch her sometimes.
Yeah, kid, if you want your hair curled, just go up on deck and take a gander at this one. She'll be moving plenty fast.
Well, I think maybe I will go on deck. I don't see how you fellas can stay down here playing cards. Suppose she was to hit us. You wouldn't have much chance down here.
If she was to hit us fair and square, you wouldn't have much chance anywhere, son.
She'd knife us in half like this old lightship was a piece of cheese.
Well, how soon will she get here?
Most any time now. Open the door to the wireless room and ask Sparks. He's been inviting her to smack us for the last hour.
Nice guy, Sparks. He throws him a radio direction beam, and they point right on it. And we're it.
Yeah. Ain't science wonderful?
You reckon Sparks will mind if I ask him?
No, go on in. He's a good guy. Even if he does pass out invitations to every tub in the ocean to come take a crack at us. All in a day's work.
Say, Sparks.
Oh, hello, kid.
Hello. Nantucket. Calling Nantucket Lightship.
Just a second, kid.
Okay.
Hello? Nantucket Lightship speaking. Go ahead.
We're pretty close to you on Nantucket. The old man's off reduced speed. About 12 knots, I'd say.
Don't mind us. We only work here.
We're dropping the beam.
I hear you. Sounds like you're about a quarter of a mile away. Hold it. The old man wants me.
Hello? Hello?
Radio room, sir.
Inform captain of the liner is bearing down on us. Just sighted us through the fog. Get on.
Yes, sir. Hello? Hello? Inform bridge.
Sparks, quick! They're almost on us!
You're on us! Inform captain!
And so on that foggy night of May 15th, 1934, the Nantucket Lightship ended her years of faithful duty at one of the most dangerous posts in the lightship service. But hardly an hour after the liner's wireless crackled out the fateful news of the disaster, there was a scene of feverish activity on a fog-shrouded wharf at New Bedford. Another Nantucket Lightship was being fueled and manned to take the place of her doomed predecessor. The Nantucket Shoals, graveyard of ships, had to be marked. Another lightship, more men were going out to that dangerous post.
All right, men, stand by!
Oh, Jack, don't go. I can't stand it. Brother was on the old Nantucket. I haven't found him. Don't go and leave me like this, Jack.
Oh, now, Sally, take it easy. I know it's tough about the kid, especially on his first trip, but it's my job. I've got to go.
Oh, Jack, look at the fog. Oh, you can't see a thing. It's awful. Suppose something should happen to you, too. Oh, what would I do?
You've never felt like this before, Sally? Oh, you'll be all right. It's just the kid's going so sudden-like. You don't have to worry about me. Whoever heard of lightning striking twice in the same place anyhow? Ah, now, come on, Sal. Buck up. Give a fella a kiss. I gotta go aboard.
I'm sorry, Jack. I know I oughtn't to be acting this way. I'm worrying you when you get a job to do. It's only that I can't help thinking about Brother. He was just a kid.
Yeah. Just walking right into your old man's shoes, Sally. You know, Pa always wanted the kid to go into the lighthouse service.
Yes, I know. Jack, you'll be careful, won't you? Promise me you'll stay on deck on foggy nights.
Oh, it's no use, Sally. When your number's up, you'll get yours no matter where you are. That's what I always say.
Hey, Jack.
Huh?
The Ghost Guard tug just came in from the wreck of the lightship. They're docked down below. They've got some men.
Yeah?
Oh, Jack, I wonder if Brother...
Now, steady, Sal, steady. We'll know if they found him. They're coming this way now.
Jack, look! It can't be, but it looks just like him.
Jack!
Glory be, it is, Sal. It is. It's the kid. Hey, kid, right over here.
Hi, Jack. Hello, sis.
Oh, we thought we'd never see you again.
No, I came through without a scratch. Got pretty wet and most froze before they pulled me out of the water, but that's all.
Say, kid, did you see any of the others while you were swimming around?
Yeah, Sparks. Him and me held on to a spar, and Bill and Harry came through, too, but they're in a bad way.
Come on home, Brother. You must be cold and hungry.
Yeah, kid. Say, you had a narrow squeak and a tough time. Go on home. Get yourself some sleep.
No. Nothing doing, Jack. I'm going to see Skipper Wagner. I'm going back with you.
Why, you're not going out again. Not right away.
Sure, sis. Why not? They must be short-handed on the relief ship. Skipper needs me, don't he, Jack?
Well, yeah. I reckon he could use you if you feel up to going, kid.
All right, men, come aboard!
Well, so long, sis. Come on, Jack.
Goodbye, Sally.
What are we waiting for?
All hands aboard! Let's haul!
Goodbye, Brother. Goodbye, Jack. Goodbye. And good luck. Goodbye.
It has been said that as long as there are ships, men will go down to the sea and women will wait. And this was never more true than in the lighthouse service. One ship is lost, another goes out to take its place. Day and night, winter and summer, in storm and calm, the lightships strain at their heavy anchors in order that the passengers on our modern luxury liners may travel in safety. And so, to the courageous men of the United States Lighthouse Service, and to the stalwart women who help their men tend the headland lights, or send their husbands and sons and brothers to the lightships far at sea, the Cavalcade of America salutes you.
Our story of chemistry this evening deals with color, and that subject is especially appropriate right now when the gorgeous reds and golds of autumn delight the eye on every side. Life would be much less interesting if it were not for the attractive colors in our home decorations, clothing, and countless things that surround us. Yet did you ever stop to think that our modern world is the colorful place it is largely because of chemistry? Chemists have tapped nature for hidden sources of color and have produced from such unlikely-looking raw material as coal tar a veritable chemical rainbow of colors. Once only kings and such could own colorful garments. But today nearly everyone can have a bright array of clothes and other things without ever thinking of the few pennies that it costs to dye them. And women of today appreciate what it means to have dyes that are fast to light and fast to washing. It wasn't so long ago that one could never be sure how a piece of colored clothing would come back from its first trip to the wash. In recent years, however, chemists have developed dyes of every hue and tint that will not fade under the most severe conditions. Today, one may purchase garments and all sorts of fabrics with every assurance that the color will last as long as the material. The DuPont Company has been privileged to play a leading part in these contributions to America's progress. It pioneered in the development of a dye-stuffs industry in the United States, thus helping to make this country independent of foreign sources for dyes and many other related products that are essential to modern living. Basing its faith on the ability of its research chemists to answer America's demands for dyes, the DuPont Company invested more than $40 million and carried on its work for more than 5 years before the dye-stuffs venture returned a cent of profit. Thus, adequate financial resources, coupled with knowledge and foresight, eventually made possible this outstanding contribution, which so aptly illustrates the DuPont phrase, better things for better living through chemistry. Next week at this same time, our story will be about John Winthrop, the pioneer American chemist, when DuPont again presents The Cavalcade of America. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
First, by long distance.
Excuse me, can you tell me where the Conleys live?
Yes, in the White House at the end of the block, on the right. But I'm not sure they're home.
Oh, we called them long distance. They're expecting us. Thank you.
A long-distance call to friends you plan to visit this summer makes good sense. It will save you driving miles and miles, then finding no one at home. Call ahead to make sure of reservations, too. Wherever you go, go first by long distance. Rates are low. Why not call now?
HOJO Radio. We're your old-time radio headquarters. Stay tuned.
Thank you. This is the place. What time is it? Where are we? Yeah. Listen, we're going to be very confusing to some of you people who are just joining us, but it's even more confusing to me. This is tonight, and the place is right here. And right here means Birdland, one of the top jazz spots in the whole world. Tonight we have a real all-star show for the next 30 minutes. And the gentleman you're listening to right now in the background is George Shearing in person. The reason the place is jumping tonight and so well packed is that this is the 5th anniversary of Birdland. It opened 5 years ago tonight, which is the way it always is with 5th anniversaries. You'll always find they come along 5 years after the whole thing starts. Now, we have a lot of celebrities here, very few of whom you can see. I doubt if you can even see me, but the important thing tonight is the music. I'm going to keep the talk down to a minimum. On my left here, we have Al Jazzbo Collins. one of New York's favorite disc jockeys. And, the place is packed with a lot of your favorite people, as well as several hundred jam-packed fans who just love to hear the best in jazz. Over here at the piano, as I said a moment ago, we have George Shearing. George, how are you tonight?
Pretty good, Steve. Fine.
What would you like to play for us now?
Oh, we'd like to play a thing called Lullaby of Birdland. Have you ever heard of
It's
that?
only fitting. There you go, George. George Shearing, ladies and gentlemen. Fine. I'll sit down and enjoy it. Who's going to do what here, William? Is Jimmy going to sing, Count?
I think Jimmy's going to.
Yeah. Where is he? Let's get him out here for a second and introduce him. I'm going to move. I sent for you yesterday, Mr. Rushing, and you're not here tonight. Well, in the meantime, I'd like to say a few words about Basin Street. Wait a minute. Here now. Say, Dad, you don't happen to know where Jimmy Rushing is, do you? It isn't that I can't ad-lib, it's just that this is not the place for jokes. Well, Bill, it's you and me and Al here. How about a few fairy tales or something? Here he comes. The man who sings the blues, Jimmy Rushing, ladies and gentlemen. Hi, Jim. How you doing? Come on out here. This is the man who has made so many famous recordings, such as the aforementioned Sent For You Yesterday, Here You Come Today.
That's right.
And I'm going to move way to the outskirts of town.
Way out on the outskirts of town.
And, let me see.
Going to Chicago.
Going to Chicago and...
One little girl.
Yeah, and get up, woman.
I hope you're rusted, Dusty.
That's right. That was a big Count Basie record.
That's right.
Yes, sir. What are you going to sing for us tonight, James?
Sent For You Yesterday, and Here You Come Today.
Okay, you had me worried there for a minute. I thought that was the way you were going to work it.
Sing up there.
You're going to have to sing it up there? We're winging the whole thing here, movement-wise, as you can see. I don't think he can stand up there. You got 5 feet of man and about 7 inches of space for him to get into.
Yeah, Jimmy.
It's a triumph of matter over mind. It just goes to show you he made it. All right, with Count Basie's entire orchestra, and why am I waving?
Lonesome shining through the trees. Don't the moon look lonesome shining through the trees? Don't your house look lonesome when your baby packs up to leave? I love to hear my baby call my name. I love to hear my baby call my name. She can call so easy and so doggone plain. Baby, see what you have done. Baby, see what you have done. You done caused me to love you, now your baby's gone. Sent for you yesterday, here you come today. Sent for you yesterday, here you come today. Baby, you can't love me, treat me that way.
Jimmy Rushing. Thanks, Jim. In case you tuned in late, oh boy. In case these lights are tuned in, and you tuned in late, we are here celebrating the 5th anniversary of the opening of one of the supreme jazz spots of the world. Wonderful spot in New York City, on 52nd Street, called Birdland. We promised you a real all-star jazz concert in this half hour, and we're going to deliver. We're going to have one of the all-time greats of the tenor saxophone, who is just sneaking into the section, Mr. Lester Young. I was going to chat with Lester, but it's a little long distance. Lester? How are you, Father? The President himself. What are you going to play, Lester? Jumping at the Woodside. All right. It's jobbing time. I'm having a wonderful time here, and I hope it's leaking out into your living rooms. Hope you folks down at the studio at the Hudson Theater aren't lonesome. We'll be back. In the meantime, I trust you're enjoying the music. In a moment or two, we're going to introduce one of the all-time best singers in the whole big fat world, Miss Sarah Vaughan. She'll be up on our stand. I see her getting up now. I'll be up in a second or two. Count. Oh, I'm all right. Turn around and talk to Count. There he is. You want to jump over here for a second? That arrangement is still the swingingest. Do you revamp that every 2 years, or is that still the original arrangement?
Still original, I'd say.
Just goes to, I thought you were going to say that. Goes to show you if you make them good, they stay good. You know?
God, no, it's not like that. Not like that.
What year did that the thing first come out?
I'd say about 37, 38.
And it hasn't stopped swinging since then?
Well, I don't know.
You're going to be back over there in a minute, aren't you?
Yes, I am, Steve.
Okay, good. We'll see you. These are sort of long-distance interviews. Sarah, how are you tonight?
Steve, how
Fine.
are you?
What are you going to sing for us?
You should know. Make yourself comfortable.
Yeah. I understand that you and our two of our singers on tonight, Edie Gourmet and Steve Lawrence, are battling it out tooth and nail as to who gets the record on this song. You both recorded it.
I think it's very cute. I like it.
It's a great song. How long will you be in town this trip?
Well, I close tonight in Birdland. I'm sorry.
I see. Where do you go next?
Boston.
Boston? Well,
29th.
We're being seen there right now, so folks up there are probably very happy to know you're coming in town. I'm sure they are. Okay, ready to make yourself comfortable? All right.
Make yourself comfortable. Make yourself comfortable. Make yourself comfortable, baby. I've got some records here to put you in the mood. The phone is off the hook, so no one can intrude. I feel romantic and the record changes automatic, babe. Sweetheart, we hurry through the dinner, hurry through the dance, left before the picture show was through. Why did we hurry through the dinner, hurry through the dance, to leave some time for this, to hug a hug. Now take off your shoes, dear, and loosen up your tie. I've got some kisses here, let's try one on for size. I'll turn the lights low while you make yourself comfortable, baby. Sweetheart, we hurry through the dinner, hurry through the dance, left before the picture show was through. Why did we hurry through the dinner, hurry through the dance, to leave some time for this, to hug a hug. Now take off your shoes, dear, and loosen up your tie. I've got some kisses here, let's try one on for size. I'll turn the lights low while you make yourself comfortable, baby. Make yourself comfortable, baby.
If you're going to sing, that's the way to do it. There's no doubt about that. Don't go away. The whole thing is not over yet. We have quite a few additional celebrities in the house as my irises begin to get the right focus here. I spy at least one of the DeCastro sisters over there. And she's sitting with George Convertible. And we have a lot of wonderful people here. One of the waiters just gave me some of the names. John King is here. And Key Luke. And Neil Bonshu and Frankie Masters are at a table right over in that part of the room. And there's been a table reserved for Harry Horlick. I don't know when he's getting here, but a lot of wonderful folks are dropping in. How are you? Who are you? I can't see anything of it. Let me see now. We're going to give a little plug here to a... Just a second. Oh, you got it. I'm going to give a little plug here to a great show that's coming on the road, and it is more or less this show you're seeing tonight. You're going to be able to see in person in a lot of cities. In February, they're putting a show on the road, a jazz concert, titled Birdland Stars of 55. And Count Basie will be part of the show, Sarah Vaughan, George Shearing, Earl Garner, a bonus there, Lester Young, and Stan Getz, at least. And there may be some more giant names in addition to those. It'll be getting around very probably to your city sometime during the coming year. The whole show gets organized and hits the road in Feb. So if they're in your neighborhood, you can spend an entire evening with them. Now, we are going to turn things back to the Count in a couple of seconds here for an arrangement that I think is one of the most exciting examples of big band jazz ever arranged. A thing called, I never get this name straight, is it Bleep? Bleep Blop Blues? Bleep Blop. Count, who did this arrangement for you?
AK, don't ask me his last name. That's the only thing I know is AK.
Well, AK, if you're watching tonight, send us your name and we'll send you a free salami because you arranged the best. This thing was played, I think you've done this on the show twice before, haven't you?
Sorry.
This is the Count's third appearance on our program with the full band. Every time he gets on, people write in all sorts of insistent telegrams saying, don't let that man get far away, bring him back as often as possible. And we always consider ourselves very fortunate when we are able to do that. Tonight's happening again. This is a nice long arrangement. It can't be too long to suit me. I will suggest one thing, depending on what part of the country you're watching in. It's either after 12 or after 11. This one is a little loud, I want to be honest with you. So think of the neighbors, and maybe you can turn down the volume just a little bit. Dirty, my wife. My glasses are dirty? Well, my glasses are clean. The eyeballs are dirty. That's what I'm having trouble. See, it's right there. Oh, all right. Another thing that happens every time we get a wonderful jazz group on the show, I get a lot of mail from rabid jazz fans who say, oh, we know it was Count Basie, we could see that, but who are the sidemen? So we have here Gus Johnson on the drums, Reginald Jones, Thad Jones, Wendell Cully, and Joe Newman. In the trumpet and brass section, Freddie Green, Bill Hughes, Henry Coker, Benny Powell. And then down here in the front row, we have Frank West, Ernie Wilkins, Marshall Royal, Frank Foster, and Charles Folks. And things are beginning to jump a little bit. But this is not the tempo. As much as I enjoy this tempo, this is not the tempo that you're going to be enjoying in about 18 seconds. Count, you all set? Okay, here we go. Bleep Blop Blues. Take it away. Just had happy news here. We got another 3 minutes, and that makes me 3 minutes happier than I was when we started. What do we do, man?
Let's play a little bit, will you?
All right. This is what I was hoping for. Can I borrow a chair? Yeah.
Oh, you can play with me?
There we go.
Yeah, go ahead. What do you want to do?
Jean depended on a quick beauty pickup. A refreshing Lux soap beauty bath did the trick, she told me.
Now that their beauty soap is in big new bath size, a Lux soap bath is more luxurious than ever.
Well, I can't imagine a nicer bath soap, John. Wonderful creamy lather, even in hard water. And a lovely, delicate fragrance that lasts and lasts.
The Lux soap perfume is an exclusive blend, you know. It combines lily of the valley, lilac, carnation, and other delicate flower fragrances.
I'm sure every woman who tries the big new bath-size Lux toilet soap will love it.
Yes, that generous satin smooth bath cake is a good item to put at the head of your shopping list. Why not try the new bath-size Lux toilet soap tomorrow? It's another fine product of Lever Brothers Company.
Stay tuned to HOJO Radio.
Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes present The Big Story.
Look, for the last time, Janet, did you murder your mother?
No, Lieutenant Morgan, I didn't.
Then who did?
I don't know.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Is that all you can say?
I don't know.
Oh, it beats me. I never did meet a stubborn kid like you before. Oh, well, I might as well send in the police matron.
Oh, Lieutenant Morgan.
Yeah?
Will you ask the matron to bring in some needle and thread?
Needle and thread?
Yeah, I've got a hole in one of my bobby socks, and it looks like the dickens.
The Big Story. Another in a thrilling series based on true experiences of newspaper reporters. Tonight, to Dorothy Kilgallen of the New York Journal-American goes the Pall Mall Award for The Big Story. Four notes that are alike, and one that is outstanding. And of America's leading cigarettes, one is outstanding. The cigarette in the distinguished red package, Pall Mall.
Ladies and gentlemen, have you noticed how many of your friends have changed to Pall Mall? There's a reason. Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes.
Good to look at.
Good to feel.
Good to taste.
And good to smoke.
Yes, Pall Malls are good to look at, good to feel, good to taste, and good to smoke. For Pall Mall's greater length filters the smoke naturally through the much greater distance of Pall Mall's traditionally fine, mellow tobaccos, giving you a smoother, mellower, more satisfying smoke.
Four notes that are alike, and one that is outstanding. And of America's leading cigarettes, one is outstanding.
Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes. Outstanding.
And they are mild.
Now the strange and authentic story of the Bobby Sox Kid from Bayonne.
You are Dorothy Kilgallen, covering the police beat for the New York Evening Journal before it became the Journal American, and before you became a big byline with a Broadway column. It's one of those sticky and sultry July evenings, just about midnight, when you finally get back to the office from Jersey. You're so tired you see spots before your eyes, and so hot your clothes stick damply to your skin. You make a beeline for the water cooler, and there you run into the night editor.
Hey, Dorothy, go easy on that ice water. Want to get a chill?
I'll take that chill, Al, just as long as it's good and cold. What a session I just had in Jersey City.
Yeah, you sure look all in.
I am. 2 days and 2 nights without sleep. Waiting in a sizzling hot room for a jury to make up its mind. Al, it was awful.
Yeah, I'll bet it was. Look, Dorothy.
Now, I've just got one big ambition in life. I'm going home and stand under a cold shower for about an hour and then fall into bed.
Dorothy, I hate to be a killjoy, but I've got to send you out on another assignment.
You mean now?
Right away, to Bayonne, New Jersey. Just got a flash that a woman was murdered out there, and the cops think the woman's daughter and a boyfriend did the job.
They're grilling the kids at headquarters now. I'll go out there and see what you can pick up. It's all yours.
How was this Mrs. Graham murdered, Sergeant Gillis?
With a hatchet, Miss Kilgallen.
Oh, but that sounds like the work of a maniac. You mean you suspect a couple of kids?
Yeah, I know. It doesn't seem possible. Especially kids like these.
Where's Mrs. Graham's daughter now?
She's with Lieutenant Morgan in that room over there. He's been grilling her for hours, but she won't talk. Neither will her boyfriend.
Where'd you pick up the kids, Sergeant?
In a beer joint near the Somerville Circle. Oh, here comes Morgan now. Any luck, Lieutenant?
Oh, no. The more questions I ask her, the tighter she clams up. You know, I've had some tough crooks on the grill, but this kid beats them all. Hello, Miss Kilgallen.
Hello, Lieutenant. Got anything I can use for a story?
Oh, not a thing, Miss Kilgallen. And that's the truth. Frankly, we're pretty well up against a stone wall. Now, what can you do when a cute-looking 17-year-old kid just sits there and swings her legs and looks at you with a sweet face and says, I don't know.
She won't say anything?
I've tried everything. Talk to her like a Dutch uncle, like a father, like a cop, like a mug even. But it's no go. I don't know, she says. Just like that. I don't know.
Lieutenant Morgan.
Yeah?
Mind if I go into that room and talk to Janet Graham alone?
Now, what good'll that do?
I don't know that it'll do any good. But I just might come up with something, just between us girls. How about it?
Now, look, Miss Kilgallen, all the other reporters are going home. Why don't you go, too? She won't crack. Believe me. I know all the tricks, and I've used them all. She just won't crack.
Would you let me talk to her?
Oh, it's too hot to argue. Oh, go ahead. But believe me, you're wasting your time. We've had our best men working on that kid, and she just won't talk.
Hi, Janet.
Who are you?
My name's Dorothy Kilgallen. I'm a reporter.
A reporter? Honest?
Honest. I thought I'd just drop in for a chat.
Oh. Well, you're not going to find anything out from me. I don't know anything.
Well, maybe you don't, but I do.
You do? What?
You look like a sight. Your hair's every which way, and your nose is shiny.
Well, gosh, Miss Kilgallen, what can I do? I left my compact in Charlie's jalopy when they picked us up.
Well, he wouldn't like you the way you look now.
Gee, is it that bad?
Here, take my compact.
Oh, thanks, Miss Kilgallen. Gee, this is just super. Is it real gold?
Yeah.
I've got one in silver. It's shaped like a heart, and it's got initials on it. CM.
CM? Who's that?
Charlie Mason. He gave it to me for my birthday. He's my boyfriend. We've been going steady for a year.
Is he nice?
Oh, he's just super, Miss Kilgallen.
Tell me about him.
Gee. You really want me to?
Of course.
Well, he's star athlete at Bayonne High, and he's a whiz at tennis. Beats me 6-love every time, and I'm supposed to be pretty good for a girl. Oh, here's your compact back.
Oh, thanks. Feel better?
Oh, yes, lots. You use the same color powder I do.
Janet, I suppose you and Charlie, you know that you're in a mess of trouble.
Yeah, I guess we are.
Why don't you tell them what they want to know?
I won't. I won't tell them a thing. I hate them.
Then maybe you tell me.
You?
Yes. It's different when you tell everything to a woman. A woman sort of understands.
Well, gee, you're nice, Miss Kilgallen, but...
But what, Janet? You love Charlie, don't you?
You know that?
Of course. Why shouldn't you?
Golly. You do understand, don't you?
Yes, I think so.
That's the trouble with them. The police, I mean. They don't know how it was with Charlie and me. Mother didn't either.
She what, Janet?
Nothing.
All right, if you don't want to tell me anything, Janet, I guess I'll have to go.
Oh, no, Please stay.
Then what about your mother?
She hated Charlie. She wouldn't even let him come into the house.
Did she know you loved him?
I kept telling her that. Honest, Miss Kilgallen, I kept telling her. That's why we argued.
Argued about what?
It was this afternoon. Mother wanted me to do some work around the house, but I skipped out to meet Charlie.
Where'd you meet him, Janet?
The church.
Mm-hmm.
He's in the choir, you know, and they were having choir practice. The door was open, and I went in. Charlie was singing a solo, and I listened. It was wonderful, Miss Kilgallen. Listening to Charlie was... Well, it was like going to heaven. I was just thrilled. I wanted to reach up and touch him, but I didn't. I just sat there and listened.
Thy faithful mercies grant.
After that, well, I guess I kind of walked on air. I met Charlie outside the church. We had a tennis date at 6 o'clock, but before that I had to go to the delicatessen and buy some cold cuts for supper. On the way to the delicatessen, I kind of took Charlie's hand and held it. Just holding his hand like that thrilled me, but... Oh, Charlie... Oh, you know how boys are, Miss Kilgallen. He was kind of bashful.
Jan,
Yes, Charlie?
quit holding my hand. Everybody on the street's looking at us.
Don't you love me?
Well, sure I do, Cookie. You know that, but...
How about coming to my house for supper tonight?
Gee, I can't do that, Janet. What would your mother say?
I don't care what Mother says. She's not going to boss me around anymore. We'll just tell her we're in love and that we're going to get married just as soon as you can get a job singing on the radio.
Well, I don't know.
Don't you love me, Charlie?
Sure, Cookie. I told you I did.
Well, then we don't have to be afraid of Mother or anyone else. Oh, here's the delicatessen.
Well, good afternoon, Janet.
Hello, Mr. Schmidt.
And what'll it be today?
I'll have a quarter of a pound of ham.
Ham?
Quarter of a pound of liverwurst.
Liverwurst?
20 cents worth of potato salad.
Potato salad?
And, oh, Mr. Schmidt.
Yeah?
Mother will kill me for this, but I don't care. I want a jar of mayonnaise.
Mayonnaise?
Yeah, I'm just wacky about mayonnaise. And this time I don't give a darn what my mother says.
So you left the delicatessen store and went right home. Is that it, Janet?
Well, no, not exactly, Miss Kilgallen. You know how hot it was today?
Mm-hmm.
Well, anyway, Charlie and I stopped in a tavern, and we had 2 glasses of beer each and some pretzels. Beer was super, it being so hot outside and all. After that, we went to my house. Funny how I felt then.
How did you feel?
Well, Gee, I don't know why I'm telling you all this.
How did you feel, Janet?
Well, it was so hot, and I was kind of dizzy and thrilled because Charlie was going with me, and we were going to stand up to Mother. You know, Miss Kilgallen, how it is when you're all thrilled and excited.
Oh, sure, I know. Well, what happened when you got home?
Well, Mother was out.
I see. What did you and Charlie do then?
Oh, Charlie read a magazine, and I kind of did a little housework.
Janet.
Yes, Miss Kilgallen?
You're not telling me the truth. What's the use of talking to me if you don't tell me the truth? Now, what really happened when you and Charlie came home and found that your mother was out? Don't be afraid, Janet. I'll understand, but you've got to tell me the truth.
All right. All right, I will. We were both a little dizzy, I guess. You know, we kept saying things to each other. Then all of a sudden I felt like dancing, so I put on a record of our song.
Your song?
Yes, Temptation. It's my favorite, and Charlie's, too. We call it our song. Anyway, I felt like dancing, so I put the record on the Victrola. And then... Charlie.
Yeah?
Let's dance.
Dance?
Yes. Take me in your arms, Charlie.
But what if your mother comes in and sees us?
I don't care. Do you?
No. No, I guess not.
Charlie, let's stop dancing now. Let's sit down.
Sit down?
Yes. Kiss me, Charlie. Please.
Gee, Janet.
Charlie. Again.
Janet Graham!
Mother!
We'll be back in just a moment with tonight's big story, but first a word from Cy Harris.
Ladies and gentlemen, have you noticed how many of your friends have changed to pell-mell? Four notes that are alike, and one that is outstanding. And of America's leading cigarettes, one is outstanding. Pall-Mall Famous Cigarettes. Good to look at. Good to feel. Good to taste. And good to smoke. Yes, Pall-Malls are good, and good. Good to look at, good to feel, good to taste, and good to smoke. For Pall-Mall's greater length filters the smoke naturally through the much greater distance of Pall-Mall's traditionally fine, mellow tobaccos, giving you a smoother, mellower, more satisfying smoke. Four notes that are alike, and one that is outstanding. And of America's leading cigarettes, one is outstanding. Pall-Mall Famous Cigarettes. Outstanding. And they are mild. Now we return you to our narrator, Barry Kroger, and tonight's big story.
The Bobby Sox kid from Bayonne keeps talking. There in that sweltering, dingy police room. The words spill from her faster and faster. You can see that she wants to talk now. She's glad to get it off her chest. It's been simmering and boiling inside. Finally, she stops to catch her breath. And you ask her...
Now, when your mother walked into the parlor and found you and Charlie there, what did she say, Janet?
Mother just stood there, Miss Kilgallen. She stood there looking as though she'd like to kill the both of us. And the Victrola kept on playing Temptation. I don't remember who spoke first. I think it was Charlie.
Mrs. Graham,
Turn off the Victrola, Janet.
Mother, we were just...
I said turn off the Victrola.
Yes, Mother.
Now, Janet, go into the kitchen. I want to talk to you alone.
But Mrs. Graham, she didn't do anything.
I'll thank you to keep still. You just sit right here. I'll have something to say to you later. Janet, you march right into the kitchen. And what happened after you got into the kitchen, Janet? Janet, what happened?
Well, Miss Kilgallen, Mother didn't say anything for a long time. She just started to get the dishes out for supper. I was nervous and scared. Well, there was the heat, too. It was so hot. It did funny things to me. I thought maybe if I did something with my hands instead of just standing there waiting for Mother to say something, it'd be better. I could think better. And then I saw the hatchet on the windowsill.
What was the hatchet doing there?
I brought it up from the cellar.
Why did you bring it up?
Because Mother had asked me to nail down some loose linoleum on the kitchen floor. So I got some tacks and started to hammer it down. Then Mother started to talk.
I don't know. I just don't know. What did I ever do to deserve a daughter like you? A common, cheap little flirt.
Mother, don't say things like that. All Charlie did was kiss me.
I don't want to hear another word from you, Janet Graham. Not another single solitary word. When your father comes home, I'll see that he takes a strap to you, you little good-for-nothing.
Mother, please,
17 years old, a baby, and sitting on the couch hugging and kissing a nasty boy like Charlie Mason.
I'm no baby. Do you hear, Mother? I'm 17. I'm grown up, and I love Charlie Mason.
Ha! You. What do you know about love? You're just boy crazy, that's all. Boy crazy.
Mother, don't say things like that.
Boy crazy, boy crazy, boy crazy.
Please, Mother, don't.
I forbid you to ever see him again. I positively forbid you to see him again. Do you hear me, Janet? You're not to see him again.
You can't stop me. You can't stop me. I'll see Charlie all I please. I love him. I love him. I love him.
Don't you dare talk back to me. Don't you dare.
Mother, please, let's not quarrel anymore. It's so hot, and I've got such a terrible headache, and I'm so mixed up.
I warn you, Janet. If I ever catch that awful boy around here again, I'll have your father horsewhip him.
Mother, don't say things like that. Please, stop.
I don't like him, and I never did. He's no good, and he'll never be any good.
Mother, stop!
Don't you yell at me, you young good-for-nothing. Stop! How dare you talk back to your own mother like that? How dare you? Janet.
I asked you to stop. I asked you to stop nagging me.
Janet, Janet, put down that hatchet. Put down that... Charlie!
You're not going to stand between Charlie and me. You're not going to. Is she, Charlie?
Janet, don't. Charlie, no! Keep away from me! Please! No, Janet!
You listen in horror as Janet Graham tells you what happened then. You listen, and there's an all-gone feeling in the pit of your stomach as you watch this sweet-faced kid in the bobby socks dangling her tanned legs under the bench and calmly telling you...
I hit Mother then, Miss Kilgallen. She screamed and fell down. That's all.
I see. What did you do then, Janet?
Well, then we thought we better talk things over.
You and Charlie?
Yes. Charlie's jalopy was outside, and we decided we'd better drive to Canada because they'd be looking for us pretty soon. We didn't have much money, so we started to make up sandwiches in the kitchen for our trip. And then all of a sudden the doorbell rang.
Janet, someone's at the front door.
You keep making up those chicken and ham sandwiches here in the kitchen, Charlie. I'll see who it is.
All right. Gee, I hope it isn't the police or someone.
Oh, Janet. Janet's anything wrong?
Wrong? I know, Mrs. Wallace. What makes you think so?
Well, I was sitting on my front porch next door, and I thought I heard your mother scream.
Oh, that. Well, Mother just cut her finger, that's all, Mrs. Wallace.
Oh, for a moment I thought that... Nothing serious, is it, Janet?
Oh, no, Mrs. Wallace. Just a nick. Nothing to worry about.
Oh, thank heaven for that. That scream certainly gave me a fright. Well, I'll be getting back, Janet.
Well, thanks for looking in, Mrs. Wallace.
Who was it, Janet?
Nobody. Just a neighbor. Oh, Charlie.
Yeah. What's the matter?
You forgot something.
Forgot something?
Yes, on those chicken sandwiches you're making. The mayonnaise. You know I just love mayonnaise.
Is that all, Janet?
Well, Miss Kilgallen, I guess so. Except that we started out for Canada.
And you got as far as the Somerville Circle, hmm?
Yes. It was awful hot driving this evening, and, we stopped at a tavern for a couple of glasses of beer, and by that time, Charlie was pretty worried.
Gosh, Janet. We're in an awful jam now.
I don't care. I don't care about anything. I love you, Charlie.
We'll never be able to make Canada. Why, all I've got is $1.40.
You're awful cute, Charlie. Awful cute.
Janet, maybe we ought to give ourselves up.
I love your hair, Charlie. It's so thick and nice. I always feel like running my fingers through it.
Janet, we got to decide what to do.
Charlie?
Yeah.
Play number 7 on the jukebox.
But look, Cookie,
Play number 7. It's our song, Charlie. Temptation.
Okay.
Oh, Charlie. Our song. Isn't it wonderful? Isn't it just super?
Yeah. Listen, Janet. About your mother, about what we did.
Oh, don't talk about that now. Don't let's talk about anything now. Let's just sit here and listen and dream.
Janet, a cop. He just came in. He's seen us, Janet. He's coming over to our booth.
Is that your tan coupe outside, son?
Yes, sir.
Your name Charlie Mason?
Yes, sir.
And you're Janet Graham?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you kids, you better come along with me.
All right, officer, we'll go with you, only...
Yeah?
Do you mind if we wait till the music's over?
whole story, Janet?
Yes, Miss Kilgallen. That's all there is. Now you know everything. Funny, I didn't mind telling you. I knew you'd understand. You do, don't you?
Yes, I understand, Janet. But now, will you tell the others what you told me?
I don't want to.
I know. But I think you'd better.
All right, Miss Kilgallen. If you say so, I'll tell them.
Well, I have to go now.
You can't stay with me any longer?
No, I can't.
Oh. Well, goodbye, Miss Kilgallen.
Goodbye, Janet.
A full house beats two pair any day. Oh, hello, Miss Kilgallen. How'd you make out?
Didn't get anything out of the kid, I'll bet.
Yes, I did.
You did? Hey, that really puts me in my place. All of us trying and not getting a glimmer. What's the lead?
She told me everything.
Everything? Are you serious?
You mean you got that kid to
She
crack?
told me everything.
Oh, who did it? She or the boy? Did she kill
Yes,
the old lady?
she did it, but it didn't have to happen. It shouldn't have happened if her mother had only shown a little more understanding. Just a little more sympathy and love. Oh, what's the use? What difference does it make now?
Yeah, I know. Now take it easy, Miss Kilgallen. You're pretty well used up. You did a big job in there, and it kind of gets you down.
I guess so.
Look at the exclusive you got. It's a big story if there ever was one. And all due to you.
Yes. It's a big story, Lieutenant. But do you want to know something?
What?
I wish I'd never heard of it. I wish I never had to write it. I wish it had never happened.
In just a moment, we'll read you a telegram from Dorothy Kilgallen with the final outcome of tonight's big story. Pall-Mall Famous Cigarettes. Good to look at.
Good to feel.
Good to taste.
And good to smoke.
Yes, Pall-Malls are good, and good.
Pall-Mall Famous Cigarettes.
Good to look at, good to feel, good to taste, and good to smoke. Four notes that are alike, and one that is outstanding. And of America's leading cigarettes, one is outstanding. Pall-Mall Famous Cigarettes. Outstanding.
And they are mild.
Now we read you that telegram from Dorothy Kilgallen of the New York Journal-American.
Boy and girl in tonight's big story were found guilty of murder but received relatively light sentences on account of their youth. Boy was later paroled from state prison on condition that he join some branch of armed forces. Girl was paroled from reformatory after serving 6.5 years. Many thanks for tonight's Pall-Mall Award.
Thank you, Miss Kilgallen. The makers of Pall-Mall Famous Cigarettes are proud to have named you the winner of the Pall-Mall $500 Award for notable service in the field of journalism.
Listen again next week, same time, same station, when Pall-Mall Famous Cigarettes will present another big story. A big story from the pages of the Buffalo Evening News. Byline, Eddie DeCastro. A big story that began when a woman was told that her husband had been murdered and left.
The Big Story is produced by Bernard J. Proctor and directed by Harry Ingram with music by Vladimir Zelinsky. Tonight's program was written by Max Ehrlich. Your narrator was Barry Kroger, and Janet Fox played the part of Dorothy Kilgallen. All names in tonight's story except that of Miss Kilgallen were fictitious, but the dramatization was based on a true and authentic case. This is Ernest Chappell speaking for the makers of Pall-Mall Famous Cigarettes.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
The instant coffee with a famous flavor. That's Instant Maxwell House, the happiest combination in coffee. Wonderful, good to the last drop flavor, combined with the convenience and thrift of coffee made instantly in the cup. So easy, no pot, no grounds. So thrifty, saves you real money compared to ordinary coffee. So truly good, pure roaster fresh flavor. Try Instant Maxwell House, the instant coffee with a famous flavor. Instantly good to the last drop.
Thanks for listening to HOJO Radio. More classic old-time radio coming your way next.
Maxwell House Coffee presents Good News of 1938. Yes, once again we bring you Good News of 1938. An hour behind the scenes in Hollywood, brought to you direct from Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer Studios, home of Hollywood's greatest stars. Now let's picture ourselves on our famous Soundstage 30, where today they've been shooting scenes with Myrna Loy from Test Pilot. Tonight, stars and players have crowded onto this stage to hear and take part in our Good News program. And what a program! We're going to hear Myrna Loy, Wallace Beery, Lionel Barrymore, Fanny Bryce, Frank Morgan, and many others, as well as Meredith Willson and his orchestra. And here's the young man who will welcome you to this hour of grand entertainment, the popular young chap, Jimmy Stewart.
Hello, everybody. Well, I guess you've gathered from Ted Pearson's opening remarks that tonight's program is really something. And right now, I want to present the first...
Oh, excuse me, James.
Frank Morgan! Hey!
You said Frank?
Yeah,
that's
Frank,
me.
Yeah.
Oh, isn't it? Well, Jimmy, I just wanted to wish you a Merry Christmas.
Oh, thanks, Frank. That Christmas was last week, but...
Oh, was it? Well, that's funny, and here it is again. Well, my time certainly does fly, doesn't it?
Yeah, Frank, I think you're just a little confused. New Year's Day is the next big holiday on the schedule. See, that's the day after tomorrow.
Oh, of course, certainly. That's what I wanted to do. Wish you a Happy New Year.
Oh, well, thank you, Frank. I'd like to wish you the same.
Well, thank you. And by the way, where are you going to spend New Year's Eve?
Oh, just a little party at home, having in some friends.
Yeah, well, I guess I'll go over to Meredith Wilson's house. He usually has a little gathering on New Year's Eve.
He does. Did Meredith invite you?
Did he let you go? Well, no, not exactly. But, we've been friends for a long time, and if he's having a party, I know I'll be more than welcome.
Well, I don't know, Frank. I've always been a little leery about breaking in on a party uninvited, you know.
Oh, well, I can see how you feel, but with Meredith and me, it's different. He'd probably feel hurt if I didn't show up at his party. I've always been there. He'll no doubt ask me before the program's over tonight. Of course, he'll invite me. My wife and his wife are the best of friends, too. I wonder why he hasn't asked me already.
I don't know.
Well, he'll invite me. It's absurd to think of it being any other way, certainly. But, supposing he doesn't invite me. Oh, but he will, of course. I remember the time I loaned him $200 to get him out of... Well, there's no reason why he shouldn't invite me. Oh, sure he will. I don't... come to think of it, he'd have a lot of nerve not to invite me. Who does he think he is, anyway, and after all I've done for him? Having a party and not inviting his old pal Morgan. He can't do that to me.
Oh, hello, Frank.
Yes, well, now, just get this, Mr. Wilson. I wouldn't come to your party if you were going to play run, sheep run, and post office. You've got a lot of your friends. You're a fine...
What's he talking about, Jimmy? It's funny. I think he just talked himself in and out of your New Year's Eve party, Meredith.
My party? Why, just this afternoon he invited me to spend New Year's Eve at his house.
Oh, at his house, huh? Well, I don't know what this is all about. Meredith, sing something, will you?
Me? Sing something?
Yeah, sing or play. Morgan's got me all mixed up here. Play. really did that up in the red ribbons, Meredith.
Well, thanks a whole lot, Jimmy.
And now, here's that little girl you're all waiting to hear. That amazing, alarming, maddening creation of Fanny Bryce's Baby Snooks.
Snooks, where are you going?
No place, Daddy.
You're acting very suspiciously. What have you been doing, Snooks?
Playing with all the little boys and girls, Daddy.
Then what are you doing in the house, rummaging through the silver closet?
I'm looking for a spoon.
Oh, what do you want with a spoon?
I want to look down Tommy Hutchins' throat.
You want to look down Tommy Hutchins' throat?
Yeah, he swallowed the key.
Well, what key?
The key to the trunk. And I need the key, Daddy.
Well, what do you want to get into that trunk for?
I don't want to get in. Mary wants to get out.
You locked little Mary Hutchins in the trunk?
I didn't mean to lock her in, Daddy.
Oh, you didn't, eh?
She crept in after Dickie.
Dickie and Mary locked in a trunk? Snooks, this is terrible. Why did you do it?
So they couldn't tell who locked Nursey in the closet.
Oh, Snooks, you're a very naughty child. I don't know what to do with you.
Should I go stand in the corner, Daddy?
No, come here. Now, Snooks, you've got to learn to be a good girl. Listen, I want to tell you the story of a very, very good man who never harmed anyone. Yet through his goodness, he conquered the fiercest animals in the whole world.
Is it about you, Daddy?
No, it's the story of Daniel in the lion's den. Now, once upon a time, there was a good man named Daniel.
Daniel who?
Oh, just Daniel. And one day, Daniel was carried away from his home in Jerusalem by a wicked king.
What was he carried in?
Oh, I don't know. He was just carried away.
In an airplane?
No.
In an automobile?
No, he was carried away on a camel.
Who?
Daniel. Now, the wicked king carried him away.
What wicked king?
Nebuchadnezzar.
Nebuchadnezzar who?
Nebuchadnezzar. He carried Daniel into captivity.
What Daniel?
The Daniel we're talking about.
What are we talking about?
Snooks, I want you to pay close attention or I'll spank you. Now, Daniel became the king's favorite. And one day the king said...
What king?
Nebuchadnezzar! He said to him...
Said to who?
To Daniel.
What did he say to him?
That's just what I'm going to tell you. He said to him...
Who said to him?
The king. The king said to him.
Why?
For no reason at all. He just said to him, my good man.
Who's good man?
Listen, Snooks. The king said to Daniel, I like you very much.
Hmm?
I like you very much.
I like you too, Daddy.
All right, Snooks, all right. Well, the king wanted him to do something wrong. He wanted him to lie to the people.
Daniel wanted him to lie?
No, the wicked king. And when Daniel refused to do anything wrong, he was thrown into a den of fierce lions.
Was they real lions?
Why, of course. Real fierce lions. And who do you think threw Daniel to the lions?
Huh?
Who threw Daniel to the lions? Well, why are you crying?
I didn't do it.
I know you didn't. The king threw Daniel to the lions. And although the king expected to see Daniel torn to pieces, he was not.
Who was not?
Daniel.
What Daniel?
The good man.
What good man?
Have you been paying any attention to me at all?
Mm-hmm.
Well, what have I been telling you? You tell me.
All right. There was once a lion called Daniel who took a very good man and threw him at the king. And the king didn't want to do nothing wrong, so he bit the lion. Oh, Mommy. Mommy, quick, come here.
What is it, dear? What happened?
I think Daddy jumped out of the window.
Now, I want you to hear a success story. The story of a little girl who was discovered in the East by an MGM talent scout and is now in Hollywood. Hey, Frida Starr, come on up here. Hey, and now stand up on here. Boy, you're little, aren't you? Now, Frida, we'd like to know a little something about you. Now, where'd you come from?
I come from Brooklyn.
Oh, see. And how old are you, Frida?
13.
13. How'd you happen to take up singing?
The teacher at school heard me singing in the hall one day.
Uh-huh.
And she said I ought to study voice, and so I did.
Oh, you did, huh? Well, tell me, Frida, how did the MGM talent scout happen to discover you?
On account of Brooklyn, I guess.
Well, how on account of Brooklyn?
I sang at the school in Brooklyn, and somebody was in the audience that had a friend. And the friend had a cousin that knew Mr. Altman.
Oh,
and...
Mr. Altman, that MGM talent scout, huh?
Yes, sir.
And that's what brought you here, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Well.
That's right.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, Frida Starr will sing Romney Light. One of our guests on the Maxwell House program was the most gracious and charming lady who has been crowned Queen of the Screen. We're very happy to have her with us again tonight. Miss Myrna Loy.
Thank you, Jimmy.
Now, Miss Loy is going to play a part of Nancy Turner in a sketch called Sweet Mystery, written for her by George Oppenheimer.
Yes. And Jimmy Stewart plays the part of Alan Turner, Nancy's husband.
Oh, yeah. Miss Loy, I just want to take a little time here before we start this sketch to tell you that you've always been my dream girl, Miss Loy. I just wanted to tell you.
Thank you, Jim.
I just wanted to get that in here. Well, anyway, the scene is Nancy's house, and we look in on a wedding ceremony.
Do you, Nancy Smith, take this man to be your lawful husband? Do you promise to love, honor, comfort, and cherish him in sickness and in health, in prosperity and in adversity, and for better or worse, so long as you both shall live?
I do.
Before these witnesses, I, by virtue of the authority vested in me by the state, and in the name of the church, do now pronounce you husband and wife.
Anybody seen the bride?
You're too late, Roger. She's upstairs dressing.
I'm always too late. Just think, I was head man with Nancy until Alan Turner came along.
Oh, it's wonderful. They meet, and 2 weeks later they're married. Look,
Hey, here they come. Look, there they are. Say, don't goodbye.
Goodbye, buddy.
Goodbye, everybody. Darling.
I'll make that double.
Oh, careful, darling. Keep your eyes on the road.
Well, I'm sorry. That's impossible unless you get out of the car.
I feel something like chicken curry. There isn't an inch of me that isn't covered with rice.
That's my favorite dish.
Oh, Alan, just think. 2 weeks ago, I didn't even know you.
No.
And now?
Well, now you still don't. Would you mind just keeping on saying that for the rest of the trip, huh?
We'll say it for the rest of our lives.
Yeah, we're going to be a couple of awfully dull conversationalists, but we'll like it, huh?
Of course, we'll say other things, too.
Oh, yeah, of course, like pass the salt, and I need more money, and the baby's crying.
No.
And...
Well, you have made plans.
Oh, sure. Then, of course, there's that unfinished business of finding all about each other,
That's the wonderful part of it, Alan. Most people, when they marry, know everything. There's nothing to find out. There's no mystery, no glamour.
That's right, darling. We'll just spend our lives finding out things about ourselves. Wonderful things.
Darling, would you be very disappointed if I told you I'd had a very dull past?
Well, I'd break your neck if you hadn't. Say, hey, by the way, who was that strange-looking cluck that kept kissing you all the time back there?
That strange-looking cluck, Mr. Turner, happened to be my brother. He came all the way from England for the wedding.
Oh, well, I guess he just hadn't gotten his land legs yet.
What do you mean by that?
Well, it's nothing. He's just weaving a good deal.
Elmer does not weave.
Elmer? What, your brother named Elmer?
And what, may I ask, is so funny about Elmer? He was named after my grandfather, and he was a general in the war between the states.
Oh, which side?
Confederate, of course.
Well, what do you mean, of course? There were generals on the Union side, too. For instance, my grandfather.
Oh, your grandfather fought on the Union side.
He did?
Well.
Well, what do you mean?
I was just wondering if there is something in heredity after all.
Well, my grandfather's side won.
That's right. Rub it in.
No, now, darling, hasn't anybody told you the war's over? No, in the name of the North, I'd like a kiss.
In the name of the South, I surrender. Thank you, Junior.
Junior? Where'd you get that Junior stuff?
I don't know. Oh, yes, I do, too. Who was that badly dressed woman at the wedding? She'd had one drink too many, and she kept calling you Junior.
Well, that badly dressed woman happens to be married to my brother Stu.
Well, she was certainly living up to your brother's name.
No, well, now, that's not very funny. That's not very funny. And what's more, she's a very fine woman. She has welfare committees and...
I didn't say she wasn't fine. All I said was that she was badly dressed.
Mm-hmm. Well, of course, if you want to go into costume, that Uncle Archie of yours, when he came up to me, I thought he was going to give me a tip on a horse or something.
Uncle Archie's one of the sweetest men in the world. I do hope I haven't married a man who's going to turn out to be a snob.
Oh, snob, huh? Well, at least I held on to myself better than some of your Democratic friends,
Just who are you referring to?
Well, who? I don't know. You're referring to that old friend Peter or somebody or other. Yeah, he fell asleep under the piano, you know that.
Poor Peter. I wondered why he didn't come to kiss me goodbye.
You wondered why I didn't? Well, I'll tell you. One of your other dear friends was holding on to you like a clam. What's that guy's name? Roger?
I suppose you mean Roger Ormsby. Well, it just so happens...
That's the one, Ormsby, that guy. I bet he kissed you goodbye 50 times.
Why, Alan, you're jealous.
No, I'm not jealous. I'm just observant, that's all. It isn't very pleasant for a guy to have his wife mauled all over the room by a whole lot of strange men.
Oh, now you're making me out cheap.
No, I never said that.
No, but you implied it. And don't drive so fast.
Oh, now you're going to tell me how to drive.
I merely said don't drive so fast.
Nah, I guess I know how to drive.
That's only a guess.
Well, if there's anything I hate, it's a backseat driver.
This is a fine start to a honeymoon. Married 1 hour and you hate me already.
No, I didn't say that.
You did too.
Well, I said I hated backseat drivers.
Don't tell me what you said. I heard you, and stop going so fast.
I'm not going fast.
You're going over 60.
Nonsense.
It says 65 on your speedometer.
The speedometer's wrong.
Aha.
That's fine. That's all we need.
Pull over there. Pull over. Well, where's the fire? How fast do you think you were going, young fella?
Well, I don't know.
Officer, we were only going 40 miles an hour.
Oh, yeah? I had you clocked at 65.
65? Why, Alan, darling, your speedometer must be broken.
Yeah, that's right, officer. It said 40, didn't it, sweets?
Yes, darling.
Come on, skip the mush and get down to business. You was going 65.
Well, officer, it was this way.
You see, we were just married.
Oh, yeah? I've heard that one before.
But look, officer, rice.
Yeah, it's rice. If you don't believe that, here's a piece of wedding cake.
Well, I'd ought to run you in.
Oh, officer, you wouldn't. Just as we're starting on our honeymoon?
Yeah, it might affect our whole married life, you know.
All right, I'll let you go, but don't let it happen again.
Oh, thank you, officer.
Thanks a lot, old man.
Okay, thanks for the wedding cake. I'll take it home to the missus.
Wasn't he sweet?
Yeah, he's a nice guy.
Alan.
Yes, Nancy.
I love you, darling.
I love you, Nancy, and forget about what I said about Roger and the rest of them.
I'm sorry about your sister-in-law.
Oh, forget it.
Oh, darling, I'm so glad that cop came along.
Yeah, so am I.
We'll never fight again.
No, I'll never be jealous either.
I wish I knew his name. We ought to be grateful to him for the rest of our lives.
Yeah, he's a swell guy.
And handsome, too.
Noticed that.
Of course.
Too bad he wasn't at the wedding. He could have kissed the bride.
There you go implying things again. And don't drive so fast.
Well, who's driving fast now?
You are. You're over 60 again.
I am not.
You are, too.
I am not.
Alan.
Yeah?
You better bring out the rice and cake, dear. That man's here again.
Thank you, Myrna Lloyd. And now, Ted Pearson.
Hello, Jimmy. Friends, standing beside me is the head of the commissary, where everyone here meets for lunch. Her job is to provide meals for the stars, executives, directors, writers, cameramen, and extras, which makes her practically house mother to the entire MGM family, Mrs. Frances Edwards.
Good evening, everyone.
Now, Mrs. Edwards, what's the size of that official family of yours? How many persons do you serve on an average day?
About 2,200.
Ooh, you serve 2,200 people a day. My, that's a lot of people.
I should say it is a lot of hungry people.
Speaking of food, how many cups of Maxwell House coffee does your family drink every day?
Well, let's see. Of course, beside the commissary, we have a coffee shop adjoining where the stars and others drop in for coffee and a bite to eat during the afternoon. I'll tell you about what some of our famous people like to eat with their coffee sometime later. But to get back to it, we serve from 2,400 to 2,600 cups of Maxwell House coffee a day, not counting what we send out to companies shooting at night. And I'd say that's a lot of good coffee.
Agreed, Mrs. Edwards. It is good coffee. But tell me, is Maxwell House an economical coffee for you to buy?
I've certainly found it so. You know, using coffee in the quantities I do, I find I get more full-flavored cups per pound of Maxwell House because of the way it's packed in the vacuum can. Why, of course, it's always roaster fresh, not only when I buy it, but when I use it.
Thank you, Mrs. Edwards. And remember, friends, you too may buy as many cans of Maxwell House at a time as you like, whether 3 pounds or 300 pounds, as Mrs. Edwards does. And always know the last can you open will be just as fresh and full-flavored as the first can. And this full flavor means full value, means more cups per pound of Maxwell House, more of that rich, rare goodness of this coffee that's always good to the last drop.
Meredith Wilson continues our good news of 1938 with one of the best tunes from the Jeanette MacDonald Alan Jones musical, The Firefly, The Donkey Serenade. stars here on stage 30 tonight, but there's one star who was here before any of them. He's made a picture with all of them, I guess, and there's not one single one of them that hasn't learned something from him. Tomorrow, his latest picture, The Bad Man of Brimstone, will open in your favorite theater, and he's here tonight to tell us a little about it. Wally Berry.
Thank you, Jimmy. Thank you, Jimmy.
They tell me Brimstone turned out great, Wally. What kind of a part do you play in it?
Well, let me see. I guess I play one of those tough guys.
Well, how tough are you?
Well, I was tough enough to shoot myself in the leg. They call me Trigger Bill. That's when the picture starts. But along comes a young fellow named Jeff Burton that's going to clean me up. And who do you think he turns out to be?
Who?
Well, my own son.
Oh, I see.
So I can't be tough with him. Can't shoot my own kiddo, even though he's aiming to ruin me and my gang.
Well, that's quite a situation.
Yeah, that's a great spot. The boy doesn't know I'm his paw, so he beats me up and I can't do anything about it. The worst part of it is that I got to fight on the side of the law and order just to help him. Well, I finally become a sort of a mayor, and one of the big scenes, the pictures where he's trying to arrest my crooked sheriff, Blackjack McCready. Both of them, my kid, Jeff, and Blackjack, are standing in front of a bar about to pull the guns on each other. So here we go.
You Blackjack McCready? Which I'm the same. You're the new marshal, Jeff Burton, huh? I've been craving to meet you for a long while.
Blackjack, it's my duty to order you just once to give up them guns.
Make your fight.
Okay, if that's the way you want it. Drop them guns. Drop them guns. I'll kill the both of you. Stay where you are, Bill.
Keep out, Bill. This time I'm doing it my way.
There's neither of you doing nothing. Me and Trigger Bill, I'm still a head man around here. Any shooting at either one of you starts, I'll finish.
You told me you killed this fella, Bill.
Well, what about it?
You lied to me.
Of course I lied to you. I felt like lying. I reckon I relish it. Better start relishing it, too, Blackjack. You're getting bigger than your boots.
Get out of the way, Bill. I'm going to start shooting.
I'm standing right here, McCready.
Get out of here, Bill. I don't need your help.
Jeff, you hold your jaw. I've had enough of you horning into my town. What'd you have to come back here for anyways? You don't belong here.
Your sheriff's resisting arrest, and it's my job to take him.
You want your first job to be a murder? Now stand where you are. I'll get the shooting irons from Blackjack.
Well, I'll
here.
make it fast, then.
Give me them shooting irons, Blackjack.
Now, wait a minute, Bill. Just don't come no further, because I'd just as leave kill the both of you together. You ain't getting by with this twice.
I'm getting by with anything that I've a mind to. You remember this one thing. When you pull them triggers, it'll be the last move that you'll ever make, because I'll throw my brand into you before you hit the floor.
What are you making this fight for?
Got them details waiting until after the election? Sure. I'll tell you about this later. We can show Brimstone that we're honest citizens. That any of our party can stand a legal trial without fear or favor.
You see sense in that.
So you're surrendering to the marshal, Blackjack. McCready, justice has got to be done.
Oh, all right.
I knew you'd say it my way, Blackjack. Marshal, there's your man.
That was mighty fine, partner.
Well, thanks, Tenderfoot. How long would you say it took that scene to play?
Well, about 3 minutes, I guess. Why?
Mm-hmm. Well, you know, Jim, it's not right. Nobody's ever seen those people who work behind the scenes. Nobody ever hears about them, but without them, no picture could be made.
Yeah, that's true, but I guess there's not much you can do about it.
Yes, sir, it is. We can at least give the public a chance to meet them.
Yeah, well, I think that's a swell idea, Wally.
Well, that's what I thought. So I'd like to have you meet the man who made the sets for The Bad Man of Brimstone, the art director of MGM, Cedric Gibbons.
Thank you, Wally.
Ah, I knew Cedric Gibbons, huh? Tell me, Cedric, what do you think is the most important person connected with the making of pictures?
There's no question, Wally. The scene designer. No doubt about it. What would a movie be like without sets?
Well, a picture like Brimstone, nature made all the mountains, trees, and things like that.
But unfortunately, Wally, nature didn't make those things according to script. So we even had to design and build nature's handiwork. We had to fix nature up the same as any actress, so she's camera-proof.
So a designer can make a tree, too, huh?
Certainly.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes we've got to build whole cities or towns. I don't suppose you gave it much thought, but how do you suppose the town of Brimstone found itself on the MGM lot when you were shooting Bad Man of Brimstone? We built it. Planned it just as if we were building a real town where people actually live.
Well, too bad some of those props weren't as real as the town.
Which props do you mean, Wally?
Well, in the saloon, you know, the bottles.
Well, we're only worried about the camera. If a substitute for the real thing photographs as well and is more economical, we use it. In this case, what was in those bottles photographed perfectly.
Yeah, you should have tasted it.
You're not supposed to drink the props,
Yeah,
Wally.
well, don't worry. It's the last time. Well, Cedric, I'm glad you were here tonight. I wish I could bring all of them, like I said before, hundreds of them that you never see. As for Cedric Gibbons and myself, I like to say so long.
Ted Pearson, there's that good old smell of coffee again. Must be coming from that old Maxwell house right across the way.
Mm-hmm. Sure is appetizing, isn't it, Jimmy? Let's invite the folks in, shall we, to have a steaming cup of Maxwell House coffee?
Yeah, it's a swell idea, Ted. Yeah, let's all go over and enjoy again our favorite custom. A cheery, friendly cup of Maxwell House coffee. And while we're about it, this is a good chance to say Happy New Year to everybody. May the year 1938 bring you health and happiness and prosperity. And Meredith, while we're in for a cup of Maxwell House, how about a tune?
We pause now for station identification.
KFI, Los Angeles.
This is Jimmy Stewart again, and we're continuing our good news of 1938 with Wally Berry, Myrna Loy, Frank Morgan, and right now you're going to hear from Franny Bryce. Imagine a small apartment in New York City. At home, Mr. and Mrs. Sam Garfinkel, and they're worried about money.
Sam, we owe 2 months' rent. There's no food in the house. When you going to go out and look for a job?
Shady, one of these days my inventions are going to make me rich. I don't work like other men. I work with my brain. Even when I was a night watchman, I invented something to keep out boilers.
Yeah, and you couldn't get out yourself.
Listen. For all you know, I may even get rich yet from that sweepstakes ticket I bought.
Don't mention that ticket. You took my last $2.50 that I was saving for a permanent wave. Sweepstakes. Come in.
Mrs. Garfinkel, a cablegram from Ireland.
A cablegram from Ireland? Thank you. Sam, is somebody in Ireland interested in your invention?
Why not? It's an automatic potato peeler. Come on, nu, open up already.
Wait. I'll read it to you. Oi,
Sam, a terrible thing has happened.
So what's the matter?
We won the sweepstakes.
So what are you crying?
Because I can't believe it.
Don't be foolish.
Chip. Look at me. I'm calm. Sweepstakes we won. Yippee, yippee. What are you laughing like a goyle? Sam, we're rich.
Yes, if our horse wins, we'll collect $150,000 and retire.
You know, Sam, for the first time since I know you, you look handsome. Hey, what's the name of our horse?
Sehere.
Sarah, that's my sister.
Not Sarah, Sehere. And if Sehere wins, then we're rich, not before.
Come in.
How do you do? My name is Sanford. I represent a London syndicate that buys up winning sweepstakes tickets. I've come to make you an offer for your ticket.
Well, how much would you offer, for instance?
I'm willing to give you $5,000 for half interest, so you still have a chance to win on the other half.
What do you say, Sadie? Would you like to sell half the ticket or keep it all?
If it was possible, I'd like to do both. But you can't have your ticket needed.
You'll have to decide right away, as they're soon running the race. And once the race starts, it will be too late.
Quick, Sam, turn on the radio. Maybe they're broadcasting the race.
All right, Sadie.
This is Brent Bradley speaking from Aintree, where the Grand National Steeplechase is due to start any moment. The weather's cloudy, but the track is fast, and Sarah's the favorite.
Sarah's favorite?
Yes, she's the favorite.
Mr. Stanford, you have the nerve to offer me $5,000 when the horse that's named after my sister is favorite.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Garfinkel, that's the offer. As long as the track is fast, Sahara is the favorite. But should it start to rain and the track gets muddy, Sahara hasn't got a chance. She can't run in the mud. Goodbye.
Sam.
What's the matter, Sadie?
Sam, my corn started to hurt. Oi. I think it's going to rain.
Well, if your corn hurts here, how would it rain in England?
Well, I got a very big corn.
Quiet. Listen to the radio.
The horses are coming up to the start. There are dark clouds gathering.
Oi, my goodness.
There's a thunderstorm brewing.
Oi, I should have sold half for $5,000.
There's a heavy downpour of rain. It's a thunder shower.
Oh, yeah, I would take less now.
Ah, but the sun is peeping through the clouds again, and it looks as though the race may beat the storm.
Oh, yeah, I wouldn't take 50,000.
Ah, the barriers lifted, they're off. Sahara shoots right out the lead.
Sarah, my darling, my sweetheart, run, and don't let them catch you. Get up, Sarah!
Sahara's in the lead, but it's beginning to rain again.
Oi.
It's beginning to rain in earnest, but Sahara's still out in front. My gentleman second and Red Rover third, but now my gentleman is in front.
Oi.
Now Sahara's in front. Now my gentleman's in front.
What kind of a gentleman? Don't let a lady go first. Come on, Sarah, I'm begging you. If you are true sister, you wouldn't let me down. Get up, Sarah!
That rain's coming down in torrents. What a storm. Wait, I think Sahara fell.
Oh, yeah, you're sure?
No, it wasn't Sahara. It was too light. They're coming from the stretch. They're neck and neck. 4 horses are practically even at the finish. There'll be a nose finish as sure as you're born.
If it's a nose finish, Sarah will win.
The decision was very, very close. We'll have to wait for the judge's confirmation.
Oi, Sam, I can't live through it.
Here's the decision. The winner,
Yeah.
Red Rover.
Oi. Well, we wouldn't get 150, but Sarah surely second, so we'll get 75,000.
Second.
Yeah.
Blue Knight.
Oi. So we wouldn't get 75,000, but Sarah surely third, so we'll get 50,000.
Third.
Yeah.
My gentleman.
Oh, you call that bum a gentleman? What happened to Sarah?
She's out of the money. The sweepstakes is over, and now the sun is out.
Yeah, and so are we.
Well, Edie Adams. Hey, what's on your mind?
Listen, Jimmy, look up yonder, way up in the sky for a heart to ponder, for a little thing for me.
Okay, Edie, now I'm looking up in the sky, but I don't see anything up there.
What's the matter? Are you blind? Come on, Skipper. Tell me what you see up there beside the Big Dipper. Hurry, tell me what you see.
Well, really, Edie, I don't see anything up there in the sky except maybe the moon.
Well, of course, that's what I'm talking about. Who put that moon in the sky just to work its miraculous charm? It isn't fair. Who put it there without putting someone in my arms? Who left me all by myself to sit around and wonder? Who left me up on the shelf? Who is responsible for that thunder? Who put the moon in the sky just to frown and look down from above? It isn't fair. Who put it there without giving me someone to love?
Now, listen, Edie, you should know the moon's really not to blame. It's all your fault, and you forgot to play the wishing game.
What wishing game?
Well, Edie, that's the moon up there, and you can make a wish to anybody, anywhere.
Well, Jimmy, just for fun, I'm going to try that wishing scheme.
Oh, you are, huh?
Here I go. I'll wish on the moon to bring me a dream or two. Here I stand once more upon the sand of Manicura, moon-enchanted isle. The moon
have you ever been in New York City on a kind of a, one of those nights you don't know exactly what to do to have a little fun, and you finally dropped into a ticket broker's office to find out what good shows there are in town? Well, if you have, you'll appreciate this George S. Kaufman, Mark Conley skit we're going to present now, with Frank Morgan as the customer and Handley Stafford as the broker. Now, the scene is a ticket agency, and it's on Broadway opposite the Low State Theater, and the ticket broker is behind his desk, and his telephone has just started to ring.
Hello? McTyson Ticket Agency. 2 for the Astor Theater? Yes, there'll be $18 apiece. Well, why so much? Well, you see, I have to get them from another broker, and he has to get them from me. Sorry.
Oh, is this the McTyson Ticket Agency?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, well, that's what I thought. As long as the name was printed on the window, it's been silly to be some other place, wouldn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Of course. Are you Mr. McTyson?
Yes, sir, and what can I do for you?
Well, of course, you don't know me from Adam, but, Adam would look a good deal older than I do. I said, you should know me from Adam. After all, I'm dressed. Yes. Well, I might as well tell you, my name is Pritchard, Mr. Pritchard.
How are you, Mr. Pritchard?
There's a little matter I'd like to take up with you if you've got the time.
At your service?
Yeah, well, thanks. Frankly, it's about theater tickets.
I see. Well, I like frankness, Mr. Pritchard. I believe in it.
Good. Then we can talk business.
Absolutely.
You sell theater tickets here?
That's right.
Yes, well, you're looking at a customer.
All right, sir. And what would you like to have? We have tickets for all the leading theaters.
Well, could I see some?
Now, here you are. I don't think you'll find a finer collection of tickets anywhere in the city. Now, just take a look at that one.
Oh, sir, that's lovely.
Kind of rub your hand over it.
Oh, it's smooth as velvet.
Nice?
Yes, sir. That certainly is a nice ticket. Mm-hmm. Have you any blue ones?
No, I haven't. Been quite a demand for blue ones this season. They go pretty early.
Yes, well, this is a nice ticket, all right. I hope you don't think I'm funny, but there's one under there that I'd just love to have.
Why, certainly. This one?
No. You're warm, though.
This one?
No, not that. This is fun.
Well, now wait. Don't tell me.
No, I won't.
This little fella?
That's it.
Well, I certainly want to congratulate you. You've picked out a very pretty ticket. Very pretty.
Yes, it doesn't break a set, does it?
No.
Well, may I hold it? I just want to see if it fits my pocketbook.
Why, sure.
Yes, say, it fits perfectly. Looks cute there, too, doesn't it?
It certainly does.
Yes. Oh, see this picture in my wallet? That's my niece.
You don't say.
Yes. Homely, isn't she?
Yes. But getting back to tickets, I think you'll like this one. It costs $5.79.
How much?
$5.79 with the tax.
Oh, no. Well, I'm afraid I couldn't. No.
Too high price?
Yes, that's...
Well, how about this one?
Well, that looks all right.
The $3.84.
Oh, no. That'd still be...
Still too high, huh?
Yes.
How about $2.67?
No.
Not $2.67 either.
No, you see, I figure in these times...
All right, sir. I think I have just what you... Oh, here you are, sir. $1.89.
No. I wouldn't pay that.
Won't pay $1.89.
I couldn't think of it.
I see. But you want to see a show?
Oh, yes.
And you won't pay $1.89?
No.
Uh-huh. Maybe you'd like a pass.
Oh, do you handle those?
Oh, sure. Just for cases like this.
Good shows, of course.
Oh, yes.
Well, that sounds all right. Yes, I'll take one if you don't mind.
That's the spirit. Now we understand each other.
Oh, do we? Well, I'm not a hard man.
Oh, no. I knew you'd listen to reason. Yeah. Well, now we can talk business.
Yes, sir. What's your proposition?
Well, we've got a very nice list of shows here. All depends on what you'd like. How about a good mystery play?
Oh, no. I don't think I'd care to see one. They frighten me.
All right, sir. What do you say to a straight drama?
No, that's tiresome, don't you think?
Well, it's up to you, sir. We want to please you and get your repeat order.
Well, I'll tell you the kind of thing I'd like to see. Of course, I don't think there's anything just like it playing right now.
Oh, that's all right. Maybe we could get it up for you.
Well... You remember the Ziegfeld Follies?
Oh, yes.
And Grand Hotel? That was awfully good.
I remember.
Yes. Well, I'd just love to see a sort of a combination of the two.
I see. Just a minute till I'll write that down.
Yes.
Now, let's see. Ziegfeld Follies and Grand Hotel. There.
Yes, that ought to be good. Yes, sir. I'd like to see that. And I'll tell you something. I'll give you a very valuable pointer for your business. There's hundreds of others just like me. People would flock to a show like that.
At the same price.
Yes, sir. You know, this is the way to get people back to the theater.
Yeah, probably get quite a run out of it.
Yeah.
Now, whom would you like to have in it?
Oh, well, now, there you are. That's a big thing.
Yes, it is.
Yes, I want to think about that for a minute.
Oh, plenty of time.
Yes, let me see. Eddie Cantor.
Well, he's working, but maybe it could be arranged for one night.
Oh, I think if he were made to understand.
Oh, I'm sure he would.
Yes.
Eddie
Cantor. Alfred Lunt. I like him a lot.
Alfred
Lunt. Beatrice Lilly.
Oh, there I have to disappoint you. She's out of town.
Oh, couldn't make it, you think, huh?
Well, she's in Pittsburgh. Never get here for one night.
Oh, well, I'm kind of disappointed about that.
Oh, you're not offended?
No, but I can't say I like it.
Well, perhaps we could put on another show later and have her.
Yes, let's do that.
Okay, I don't want to lose you.
No. Now then, to get back, the Marx Brothers.
Marx
Brothers, yes.
I'll see if I can get them.
Yes, and yes, you remember I showed you a picture of my niece Caroline?
I remember.
Yes, she's very talented. I've often thought that if she could have her chance, this might be a very good opportunity for her.
Do you think we can get her?
Oh, yes. Yes, now, let me see whom we've got. We've got
Eddie Cantor,
Alfred Lunt, the Marx Brothers, and Caroline. Yes, that's a very well-balanced bill.
I like it.
Now, about the theater, could they have some place handy?
Just as you say.
Because one of the troubles with the stage today is that to build a theater is so far from people's homes.
I'll tell you what. Suppose I have them come up to your house.
Yes.
Then you won't have to move.
Oh, that'd be splendid.
Mr. Pritchard, you said?
Yes, Eugene Pritchard, 718.5 West 168th Street. Just ring Friedman's bell.
Right.
Yes, Lep Friedman isn't there anymore, but we never changed it.
I see.
If you really want Friedman, you have to go up to the Warwick Hotel.
Well, now, about what time, Mr. Pritchard? 8:45?
Yes, that'll be fine. I hope I don't forget and go out.
Well, Mr. Pritchard, it's been a pleasure to serve you.
Now, you're sure they'll come? I don't want to go all the way home unless there's going to be some entertainment there.
Oh, they'll be there, positively.
Well, that's fine. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
You know what, Mr. McTyson? This will not only help restore the legitimate stage, but it'll certainly brighten up my house. Thank you.
And thank you.
And here's some more good news about coffee.
Another thing you'll like. The new Radiant Roast Maxwell House coffee comes in 2 grinds. The regular grind for percolator or boiled coffee, the special drip grind for glass coffee maker or drip pot method. Either way, you'll be sure of getting rich, full flavor, deeply satisfying coffee. Because to use a grind made specially for your method is the secret for getting the utmost out of your coffee. You'll be glad to know, too, that the new Radiant Roast Maxwell House coffee comes in both 1 and 2 pound cans. So if your family's a large one, buy the 2-pound can for convenience and further economy. Tomorrow, get a can of Radiant Roast Maxwell House coffee. We believe you'll find it just the coffee you've been looking for. The coffee that's good to the last drop.
And now we come to the MGM Concert Hall, an institution which is becoming one of the most outstanding features in our Good News program, thanks to Meredith Wilson's presentation of his lists of the world's 10 favorite melodies.
Excuse me, Jimmy, but it's not my list. These 10 compositions were chosen by music critics, composers, editors, teachers of music, and the public. In the opinion of this representative group, these 10 melodies are the most popular in the whole field of fine music. Tonight is number 6, the famous Londonderry Air.
Good news for you. Maxwell House Coffee truly brings you special good news tonight.
Could you use $5,000? Would you like a trip to Hollywood?
You have an opportunity to get all this for sending a title and giving reasons for your selection for a great new motion picture that Clarence Brown has directed and which stars
Walter Houston, Beulah Bondi, James Stewart, and a score of others.
You will now hear Mr. Lionel Barrymore, who tonight will tell you a part of the story for which Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer seeks a title. Mr. Barrymore.
The original title of the story of this picture was Benefits Forgot. A powerful story of ambition, a burning ambition that knew no bounds, that stifled love, gratitude, and duty to achieve its object. What does a man owe to his father and mother, whose loving hearts set him out on life's journey? What does a boy owe to the girl who loves him, who believes in him in spite of everything and everybody? These are the central questions in this dramatic story which we want you to choose a title for. It's a story of Ethan Wilkins, a country parson, half pioneer, half preacher, who comes to a small Ohio town in the romantic period of the 1850s. He has with him his wife, a delicate but courageous woman, and his 12-year-old son, Jason. Ethan Wilkins is a two-fisted parson, and his neighbors soon recognize his qualities of greatness. But to his own son, Ethan Wilkins appears a failure. Young Jason Wilkins suffers agonies of shame because he must wear the second-hand clothes which are given his father in lieu of salary. He resents the poverty and misery of their existence. He hates the skimping economies his mother is forced to practice to keep their little household together. All these things arouse in Jason an ambition to go out in the world and make a success of his life. His father feels that the boy should remain at home. They disagree sharply. As Jason grows older, the gap widens between him and his father. For Jason wants to become a doctor. Ethan Wilkins can't sympathize with his son's interest in the science of medicine, holding that it's more important to save men's souls than to repair their bodies. Eventually, this conflict between father and son leads to a disastrous and tragic fight between them, following which the young man leaves home. Now, this is only the first part of the story, which at its close builds to one of the most dramatic scenes that's ever been in any motion picture. It's a marvelous story, and it deserves a great title.
Thank you, Lionel Barrymore. That is a grand story.
Well, wait till you hear it next week.
Lionel, that contest sounds like a wonderful opportunity to me. I think I'm going to try and think up a title.
No, Frank Morgan, you can't compete. No employee of General Foods, Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, or Lowe's Incorporated can enter. But you, ladies and gentlemen, you can start thinking tonight. What would you call this picture? In published story form, the title was Benefits Forgot. It was written by Honoré Moreau.
Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer believes a better title can be found. That you, the radio listeners and movie fans of America, can find it. And here are the rules.
Send your title to Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, Title Editor, Post Office Box 7, Culver City, California. And with it, send a short letter, not more than 50 words, explaining why you believe your title is best. All answers must be received by midnight on January 13th, 1938. On January 27th, the name of the winner will be announced.
Do not submit more than one title in your letter. Only titles which have not been previously used will be considered. If the title is duplicated, the judges will select a winner on the basis of the best letter accompanying that title. Now, all titles and reasons submitted become the property of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer and cannot be returned.
If your title and reason does not win the award of $5,000 and the trip to Hollywood in this contest, remember that Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer reserves the right to use your title in any manner that it sees fit in the future or at any time without compensation.
Judges will be Louis B. Mayer, John W. Considine, Jr., Clarence Brown, James K. McGinnis, and Lawrence Stallings, and their decision will be final.
The person who submits the title and reason for that title which the judges select as the most suitable will receive the reward of $5,000 and a trip to Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer Studios, Culver City, California.
And you'll hear the rest of the details tomorrow. Next week, You'll hear Fanny Bryce, Frank Morgan, Lionel Barrymore, and Robert Taylor. Sounds like a great show, and remember, your ticket of admission is just your loyalty to Maxwell House Coffee. So tune in next Thursday and enjoy good news of 1938. In the meantime, go to the movies and enjoy yourself. Good night, everybody. Happy New Year.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Pepsi-Cola, it's the spot. 12 full ounces, that's a lot. Twice as much for a nickel, too. Pepsi-Cola is the drink for you. Nickel, 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 trickle, 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 nickel, 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 nickel.
Stay tuned to HOJO Radio.
Information, please. A new type of question and answer game. How many miles are there in a light year? Approximately 5,865,696,000,000. Amazing. Elementary. A friend of mine asked me, by what cognomen would you designate the Homo sapiens seminar I perceived in your escortage yesterday evening? Will you please tell me what he meant?
He merely asked, who was that lady I saw you with last night?
Amazing.
Elementary. Yes, folks, during the next half hour, the public asks amazing questions, and a group of experts assembled here are supposed to make them elementary. We present tonight the first in a series of programs called Information, Please, a new type question and answer contest in which you, the very much quizzed public, will quiz the professors. Yes, the worm turns, and now the experts will have to know the answers to your questions, or else. Or else, you win $5. Now, here's how it's done. You send us questions and the correct answers. If our editors find them proper and fair, they will be presented to a panel board of experts for the first time during each broadcast. If your questions are used, you are entitled to $2 for each one and $5 additional if the board fails to answer your question correctly. Now, there are other rules governing this contest, but I'm going to let our master of ceremonies, Clifton Fadiman, give you that information. Mr. Fadiman, the book critic of the New Yorker magazine, has read thousands of books, so we figure he can handle even our quartet of mental giants. I want you to meet our intellectual Simon Legree, the Toscanini of quiz, Clifton Fadiman.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. Before I give you any more details regarding the rules of Information, Please, let me tell you about the board of experts for tonight's broadcast. They face me. First, Bernard Jaffe, head of the Physical Science Department at Bushwick High School. Mr. Jaffe is author of a number of books of popular science, including Crucible, Outposts of Science, which are two of the best known. Next, we have Mr. Marcus Duffield, day news editor of the Herald Tribune, and the last word on current events, politics, history, and so forth. You have several questions about and so forth from Mr. Duffield this evening. Third, we have Dr. Harry Overstreet, a genuine dyed-in-the-wool professor of philosophy at the College of the City of New York, and author of a great many books. Influencing Human Behavior is one that you may remember. And finally, we have Franklin P. Adams, known to millions, I wouldn't be exaggerating if I said thousands, as FPA, creator of the famous humorous column, The Conning Tower, which will shortly appear regularly in the New York Evening Post. Mr. Adams is an unbeatable authority on popular songs and batting averages. He admits it himself. Here they sit, these four towering intellects. On their faces is a look of confidence, which I believe to be entirely false. Now, folks, any education that you and I may pick up for the next half hour or so is all to the good. But beyond that, we're out simply to play this as a game and have some fun at it. Now about the board's part in this contest. We guarantee absolutely, and we mean absolutely, that the questions will be shot at them now for the first time without any previous warning. These questions will be addressed to the entire board. Any member wishing to answer them may raise his hand and do so, or try to do so. If any member undertakes to answer a question, he must stand on his own. Other members of the board may not offer any assistance unless I ask for help. Now about the $5. The $5 penalty for an expert's failure to answer a question completely will be paid out from a kitty of $100 set up for each broadcast. And to make sure that the board works hard on each question, it's understood that what is left of the $100 kitty, if any, after penalties are paid, goes to the board for refreshment, such as a fine, cool glass of milk and a cookie. When you hear that cash register sound, let me hear that again. It sounds very good. That means $5 is actually being paid out to the lucky questioner, if he's here. Or it will be sent to him if he isn't. Now, there are a number of people here in the studio waiting to address that question to the board. There are some questions we've received from out-of-town listeners, and these will be presented to the board by your master of ceremonies. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready for the first question. All set, Mr. Jaffe, Mr. Duffield, Dr. Overstreet, Mr. Adams. Here she comes. Morty Bauman of New York City will put the first question. Mr. Bauman.
The following women are important figures in the present administration. Miss Frances Perkins, Mrs. Nellie Ross, and Mrs. J. Borden Harriman. Can you give the positions occupied by at least two of these women?
Well, just to be on the safe side, you see, we're starting off with a tribute to the ladies. I'll repeat that question to Mr. Bauman. The following women are important figures in the present administration. Miss Frances Perkins, Mrs. Nellie Ross, and Mrs. J. Borden Harriman. Can you name the positions occupied by at least two of them? Mr. Duffield's hand is up at once. Mr. Duffield.
I believe I can, Mr. Fetterman.
Yes.
This is Nellie Taylor Ross, is director of the Mint. Madam Perkins is Secretary of Labor. And Mrs. J. Borden Harriman is chairman of the Women's Committee of the Democratic Party.
Chairman of the Women's Committee of the Democratic Party, and there's a new one on me. I have her listed here as Minister to Norway. We'd better make up our mind.
Uh-oh.
I think she is Minister to Norway, and unless there's some evidence to the contrary, we'll have to ring up $5, which goes to Mr. Morty Bauman of New York City. Answer 2 out of 3. Correct. 2 out of 3 allows us to keep the $5 for that glass of milk, Mr. Duffy. The next one comes to us from the home of culture, and it guesses us where that is. Boston, Massachusetts. Comes from Mr. George Smith. Correct the following line and name its author. And the line is, in the spring, a young man's fancy always turns to thoughts of love. Mr. Adams.
In the spring, a young man's fancy likely turns to thoughts of love.
Very, very neat. Very, very neat. Can you tell us, Mr. Adams, what is the source of that remark about love?
That was written by Alfred Lord Tennyson.
Well, see whether you know any more about it. And do you know in what poem it appears? I think I have him there. But he saves us from losing $5 all the same.
Locksley Hall.
Very good indeed. Sounds very much like a put-up job, but I assure you it's quite honest. Anyone looking at Mr. Adams' face will know that he's quite honest. Now, the next question will be given to us by Mr. Maxwell Garnett of New York. Mr. Garnett.
Why would it never be necessary for the man in the moon, if married to a chatterbox, to tell her to shut up?
That's a puzzler. I'm going to repeat it, see whether I understand it myself. Why would it never be necessary for the man in the moon, if married to a chatterbox, to tell her to shut up?
Well, that happens to be an easy one.
Oh, Mr. Jaffe, the scientist.
There is no atmosphere on the moon, and it requires air to transmit sound waves. Therefore, she can talk from today until doomsday, and nobody will hear her.
Nevertheless, I've looking over that question. It seems to me there's a catch in it. Because the real chatterbox on the moon will be able to create enough hot air of her own to allow her own atmosphere, don't you think?
That's rather weak science there, Mr. Fetterman.
It's the best I can do this evening, Mr. Jaffe. The next question comes to us from Miss Vera Cerruti of New York City. She's going to ask the question herself. Miss Cerruti.
In what well-known symphony did the composer include a chord in order to awaken a sleeping audience?
That's one for musicians. I'll repeat that one. In what well-known symphony did the composer include a chord in order to awaken a sleeping audience? Mr. Adams.
The Surprise Symphony.
Well, that's a surprise answer. It's correct, too. Who wrote it?
Haydn.
Very good indeed. I thought you knew only batting averages, Mr. Adams.
I know all.
The Surprise Symphony by Joseph Haydn is correct. The next question comes to us from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, from Miss Dorothy Curtis. I'll read it for her. Here is a quotation from Rudyard Kipling. Give the next line. For a woman is only a woman, ... Volunteers, Mr. Adams again, the bright boy of the class this evening.
But a good cigar is a smoke.
Very good indeed. That's correct. You've been so clever on Locksley Hall, I'm going to ask you what poem that comes from, Mr. Adams. We've won the $5 so far. Don't worry too much.
I don't know, but it begins, open the old cigar box.
I didn't ask you that. It comes from a poem, The Betrothed, in case this ever comes up again next week or some other time, The Betrothed. The next question will be read to us, invented by Mr. Wally Freed of Long Island. Mr. Freed.
How is the immigration to the United States from the following nations restricted? England, Brazil, China.
I'll repeat that question. How is immigration to the United States from the following nations restricted? England, Brazil, China. Do I see a look of intelligence on your face, Mr. Duffield?
Doesn't look very intelligent to me, no.
Don't see that question.
I pass.
You pass. Anybody bid for spades? Dr. Overstreet.
I'm dumb.
He's dumb. Dr. Jaffe. You
That's
follow
not my field.
Now, Mr. Adams, you have no field.
I didn't know there was any immigration.
No immigration. Looks very, very much to me as if I would have to ask the gentleman back here to ring up $5. $5 is going to Mr. Wally Freed of Long Island at this very moment. It's some sort of sauce that you boil along with water. What kind of fathead can be boiled in oil with impunity? Gentlemen, I'm going to give you 10 seconds on that one.
The head of the calf.
I beg your pardon?
C-A-L-F.
C-A-L-F. No, I haven't got that down on my notes here. Must be wrong. What kind of fathead can be boiled in oil with impunity? That impunity is what stumps me.
Who let that fathead in here anyway?
No, Mr. Duffield. Dr. Jaffe, it seems to me that ought to be in your line. You're a chemist.
Are you calling me a fathead?
No. It seems to me that an atmosphere of general insult has already been established. Fathead. In order to pour oil with impunity on the troubled waters, I will now tell you that the kind of fathead that can be boiled in oil, thank you very much, is a fish named fathead to be found off the coast of California. Now, Mr. Gordon Kahn, who has just received the sum of $5, offers no explanation whatsoever of why these fatheads should stick around the coast of California rather than go any other place. Miss Fanny Berger of Brooklyn, New York, is here with a question.
With what is each of the following expressions associated? Big 4, Big 6, Big 10.
I'll repeat that question, a very good one. With what is each of the following expressions associated? Big 4, Big 6, Big 10. Mr. Adams again.
A railroad.
What one are you referring to, Mr. Adams?
The Big 4.
A railroad. Go ahead.
The Typographical Union.
For what word?
Big 6.
Yes.
And Big 10, I think I just saved the $5. I don't know.
Just saved the $5 by getting 2 out of 3, you think? As a matter of fact, Mr. Adams gets just a slightly less than 2 out of 3. We might let it go by, though. The Big 4 represents a railroad train, a particular one on the Michigan Central. You admit that, don't you, Mr. Adams?
No.
You don't admit that. This is no time for you and I to have a struggle. The Big 4 ordinarily, however, is applied to the 4 principal statesmen at the World War Conference. Lloyd George, Orlando, Clemens.
I thought it...
Clemenceau and Wilson. Otherwise, it may be applied to the railroad train on the Michigan Central, according to my notes. If you don't admit that, we lose $5 and that glass of buttermilk.
I thought it was the name of a railroad system.
Railroad system. Railroad system. In that case, we'll let it go. And we'll have to adjudicate with Miss Fanny Berger after the hour is over. Miss Fanny Berger, would you settle for $2.50? Now we have had, let me count up, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 questions. And I'd like to know how much in the whole our 4 remarkable experts have gotten us. Can the young lady in the back let us know? Can you let us know? According to this record, Mr. Jaffe, Mr. Duffield, Mr. Adams, and Dr. Overstreet, you have already lost us the sum of $12.50. Providing we can fix things up with Miss Fanny Berger. If we can do things very well, if we can manage to strike some sort of bargain with her, we may be able to get away with the sum of a $10 loss. That's on 8 questions. Now we have several to go. All the way from San Francisco, California, from Mr. John O'Brien, comes this query. Oh, this is a dandy. Mr. O'Brien has taken 4 lines of a verse you all know. He assumes that. And rewritten them as follows. Can you quote the original? Now listen carefully, ladies and gentlemen. Rosei simplicifolia are rubric. Violae papilionacia are azurius. Saccharos is dulcet. And in a similar state are you. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is a real question and a real man reading it, though it sounds kind of peculiar, I know. Gentlemen, do you want me to read that over again?
We don't need it.
No,
I'll take it.
Mr. Jaffe.
I think that means roses are red, violets are blue, sugar is sweet, and so are you.
Very pretty. And now, Miss Jane Ellen of Locust Valley, Long Island, is here with a question.
Can you, by examining tree stumps today, safely conclude that Aunt Minnie didn't have much use for her rubbers and umbrellas in 1904?
There's a look of utter stupefaction on the faces of my 4 experts. I better repeat that question. Can you, by examining tree stumps today, safely conclude that Aunt Minnie didn't have much use for her rubbers and umbrellas in 1904? Dr. Overstreet.
You can tell by the narrowness of the ring at a certain time by counting back.
Well, how do you mean exactly?
Oh, you see, with a very rainy season, you have a wide ring. With a very dry season, you have a narrow ring.
I see. So you could count back, and in that way learn what the weather was at any point in time.
Sure.
That's quite true. And Dr. Overstreet, you'll agree with me, a very useful bit of information if you happen to have an Aunt Minnie who...
Dry.
And if she happens to want to know about the weather in 1904. You just examine tree stumps. Of course, if you have no Aunt Minnie, you're out of luck. If you have no tree stumps, let's go on to the next question. The next question comes to us from Mr. Jack Lipman of Brooklyn, New York, who is here in person to deliver it.
Chiasti Kallio is a Greek island, a dictator of Peru, president of Finland, or the name of a Japanese political party.
I'll repeat that. Chiasti Kallio, I'll spell that, KyostI-Kallio, is a Greek island, a dictator of Peru, president of Finland, or the name of a Japanese political party. Volunteers. You should see
all I can say, Mr. Fireman, it's Greek to me.
It's Greek. Well, it's a Greek island, apparently, to Dr. Jaffe. Why, Mr. Adams, where's that customary alertness of yours?
Here it is. I don't know.
Now, even if I repeat the name, again, you wouldn't know. Chiasti Kallio is a Greek island, a dictator of Peru, president of Finland, or the name of a Japanese political party.
President of Finland.
How do you know, Mr. Duff?
It's native-born intelligence.
I think he's getting it. That's quite right. And it seems to me that any country that pays its debts is entitled to have a president with a name I can't pronounce. So 3 cheers and a Kiasti Kallio for the Republic of Finland, and we'll go on now to a question from Miss Mary Long of Tampa, Florida. I'll read that. Oh, I'm looking this over. Now, my jury of experts, would you mind very much if I directed the next question to Mr. Adams? Do you cede your rights in the next question? They cede their rights in the next question. Mr. Adams, you're an expert on popular songs, I believe.
I am.
And on popular tunes, I believe.
And unpopular.
I hope you can answer this. Mr. Adams, can you sing the melody? Mr. Adams, can you sing the melody to the following words taken from a well-known song? Now listen carefully. All round a little farm I wandered when I was young. Then many happy days I squandered, many the songs I sung. Now, just before you go ahead and sing that for us, remember this. It is my duty, if you cannot do this, for me to do it, and I want you to do it.
Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-dum.
Go ahead, Mr. Adams. Go ahead.
You asked me whether I could sing it? Yes.
Can you sing the melody of the following words taken from a well-known song? That was a bluff.
That's the melody.
Do it again for us.
Ba-da-da-dum-da-dum. Ba-da-dum.
Sounds better and better. The next question will be delivered by its inventor, Mr. Michael Abrams of New York City. Mr. Abrams.
What present member of the Cabinet occupies the same post that his father held under the Harding-Coolidge administration?
I'll repeat that question. What present member of the Cabinet occupies the same post that his father held under the Harding-Coolidge administration? I'll repeat that question. What present member of the Cabinet occupies the same post that his father held under the Harding-Coolidge administration? Mr. Duffield, our current events expert. Duffield, our current events expert. Duffield, our... And do you know what his father's name was?
Don't probe too deeply, Mr. Adams.
No, we won $5. Well, it so happens that his father's name was Henry, too. Obviously, the Wallaces haven't moved on much, just back where they started from. The next question will be delivered by Miss Edith Schick of Washington Heights, New York. Miss Schick.
Why should Ethan have reminded George Washington of lumber?
Miss Schick, you're perfectly serious about that, aren't you? Why should eating have reminded George Washington of lumber? Why, 2 of them know it. Mr. Jaffe.
Why, it's common knowledge, I think, that George Washington had a set of teeth, false teeth made of wood.
Very good.
That's the reason.
Correct. That's correct.
Is that right?
Mr. Jaffe, do you suppose that's how we get the expression with tooth and nail, possibly? Well, now we've had 15 questions, and I think we ought to have a recapitulation, see how much we've lost. Still $10? Doing very well indeed. Only $10 now. We have $90 to get that buttermilk with. The next question comes all the way from Kansas City, Missouri, from Mr. Bill Wilson. Now, I'll tell you what worries Mr. Bill Wilson. Listen carefully, gentlemen. If the North Star ceased giving light at 10 o'clock tonight, would it be apparent to anyone looking for it at 11 o'clock, an hour later, without the aid of telescopes? Mr. Adams shakes his head. Mr. Jaffe.
The answer is no.
Why?
The light would still be visible because the light that has left the North Star has been on its way to the Earth for many thousands of years.
Well, that is an exaggeration, but I believe that the answer no is correct. We couldn't see it at 11 o'clock. It takes only 47 years for the light of the North Star to reach the Earth. Practically instantaneous. That's the correct answer. We have to wait an awfully long time before we knew when the North Star ceased giving light.
Why don't you ask him to sing the North Star?
There's no kidding. Adams is kidding me. Miss Olga Gordon of Brooklyn, New York, is here with a question. Miss Gordon?
Will you identify the authors of each of the following? First, one that loved not wisely but too well. Second,
My own dear love, he is all my heart, and I wish somebody shoot him.
I'll repeat that. Will you identify the authors of each of the following? 1, one that loved not wisely but too well. 2, my own dear love, he is all my heart, and I wish somebody'd shoot him. Now, we have to answer both of those. Mr. Adams, both of them.
I can't answer both of them.
Can you answer one of them?
Yes, sir.
Which one?
The latter.
Well, I expected you to answer the former. Now you confuse the entire proceedings of the whole evening. All right, Mr. Adams, let's have the latter.
The latter was written by Dorothy Parker.
That's correct. You don't know who wrote One That Loved Not Wisely But Too Well?
No.
Cash register. $5 is going now to be deposited in the palm of Miss Olga Gordon of Brooklyn, New York. Now, let's see if among the four of us, we can't scare off the author of the perfectly well-known quotation. At least I know it now, looking upon my card. One that loved not wisely, but too well.
I'll bet on Mr. Shakespeare.
Mr. Shakespeare is correct. Now, Mr. Duffy, look, you'd only have the good sense to whisper what you knew to Mr. Adams, and if he had whispered what he knew to you, perhaps you might have saved that $5.
I scorn such methods.
They're pretty base, you know. All right, if you scorn such methods, let's see what you can do with this question. This will be delivered by Miss Sophie Lane of New York. Miss Lane?
What sextet sang their way to fame recently?
I get that clearly, ladies and gentlemen. What sextet sang their way to fame recently? Unfurrow that brow, Dr. Overstreet.
Search me.
Search me. What sextet sang their way to fame recently, Mr. Adams? You know all about sextets.
I know about sextets, but I don't know what recently means.
You don't know what recently means? Well, we'll lose $5 if you don't know what recently means.
It means a little while ago.
I think
Dr. Chappie thinks he knows.
I think I can answer it.
Yes?
Is the question of referring to the Seven Dwarfs?
That's correct. The Seven Dwarfs. Now, Mr. Johnson, I'm going to ask you to explain what you mean. You remember the question referred to a sextet.
Well, one of them was Dopey.
And don't look at Mr. Adams when you say that. Now, the next question will be given to us by Mr. Irving Mansfield of New York City, who is here in person to deliver it. Mr. Mansfield.
Who was the only president of the United States born west of the Mississippi River?
I think we ought to get that. Who was the only president of the United States born west of the Mississippi River?
Mr. Herbert Hoover.
Mr. Herbert Hoover is correct. Well, I'm afraid that's all the questions we have time for tonight. And now I'll ask Mr. Claney to give us the total penalties against the board, which remain at how much?
$20, Mr. Fadiman.
$20 lost. $20 lost out of the kitty. Thank you, Mr. Claney. Thank you all members of the board and all the folks that have submitted questions. And now I think Mr. Claney has a word for you about next week's contest. Until then, good night, everybody.
Thank you, Mr. Fadiman. We meet again next week at 8:30 for another quiz contest between the public and the experts. The panel board for next week will include Dr. Paul de Kruijf, famous author of Microbe Hunters, and more recently, The Fight for Life. Louis Hacker, noted historian and economist of the staff of Columbia University. Franklin P. Adams and Marcus Duffield, day news editor of the Herald Tribune. Send us your questions and answers, as many as you can think of. There are no restrictions on the number you may submit. If they are chosen for presentation to the board, you will receive $2 apiece and $5 additional if they prove to be stumpers. All questions become the property of Information Please and are not returnable. Questions on all subjects are welcomed. History, sports, literature, music, science, movies, and so forth. The tougher the questions, the better the experts will like them. But don't ask them to explain the theory of relativity in 10 seconds flat or why Greta Garbo wants to be alone. Join our new game of Quizzing the Experts. Send your questions to Information Please to the National Broadcasting Company, New York City. Until next Tuesday evening at 8:30, good night. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Information, please. Wake up, Mr. and Mrs. America. Time to stump the experts. The battle royal between the public and the experts is on again, in which the much-quizzed public turn the tables and quiz the experts. In this new national pastime, you get the opportunity to try and flunk the professors who have always tried to flunk you. Sounds good, doesn't it? Well, to make the revenge taste even sweeter, if you succeed in flunking the experts, you will be rewarded with a
10 seconds flat, or why Greta Garbo wants to be alone. Join our new game of Quizzing the Experts. Send your questions to Information Please to the National Broadcasting Company, New York City. Until next Tuesday evening at 8:30, good night. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Mr. Clean gets rid of dirt and grime and grease in just a minute.
Mr. Clean will clean your whole house and everything that's in it.
Floors, doors, walls, halls, white sidewall tires, and old golf balls.
Sinks, stoves, bathtubs he'll do. He'll even help clean laundry too.
Mr. Clean gets rid of dirt and grime and grease in just a minute.
Mr. Clean will clean your whole house and everything that's in it.
Can he clean a kitchen sink?
Quicker than a wink.
Can he clean a window sash?
Faster than a flash.
Can he clean a dirty mirror?
He'll make it bright and clear.
Can he clean a diamond ring?
Mr. Clean cleans anything.
Mr. Clean gets rid of dirt and grime and grease in just a minute. Mr. Clean will clean your whole house and everything that's in it. Mr. Clean, Mr. Clean, Mr. Clean.
Keep it tuned right here to HOJO Radio for more classic old-time radio.
If every smoker knew what Philip Morris smokers know, they'd all change to Philip Morris. Johnny presents The Milton Berle Show. Here comes Johnny, ladies and gentlemen. Johnny on the spot for Philip Morris, America's finest cigarette. If every smoker knew what Philip Morris smokers know, they'd all change to Philip Morris. Yes, they'd all... From Radio City in New York, Philip Morris presents The Milton Berle Show. With Bert Kelton, Jack Albertson, Arnold Stang, Mary Shipp, Arthur Q. Bryan, Roland Winters, our singing star Dick Farney, the music of Abe Block and his orchestra, and yours truly, Frank Gallup. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight we dedicate our program to the great outdoors. We now bring you a man who spends most of his time in the great outdoors. He, too, can't find an apartment. And here he is, Milton Berle.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Gallup, are you kidding about me not having an apartment? It's easy to get apartments today. Really? I mean... there's a lady who hasn't got one open. I have an apartment. All you have to do is swear to the landlord that you're not a veteran. My new apartment is lovely, though. I have to share it with a pet shop. Not bad. $40 a month and all the kennel ration I can eat.
Burl, you live in a pet shop.
Sure I do. Didn't you know?
No, I just got wind of it.
Wind of it? Oh, brother, this is murder.
Are you thinking of breaking your leash?
Leash? Please, Mr. Gallup.
Don't stop me now. I'm rolling.
You're rolling, eh? Mr. Gallup, those corny jokes. You, the distinguished music commentator. Tonight you sound like the master of ceremonies at a Howard Hughes party.
Who did you say?
Howard Hughes.
I'm fine. How are you?
Stop it! Mr. Gallup, please. What has come over you? You're so jazzy tonight. I mean, what happened?
Well, Burl, last week I told that joke about symphony orchestras having railroad detectives to keep out the oboes, remember?
Remember, sure. There's still some shell on the floor. What about it?
What about it?
Yeah.
I, Frank Gallup, got a laugh.
Well, all right.
Burl, when I heard that laugh, something snapped.
Well, have it sewed up and let's get on with the show. Shall we?
Very well. Throw me a straight line.
Mr. Gallup, please, now get off the nest and let me hatch them for a while, will you, please? Thank you. Your name and address, please. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight we salute the great outdoors. At this time, thousands of vacationists are roughing it, running wild, leaping and bounding like the beast of the forest. They're in Wonderland.
They're at Roseland.
Mr. Gallup, please. Oh, this is terrible. Tonight, hundreds of campers are sleeping under the stars or in the tents.
At Roseland, it costs 10 cents to tent.
10 cents. Take off that putty nose. We know you, Lulu McConnell. Mr. Gallup. Dear Mr. Gallup. Stale Mr. Gallup, please, let me go on. To be out in the open, far from the city's rumble.
At Roseland, they dance the rumble.
Mr. Gallup, please.
Well, just set them up and I'll knock them down.
I know you. I know. You're on, kid.
Well, no, that didn't you remember?
No, I didn't. It's all right. There will be a new announcer on this program next week. I'm telling you, this is terrible tonight. It's like beating my head against the walls.
At Roseland, every third dance to the walls.
I know. That does it. Ladies, how can you folks sleep with the lights on? Ladies and gentlemen. This is a comedy show. We're not breaking this stuff in, you know. Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, I'm only kidding. Presenting our salute to the great outdoors that is America. Oh, no. Block, please. Just a fanfare. Thank you. Camping grounds are everywhere, from the tinkling waterfalls of Yellowstone to the shimmering pines of Maine, from the waving... Oh, that's beautiful. Sequoia, the Alleghenies. This, then, is America. Block. Enough, Block. Just something to set the scene, please. This happens every time the orchestra eats at Ruby Foods. Enough. Ladies and gentlemen, hark, the call of the great outdoors. Oh! Thank you, Errol Flynn. Our first visit to outdoor America is to Sausalito, California. There, 4 hours ago, the champion lumberjack team of America, Floyd Tuttle and Big John Augustine, set out to break the existing record by cutting down a giant redwood tree. We have word that the tree is about to fall. Take it away, Sausalito. Not ready yet, eh? Send it back, Sausalito. Oh, and they promised me. Our next stop is to the lofty crest of Mount Whitney. There, excuse me, we just got word that the tree at Sausalito is ready to fall. Take it away, Sausalito. Not yet, eh? Well, send it back, Sausalito. We'll have to try them later. And now, take it away, Mount Whitney. There, a mountain climber, Mr. Leo Sperry, has reached the very top of this majestic mountain. Mr. Sperry, isn't it true that at this very moment you are higher than any man in the United States? That's right. Happy New Year! That's high enough. And now, wait, there's a flash from Sausalito. The tree is going to fall. Take it away. Timber! That was a small one, wasn't it? Take the applause sign down. Yes, Mr. Gallup, the great outdoors is even the goal of the city dweller. To live high above the hustle and bustle of Manhattan is the dream of the young lover as he sings. Just picture a penthouse way up in the sky with hinges on chimneys for clouds to go by. Ah, Cynthia, I'll never forget those heavenly nights in your penthouse. We'd look up, and there it would be, the 3rd Avenue L. I remember how you cried with joy when you signed the lease. At last you had something you always wanted, your own gambling joint. And Cynthia, what excellent taste you showed in furnishing it. Those Chippendale craft tables. The chintz ruffles around the roulette wheel to hide the wiring. The rhinestone plungers on the pinball machine. But it was I who knew the home-loving Cynthia. How you loved to putter around the kitchen, melting down lead to load the dice. Mixing dope for racehorses. But it was the little things I remember about you, Cynthia. The shy little way you'd blackjack a big winner in the doorway on his way out. That quick flash of your perfect teeth as you bit a policeman's hand. Your tinkling little laugh when a heavy loser blew his brains out in the vestibule. And then one morning, Cynthia, you were gone. You were gone, Cynthia. And so was all the money and the equipment. Now, Cynthia, wherever you are, whatever you're doing, remember this. The gang will get you if it's the last thing we do. Because the next time I see you, I'll break every bone. When we're alone. Now, please, no applause. It starts my sinus. Ladies and gentlemen, no matter where we are, we can always enjoy the great open spaces by just looking up to the blue sky above. And as a surprise tonight, we have with us a man who spends most of his life high in the sky. He is that great aviator and smoke rider, daring, brave Al Smudgepot Hennessy. Mr. Hennessy.
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen of the radio audience.
Tell us, Mr. Hennessy, is skywriting dangerous work?
Terrifying.
Terrifying? Terrifying. I see. I suppose when you're up there in the sky, your wife worries terribly about you?
No, she just sits home softly caressing Eureka.
Eureka is your dog?
Eureka is my insurance policy.
Oh, Smudge, did you have to go to a skywriting school to learn your trade?
Oh, yeah, for 2 years, every day we had to go up in the air and light things in smoke like, I see the dog is Wolver is a Bow Wow.
Well, that sounds easy.
Oh, gracious, no.
No?
Oh, no, I had my aggravations.
You do, huh?
Yeah, one day I spelled the word Pepsi-Cola wrong, and the teacher made me go up in the air and write it 500 times.
Well, when did that happen?
Well, you remember the Great Fog of 1927.
Oh, so that's what it was. I didn't want to bring it up, I don't want to bring up the subject of crashes, but have you ever been in real danger?
Well, once I got into a terrific tailspin.
A tailspin where?
On a piano stool. Boy, I'm hotter than Mr. Gallup tonight.
Yeah. And funnier. I'm speaking of flying, Mr. Hennessy. Smudge, have you ever gone into a dive?
Oh, Mr. Boyle, really?
No, I didn't. I'm sorry, I mentioned it. In conclusion, I'm sure we'd all like to know when, in your opinion, aviation will be perfectly safe.
Aviation will be perfectly safe when they eliminate the ride to and from the airport by automobile.
Thank you very, very much. Thank you. Thank you, Smudgepot Hennessy. You were grand. Absolutely grand.
Burl.
I know, Mr. Gallup. Who am I tonight?
Burl, no one appreciates the great outdoors more than the Girl Scouts.
The Girl Scouts? That's true, that's true.
And tonight, you're the intrepid leader of a Girl Scout troop, Mildred Burl.
I'm Mildred Burl?
Yes, and you're leading your troop through the woods.
Miss Burl, Rita isn't in line.
Rita? Rita, you get right back in line. Now, girls, gather around me in a circle, please. See if we're all here. There's Amy, Alice, Gwendolyn, Martha, Anne, Irving. Irving? Hazel, Reubendraub. will you put down that false mustache?
We're ready to go on, Miss Bell.
Very well. Let us see. Have we everything? Flashlight, compass. Oh, heavens, oh, dear old fudge. I have to go back. You girls keep going. I'll catch up with you at the filling station.
Where are you going, Miss Bell?
Oh, I forgot. I have to put Johnny on the spot. Tell me, Johnny, what was that I wanted to ask? Oh, yes. Tell me, why is Philip Morris so much better to smoke?
Here's your answer, Millie.
Millie?
It's because the Philip Morris smoker really gets what other smokers only hope to get.
Thanks, loads. Well, I've got to sprint now. The girls will just be in a dizzy. A tizzy? One moment, Millie. What is a tizzy? Right, Johnny. Busy tonight, aren't we? Philip Morris is the one leading cigarette with an exclusive difference in manufacture. The only leading cigarette scientifically proved, far less irritating to the nose and throat. Thanks, doll. There was something else. Oh, yes, there was something else I want. I must get back to the campfire. I left 2 sticks that are just screaming to be rubbed together. Well, before you go, remember, less irritation means more enjoyment. That's why the Philip Morris smoker really gets what other smokers only hope to get. Better taste, finer flavor, perfect smoking pleasure. Now, there was something else I wanted to ask. Oh, yes. Oh, shut up. Can't be my mother. She's out of town. Oh, yes, there was something else. Now, I got to get back into this again. There was something else I wanted to ask you. You're not Johnny, are you? You're the needle-nosed one, aren't you? Yeah. Well, tell me, kid, doesn't every smoker know that? No. Oh, wait, I forgot. Doesn't every smoker know that? No. If every smoker knew what Philip Morris smokers know, they'd all change to Philip Morris, America's finest cigarette. Let me get this straight. You mean for perfect smoking pleasure? Try a pack of Philip Morris today. Thanks loads. I'm off, sweet. Ta-ta! That was Ray Block and the Philip Morris Orchestra playing Red Silk Socks. It would have been stockings, but it wasn't long enough. And Ray, that sounded swell. You're crazy to want to learn how to read music. And now, to continue our salute to the great outdoors, we present Outdoors Forum tonight. Outdoors Forum tonight. The question, will Times Square become a national park now that the bookies have left? Thank you. Let's have some questions from the audience. Let's begin with this gentleman in the aisle plucking his eyebrows. Yes, sir?
Mr. Burl, I came all the way in from the northern New Jersey woods just to shake you by the hand. May I, sir?
Why, of course. There you are.
Thank you. Now, you've got poison ivy, too.
Thank you. Now we can start from scratch. Next question. This young man with the loose garter belt. Young man, what is your name?
My name is Andre Castellanos.
Andre Castellanos?
I'm the real one. The other one's a phony.
Yeah, he is?
Yeah, he just took the name since I become popular.
I see.
I'll let him have it. I'm going back to my maiden name.
And what was your maiden name?
Lily Pond.
All right, Lily, tell us, what is your question?
Do you think I should go on a camping trip in the mountains?
Well,
I understand it's pretty dangerous up there.
Oh,
you know, mountain lions and bears, they could attack you.
Yes,
but
but
why should I drag myself up there just to be clawed to death?
If you
What
feel-
are you suggesting the mountains for?
I didn't
I
suggest-
didn't do you nothing. What do you got against me?
I haven't-
What are you, bloodthirsty or something?
Look,
Sure, what's the life to you standing there fat and safe?
All I said-
What do you have to send me to the mountains for? Do it right here. Kill me. Go ahead. Kill me.
Please, don't make a scene. Now, if you have a question to ask me, ask it.
Okay. Do I smell from onions?
Please, no personal questions. Let's hear from the fairer sex. You, madam, with the hot towel on your head. What is your name?
Tallulah Feeney, I'm a homemaker.
Yes, and you have a question concerning outdoor life?
Yeah, how can I stop my husband from being so nuts about fishing?
Your husband is crazy about fishing?
Crazy. He won't even step into the bathtub without a pole and a can of worms.
Fishing in a bathtub? Well, that's ridiculous.
That's what I thought. Till the other night he come out drying himself with a flounder.
Well, that's silly.
The equipment he buys. You should see his high-hip boots.
They're high?
When he pulls them up, I got to cut out 2 holes for his eyes.
Well, he sounds well equipped.
Last week there was a run of fish. He went right in and caught him with his hands. You know them little shiny fish?
Smell?
Pretty bad.
He did it.
Once he went on a big fishing party. That taught him a lesson.
What happened?
A guy in the next boat hooked him and pulled him in.
Really?
Yeah. They took a picture later. It shows the guy who caught him holding my husband by his feet.
Well, that's awful. When did your husband come to?
The next day, he was on a scale at the Fulton Fish Market.
You went down to get him?
Yeah, it cost me 59 cents a pound.
No kidding.
They sure cleaned him nice. What patience. He can sit for hours with his feet dangling over the side of the pier fishing for lobsters.
No luck?
No toes.
Is he still a fishing fan?
Not after his last trip. He come home after being gone for 2 weeks.
Did he catch anything?
Yeah, from me, across the mouth.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Feeney. Thank you. Thank you. And now in tribute to that great vacation spot of millions, Coney Island, let us all join in and sing. Oh, I wish I was on a sea beach local, sipping on a Coca-Cola. Look away, look away, look away, Coney Isle.
Oh, you push and shove, but it's waste of fighting just to spend the day at Brighton.
Look away, look away, look away, Coney Isle. Then we wish we were in Coney.
Hooray, hooray.
And Coney Island hot dog stands will fill ourselves with relish. Away,
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 away down south in Brooklyn. Away,
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 away down south in Brooklyn. And now here's our young South American singing star, Dick Swanee, to sing his latest recording.
I wish I didn't love you so. My love for you should have faded long ago. I wish I didn't need your kiss. Why must your kiss torture me as long as this? I might be smiling by now with some new tender friend, smiling by now with my heart on the man. But when I try, something in that heart says no. You're still there. I wish I didn't love you so. I might be smiling by now with some new tender friend, smiling by now with my heart on the man. But when I try, something in that heart says no. You're still there. I wish I didn't love you so.
Wonderful, Dick Swanee. Oh, boy, what a voice. Boy, just to be outdoors, Speaking of outdoors, that's what our show has got theme about. I was completely worn out one summer from overwork, and I had to get away from everybody, so I rented a little mountain cabin up in New York. And I remember how happy my family was that first morning, because...
Milton, listen to that bird.
Oh, it's beautiful. You know, dear, there's something wonderful about a bird.
You should know, Pop. You got plenty of them in vaudeville.
Quiet. Look, Junior, we all came up here for a rest. Why don't you lie down?
Lie down? I do that every day at the psychiatrist. I'm getting couch happy.
Quiet, Junior. Go outside and play. Hit your head on the rocks or something. Ah, this is peace and quiet. In the mountain greenery. What's that?
Look, dear, it's Sam and Martha Harrison.
Sam and Martha Harrison? No, quick. Everybody, lie down and pretend we're dead. Oh, that's Sam Harrison and his crummy jokes. That's why we ran away from New York.
Now, Milton, be nice. Come in.
Surprise!
Hi, Sam. Hi, Martha.
Hello, Sam, Martha.
Well, and little Junior. What's the good word?
Whoa!
Junior! Sam, you left your motor running outside in your car.
Oh, I know it, but we can only stay a minute. Martha and I are on our way to Albany. I said, let's stop off and see the birds. Isn't that what I said, Martha?
Yes.
Well, thanks for dropping in, Sam. So long.
So long, folks. Oh, say, Milton, I almost forgot. The reason I stopped by was to give you a joke for your program, wasn't it, Martha?
Yes.
Sam, your motor is running.
Well, this will only take a minute. Two Swedes were playing pinochle.
Sam, your motor is running.
So the second Swede says, what time is it, Pat? And he, Pat. Oh, wait. Oh, no. They were Swedes. They were Irishmen, weren't they, Martha?
Yes.
Sam, your motor is running.
So the first one turns to the... No, it was the second one.
Sam, your motor is running.
Now, here's the punchline.
Sam, your motor is running.
Get this. Sam turns to Mike and says... he says...
What's the matter?
I forgot the joke.
Sam, it's getting dark.
Yeah, I guess we'd better go. Well, it was swell seeing you all, wasn't it, Martha?
Yes.
So long. Oh, thank goodness they're gone. Wow, that was close. For a minute I thought...
Surprise!
Sam.
Milton, you were right. I should have turned off my motor.
You mean...
I'm out of gas.
Out of gas?
No. I got it, Pop. Why don't Sam and Martha stay over until tomorrow?
Junior.
You know, a good night's sleep up here will do us good, won't it, Martha?
Yes.
Sam.
You're in luck, Milty. I'm loaded with jokes.
Sam.
Now get this. 2 old maids checked into a hotel.
Sam.
You'll love this one, Milt. You can clean it up for the radio.
Sam.
So the bellboy answers, just 1 towel to a room.
Sam. Look, it's morning. You can get your gas now.
Oh, say, that's right. Martha.
Yes?
I've got to finish this joke for Milty. Will you take Milty's car down to the village and get the gas?
Yes.
Wait a minute. My car.
Now, about that joke.
Sam, start packing. She'll be right back.
Oh, it'll take her hours. She can't see a thing without her glasses.
Sam, you get those clips. You shouldn't let her drive.
Oh, I never let her drive our car.
Sam!
So the Irishman says to the bellboy...
Sam?
No. It was the 2 old maids in the hotel.
Go to Albany.
One asks the bellboy for a towel.
Go to Albany.
He answers, 1 to a room.
Go to Albany.
He says, 1.
Sam.
So this window washer was looking through the chorus girl's window.
Go to Albany.
Suddenly the window opened,
Sam.
and one of the chorus... Hey, wait a minute. Someone's driving up the road. Well, Martha's back. So this window washer says...
Sam.
Well, hello, Martha, dear. Have trouble finding your way back?
Yes.
She got the gas, Sam. Well, so long. What's that? Someone's nailing something on the door.
Excuse me, I'll have the sign up in a second.
Sign? Wait, what is this?
I'm from the health department. This lady here. Ain't you the one that was just in town?
Yes.
Well, look at her face. She's got measles.
Measles?
Yes.
This is a quarantine sign. No one leaves the house for 2 weeks.
2 weeks with Sam, not me. You're not keeping me in here.
You leave this house, you go to jail.
Jail? No visitors. Perfect rest. Take me. Coming to jail with Daddy, Junior?
Yes.
Thank you. And now, Mr. Gallup.
Philip Morris is the only leading cigarette
scientifically proved far less irritating to the nose and throat. Remember, less irritation means more enjoyment. That's why the Philip Morris smoker really gets what other smokers only hope to get. Better taste, finer flavor, perfect smoking pleasure. Yes, it's true.
If every smoker knew what Philip Morris smokers know, they'd all change to Philip Morris, America's finest cigarette.
Golly, what a wallop! He rang the bell again.
He's feeling his Cheerios. Yes, Cheerios, that energizing breakfast cereal made from oats. Good, old-fashioned, nourishing oats, all ready to eat. Cheerios gives you a kind of nourishment that really counts. Cheerios is a cereal that really helps you build up strength and energy. So for your better breakfast, always start with Cheerios. Cheerios. Cheerios.
HOJO Radio, where the classics come alive.
This is the story of the Pacific and its people, of the peaceful sea and the lands and lives it touches, and their meaning to us and to the generations to come.
The National Broadcasting Company presents the first in a new series of programs dedicated to a fuller understanding of the vast Pacific Basin. This new broadcast series, another feature of the Inter-American University of the Air, will deal with a different aspect of the Pacific each week, with drama of the past and present, and commentary by Owen Lattimore, authority on the Pacific and recently political advisor to Generalissimo Chiang Kai-shek. This is the Pacific Story. Japan's dream of world dominion.
Across the vast Pacific, the East at last meets the West. The destinies of the millions of people who live in the lands it touches are fatefully intertwined. The vast Pacific no longer separates the Occident from the Orient, but rather joins them. Here around the Pacific Basin, a new world is emerging, a new era of cultural and commercial and industrial development. What happens in the Pacific today will affect not only the millions of Chinese and Malaysians and Polynesians, but the millions of Americans as well. Land forms an arc rather than a complete circle around the Pacific. At the south, the Pacific opens into the Antarctic Sea. South America is on the Pacific from Cape Horn to Panama, and Mexico is on the Pacific, and the United States and Canada. At the top of the map, Alaska lunges out to the west and almost touches Siberia. From here, the rim curves away to the south. Below Siberia lies Japan, and behind Japan on Asia's mainland is China. South of China lie the Philippines, and west and south are Indochina, Thailand, the Netherland Indies, and Malaya. Farther to the west are Burma and India. At the bottom of the map, between the feet of the Great Arch, are Australia and New Zealand, and dotting the sea itself are thousands of islands. With the peoples of these lands, our future in the Pacific must be resolved. Today, this vast Pacific storehouse of wealth and culture and wisdom is ablaze. 70 million regimented Japanese are engaged in a terrible attempt to enslave 1 billion and more people. At the very beginning, the Japanese militarists made their biggest and most thorough conquest when they conquered the Japanese people and yoked them to a system of unending, recurring aggression. This double conquest, at home and abroad, gathered new impetus only 16 years ago, in 1927, by an event in Mukden, Manchuria.
Who is it?
Phone.
Who?
Phone. Open the door.
Are you alone?
Yes, but I must hurry.
Come in.
They are going to start at 10 o'clock tonight.
And they are all here?
Yes, from Tokyo and from all over Manchuria. They have been arriving here in Mukden for 2 days.
Do you have their names?
Not all of them, but they are all Japanese experts, military officers, railroad men, shipping men.
Does any of them suspect you are Chinese?
No, but they are to start in less than an hour, and I cannot get back here again until it is over.
How long will it last?
A week or more, and I must have someone to take the information I get to you.
Chen will do that. I am expecting him here now.
I will be in the conference room or near it.
You know what it means if you are discovered?
I have been a houseboy there a long time.
They will be watching you.
I speak to no one.
Who is it?
I came down a black alley, but I thought someone was following me.
Was anyone following you, Fung?
No. I tried to see for sure, but it was too dark.
We must move. They will be here before dawn. We'll move to one St. Louis tonight.
Then I must leave at once. Will you be at the house, Chen? Yes. Fukuzawa is taking me. I will be in the kitchen.
Fukuzawa is taking you?
Good. To look after his personal needs. I will come in tomorrow.
Fung will have access to the conference room, but will not be able to reach me. You, Chen, will see him and report to me.
I can only get to the market and back.
I shall meet you there.
Is there anything else?
No, not now. I shall expect you when the conference is over. Go up the dark way, Fung.
Yes, sir.
Chen?
Yes.
You must determine if you are followed tonight. For if it is suspected that you are...
If we are to succeed, let us be realistic about the problem.
Being realistic implies a policy of blood and iron.
That could be suicide.
Oh, that is the proper attitude.
Please, gentlemen, please. In any plan so great in scope as that which we envision for Japan, we will do well to remember the principle laid down by my ancestor, Lord HOJO, in 1858. In his memorial to the Emperor, Lord HOJO said, the object should always be kept in view of laying the foundation for securing hegemony over all nations. We should declare our protection over harmless but powerful nations. Thus, the nations of the world will come to look up to our emperor as the great ruler of all nations.
You mean, sir, that we should go to war with the United States?
If we are to control China, we must first crush the United States.
China is one thing. United States is another.
Well, we must start preparations at once.
Let us not deceive ourselves. We must fight the United States sometime.
Here is your sake, sir.
Oh, yes. Put it down there.
If we are to conquer China, we must first take Manchuria and Mongolia.
Shall I pour your sake for you, sir?
Oh, yes, just a little.
It need not necessarily follow that going into Manchuria and Mongolia will result in war with the United States.
America has too much at stake in Asia to permit us to take either Manchuria or China without war.
America is a wrong way from Manchuria.
Would you care for some more sake, sir?
No. That is all. America is not our only danger in Pacific. The Chinese may someday wake up. But these factors must not deter us from the plan we have come here to Mukden to work out.
No strategy is sound unless it is realistic.
If we merely hope to develop trade in Eastern Asia, we shall eventually be defeated by England and America. No. Our course is to take Manchuria, Mongolia, China, and whatever else is necessary to ensure our self-protection.
Here is your tobacco, sir.
Oh, yes. That is all.
Yes, sir.
We must take firm attitude toward the United States to give warning to China and to the rest of the world.
We are not ready to take such an attitude.
Then we must prepare. No nation, aside from Japan, is noble and industrious enough to command.
Hello, Chen. You have come here to market?
Yes. Here is the report from Fung.
A stranger is watching you.
The vegetables are wilted. Let us move along to the bean cakes.
They are over here.
It is the same man I have seen each time I have come here to market.
Has Fung been in the conferences?
Yes, but they have been watching me, I am sure.
Do not come here again.
There will be another session tomorrow. I will try to reach you at 1 p.m.
I see. Then it is no longer a matter of where we shall start, but how and when.
The United States, in the Lansing Ishi notes of 1917, have admitted our special interests in Manchuria.
But how shall we start?
It is simple. The way to gain actual rights in Manchuria and Mongolia is to use this region as a base.
Outright as a base?
Under the pretense of trade and commerce, yes. And from there, penetrate the rest of China.
Here are your capsules, sir.
Oh, yes. Did you bring water?
Yes, I have it over here.
Oh, but that will take money. More than we have.
We can get foreign capital through the slogan, equal opportunity for all in Manchuria.
Yes. That will not only help us get foreign loans, but will dispel suspicions of our design in Manchuria.
Here is your water, sir.
Oh, yes.
As a military man, I leave the getting of the money to you.
I pledge it.
I'll take the glass, sir. Will there be anything else?
That is all now. That is all.
1,000,000 yen must be appropriated to send 400 retired military officers to mix with the people.
These officers are trained for this mission?
Trained and ready, yes. They will go disguised as teachers and Chinese citizens.
Our first move must be into Manchuria, thence into China. In our wars with Russia and the United States, we must make Manchuria and Mongolia suffer you.
I had not expected to see you, Fung.
They took Chen today.
Chen knew it was coming.
Here is my report, and his too. Before they took him, he arranged for a Korean clerk to furnish us a complete text.
Then the conference is over.
It ended last night.
11 days of wanton plotting.
They all left as secretly as they came.
They have put their thoughts into a plan. Soon China will be bleeding, and then the rest of the world.
In July 1927, this plan, cunningly conceived by the cream of Japanese military and civilian experts, generals, admirals, railroad men, shipping men, economists, bankers, industrialists, this crystallization of the dreams of Lord Hatta, the Black Dragon Society, Premier Okuma, and Viscount Tane, this plan to dominate the world was presented by Baron Tanaka to the Emperor of Japan. Manchuria first. That was the plan. Japan buckled down to a task with zeal. And 4 years later, in 1931...
They are coming. They will be here any minute.
It will do no good to lock the door, Yang.
We cannot let them get control of the telephone building.
They have already taken over the telegraph offices and put the radio stations out of commission.
We can delay them until our army sends help.
There is no help.
They are taking over everything. I saw them marching into the powerhouse.
They set off a bomb at 10 o'clock last night at a place where their own troops were concentrated on the South Manchurian Railway. Then they said that one of us Chinese did it. They had it all planned. Before the night was over, they attacked and captured the Chinese barracks and the great arsenal here at Mukden.
Young, you guard this door here.
Yes, sir.
We must keep these telephone lines open as long as we can.
I shall never let them pass.
Yang says they have taken the powerhouse.
Yes, they have captured Antung, Changkung, and New Chang.
Those cities are hundreds of miles away. Is this an invasion?
It has been directed from Tokyo.
They are coming.
Open the door! Open the door!
Shall I open it, sir?
Open this door! Open the door!
Open the door, never smash it down.
Yes, sir.
Open! You are fools. You are under arrest.
What have we done?
That you will soon learn. And you, get away from that door. No, you will not pass here. No, get away from door. No, never.
Plan worked out by those experts at Mukden was beginning to unfold. The Tanaka Memorial was beginning to be translated into bombs and bullets and blood. Manchuria and Mongolia first, and then in 1937, China.
And by a coincidence, the Japanese attack on China as a result of the incident at the Marco Polo Bridge in Taiping came 10 years to the day after the Japanese drew up the Tanaka Memorial. Powerful Japanese talents
Extra, Japanese bomb, Chinese civilians. Extra, Japanese bomb, Chinese civilians.
The Chinese are reeling under the lightning Japanese blows. Jap columns with full equipment are smashing into China, driving on the key military centers, and sweeping all resistance.
Read all about it, Japanese, before the shells Shanghai. Extra, read all about it, Japanese.
Alone, China stood up before this furious onslaught, fought with skill and courage, lost her entire coastline, and retreated from her coastal plains to the hills of the interior. And there, with less material than any major power on earth, she successfully fought off attack after attack as the years rolled by. The Japanese plan was unfolding faster than we knew. After the fall of France, Japan moved into Indochina. As the war with China drew into its 5th year, the Pacific was boiling. Now the Pacific War was creeping toward America. It struck with paralyzing power at Pearl Harbor. The distant war in the Pacific became our wars. It became the war of all the peoples of the Pacific Basin. Our destiny in the Pacific was at stake, as well as the destiny of the Chinese, the Malaysians, and the Polynesians. Now we understood China's plight, and now at last we responded.
Hey, Sergeant, there's land down there.
Where are we? You figured out for yourself. We're flying east, aren't we?
Yeah, but we're not over Africa yet.
Well, relax. If the skipper wanted you to know where we're going, he'd have told you long before this.
But a whole heavy bombardment squadron like ours is taking off and heading east. Why, hold these small
stations. We're going to land.
Flight of 4 motored bombers, B-24 Liberators, swept down to a landing on Puerto Rico last February. There it was met by General H.H. Arnold, commander of the United States Army Air Force, who with Field Marshal Sir John Dill were just returning from a meeting with Generalissimo Chiang Kai-shek in Chongqing following the Casablanca Conference. Up to this point, Puerto Rico, the heavy bombers did not know their destination, but now they did. General Arnold gave them the order. Chongqing.
Pilot to navigator. Pilot to navigator. When are we going to sight and land?
Navigator to pilot. We should sight Africa in 5 minutes.
It's getting colder, Sarge. Look at the snow down there.
We're crossing the highest mountains in the world, the Himalayas.
Navigator to pilot. Navigator to pilot.
Go ahead, navigator.
That's it. That's it ahead of us there at 2 o'clock. That's Chongqing.
American heavy bombers in Chongqing. America speaking in terms of cold steel. But bombers are not enough. Bombers need ground crews and supplies, gasoline, spare parts, bullets, bombs. By ships, these were taken across the seas, then flown across India, across the Himalayas into China.
Now, those are your orders. Any questions?
No, let's get going. Come on.
Very well, men. That's all. Report to your planes. We'll take off at once.
Eastward, east and south across the Chinese plains to the shore of the Pacific, to the Japanese-held coast of China. Halfway around the world, these young Americans had come, halfway and more. From Colorado and Utah, where they had trained, across the nation to Puerto Rico, across the Atlantic to Africa, across India, over the Himalayas, and now on the long, long mission from Chongqing to the sea.
Navigator to pilot. Spotted our target. 10:30 o'clock. 10:30 o'clock.
Good. That's it, all right. Pilot to bombardier. Pilot to bombardier. Target, 10:30 o'clock. Your ship.
Bombardier to pilot. Good. Take her in. 2.2. Steady. Steady. Bombs away.
American bombers in the Far East. American bombs on Japanese-held strongholds. Canton in South China. The great island of Hainan. And Haiphong in French Indochina. But the road back is hard. The Japanese occupy Manchuria, the coast of China, the Philippines, Indochina, Thailand, the fabulously wealthy Netherland Indies, Malaya, Burma, and a great portion of the Pacific Basin itself. Japan stands astride Asia and looms over the horizon of the entire world. Before there can be peace in the Pacific, this power must be broken. We have only begun to understand this vast, unpeaceful sea and all that its waters, many lands and islands, and more than 1 billion people mean to us. The significance of the events of the Pacific is a matter for one who knows the Pacific. Here is Owen Lattimore, Director of the School of International Relations at Johns Hopkins University. Mr. Lattimore.
You have been hearing a story of how our enemies in the Pacific forced this war on us. In later programs, continuing the story of region after region, people after people, the Pacific story will have much to tell us of our friends as well as our enemies. Fortunately for us and for the future, our friends are even more important than our enemies. For this is not only a story of how free peoples take up arms when they are attacked. We are fighting for something as well as against something, and so are our allies, the United Nations. When the Pacific War began 6 years ago, long before the war in Europe, the Chinese resisted Japanese invasion because they too had something to fight for, something more than their lands and their homes and their property. More than anything else, they fought because they had been making progress in creating a freer and better China, and because they refused to let the Japanese turn the clock back. That is one of the angles to the story of the Tanaka Memorial, which you heard being retold a few minutes ago. The Tanaka plot was hatched in a memorable year, 1927. That was the year when China's nationalist armies under Chiang Kai-shek were uniting the divided country of China. The Japanese militarists did not want a united and progressive China. They wanted a weak, divided China. They wanted China to be ruled by corrupt politicians and militarists, whom the Japanese could bribe and manipulate. So they gathered in haste to plan how to prevent Chinese unification and progress by force. That is why the Chinese, to this day, are fighting not only to stop the invasion begun in 1937, but for the right to continue their own progress launched in 1927. That creates a bond between America and China. Americans have always believed in the goodness of the future, in an expanding horizon. Today and tomorrow, our expanding horizon opens up for us wide vistas across the Pacific. As we move toward that new horizon, what is our advance to be like? Are we to thrust across the Pacific as better and tougher imperialists than the Japanese? Or are we going to make our mark in Asia as liberators and as allies of others who are fighting for liberty? Can we win without allies? And can we stay free unless others become free? There can be only one American answer. What we want is liberty, and we feel kinship with others who want liberty. Luckily for us, we can find that kinship. Our first great advantage is that we have a good name across the Pacific. There is not a people in Asia which believes that America wants to conquer and possess their territory. Our second great advantage is that thanks primarily to China, there is not a man, woman, or child in Asia who does not know the idea of liberty or have the hunger for liberty. And don't forget, there are Japanese also on our side, the conquered Japanese, conquered by their own militarists, brave men and women, beaten and jailed and powerless until the Japanese military are beaten and the military legend shattered. Every step of Japan's imperialistic aggression abroad has been prepared for by a step in the suppression of the Japanese people. So today the issues are as clear in our enemy's camp as they are in ours. But because we understand what the war is about, we need all the more to understand the peoples who are fighting the war. We are in this war side by side with people who, in these modern days, drive tractor sleds as well as dog sleds in the Arctic. In it with people who earn their living standing knee-deep in the mud of rice paddies. In it with Malays and Indonesians and Polynesians who made prodigious ocean voyages in canoes before Balboa ever saw the Pacific. In it with Australians and New Zealanders who live where it is summer at Christmas time. Most of these people are different from us in many ways and like us in some ways. What is it that counts, the difference or the likeness? In China, a whole people have won recognition as full equals among the free, self-governing peoples because they proved by fighting that they could survive unconquered. In the Philippines, we taught a people the ways of democracy and prepared them for the practice of democracy. President Roosevelt has said that he thinks that the Philippines are a very good model for other countries. Chiang Kai-shek of China has just put forward another suggestion in a very important message to us Americans and to all the other United Nations. He says that it is our moral duty to create freedom. Some people are not yet ready for it, but we should create the conditions under which they can have it when they are ready for it. That opens up a lot of ideas. Here we have one of the great figures of Asiatic history who restates in his own way what Lincoln meant when he said that America could not survive half slave and half free. We must not close the doors of opportunity. Freedom does not stand still. Freedom advances. Unless more and more men are becoming free all the time, freedom becomes less real for those who are still nominally free. When Hitler denied freedom to the Jews, he limited freedom for other Germans, too. When we, on the other hand, said to the Filipinos, "You shall be free," we created by those words a reality for which the Filipinos would fight and are still fighting. Maybe that is the chapter of the future in the Pacific story. Maybe out of many cultures, languages, religions, races, there is coming into being something new, not a dead level on which all men are the same, but a wide level on which many people, diverse in their history and different in their present lives, may yet have under their feet the firm ground of freedom.
Thank you, Mr. Lattimore. You have just heard the first program of the new series, The Pacific Story. Next week at this same time, over most of these stations, the second will be broadcast. Alaska, America's New Frontier, with drama of the past and present and commentary by Owen Lattimore, authority on the Pacific and recently political advisor to Generalissimo Chiang Kai-shek. You may secure an illuminating handbook of the Pacific Story, which gives background information on each program in this series with suggested further reading. This Pacific Story manual will be sent to you for 25 cents in coin to cover cost of printing and mailing. Address, the University of California Press, Berkeley, California. I'll repeat the address. The University of California Press, Berkeley, California. The Pacific Story is written and directed by Arnold Marquis. The musical score is composed and conducted by Charles Dance. Your narrator, Pedro de Cordova. This program has been presented as a public service and another feature of the Inter-American University of the Air by the National Broadcasting Company and the independent radio stations associated with the NBC network. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
To build the plants where DuPont's better things for better living are produced, DuPont engineers use all kinds of construction materials. Stainless steels, copper alloys, lead, rubber, and plastics, to name just a few. The requirements of the chemical industry are so exacting that all these materials must meet certain standards of quality. These standards have been set by the American Society for Testing Materials, one of the important technical associations in which DuPont men are active members. Membership in societies such as these does much to broaden the knowledge of the engineers, scientists, and other technical people who bring you the DuPont Company's better things for better living through chemistry.
HOJO Radio, we're your old-time radio headquarters. Stay tuned.
Ports of call. Beyond blue horizons, far at the world's end, strange, fascinating lands beckon us, bid us revel in their exotic splendors. Come with us tonight as we make Persia our port of call. Skirting the desert shores of Arabia, our steamer enters the Persian Gulf and drops anchor in the harbor of Kormusa, Persia's principal deep-water port. Here, east meets west.
Oh, my dear, this piece of metal, I don't know how I should bear it.
Dirty, grimy tankers of the Anglo-Persian Oil Company lie at anchor beside lateen-rigged Arabian merchant vessels, their triangular striped sails shrieking brilliant colors against the drab black and gray of the vessels of Europe. On the quay, barrels of crude oil, but recently pumped by pipeline from Abadan, stand close to bales of priceless Kurdistani rugs, just arrived by camelback across hundreds of miles of shimmering desert. Here are the fakirs, the vendors of sweetmeats and Persian melons, the sellers of pottery. Here, too, the shipping point for Persia's opium. And here the southern terminus of the railroad, which one day will carry the traveler north hundreds of miles to Tehran, the capital. But today we must journey by automobile, or if adventurous enough, by camelback, Persia's surest method of transportation. In Tehran, millennium-old market city, Reza Shah Pahlavi, king of kings by grace of his astute political ability, is building a modern capital, stretching wide tree-lined boulevards through the ancient bazaars, demolishing blocks of mosques and mud houses to make way for beautiful government buildings, forcing progress on the ageless East. Above Tehran, Mount Demavend thrusts its eternally snow-capped peak 18,000 feet into the clear blue Persian sky. It was upon this legend-crowned mountain, some say, that 3,000 years ago dwelt the first great sage of antiquity, Zarathustra, while he meditated upon good and evil.
All life resolves itself into a struggle, the good against the evil against the good. Ahura Mazda, Lord of wisdom and light, strives against Ahriman, ruler of evil and darkness. The choice is yours. Fill your soul with the good and the light, or dwell in evil and darkness. You must choose. And as you have chosen, so you will be judged in the life to come.
Thus the first conception of the life hereafter. Thus the first clear conception of good and evil. Thus the heritage of Christianity. Thus spake Zarathustra.
Into this country of desert and snow-capped mountains, 1,000 years before Zarathustra, had drifted nomadic Aryan tribes. Those who settled to the north near the Caspian Sea became known as the Medes, and those who settled in the south near the Gulf were known as the tribes of Pers, or Persians. For centuries, the warlike Medes held the Persians in subjection, and then 600 years before Christ, there rose among the people of Pers Cyrus, a shepherd king, who unified his clansmen and led them north against the Medes. After 4 years of campaigning across burning deserts and in freezing mountain passes, Cyrus finally tasted the sweet fruits of victory in his camp on the plains beneath holy Mount Demavend.
The giver of light, Astyages, king of the Medes, king of Persia and Armenia.
Welcome to our camp, brave Astyages.
In turn, I am unable to welcome you to my country. I believe I address Cyrus, leader of the rebel Persians.
You address Cyrus, king of the Persians and of the Medes. Cyrus, king of kings.
I have come to discuss terms of peace, not to listen to the bragging of a boastful shepherd.
There are no terms to discuss, Astyages. When you heard that slave announce you as you entered my tent, you heard your proud titles for the last time. You are vanquished, Astyages, and I am ruler.
By what authority?
By authority of my Persian bowmen, my Persian horsemen, and by grace of Ahura Mazda, whose light I will carry to the ends of the world. You are but the first of a noble company, Astyages. Belshazzar of Babylon will bow to my arms. Croesus of Lydia will surrender to me. The Phoenician and the Jew will learn of Cyrus and his Persian warriors, and my might will be felt in farthest Greece ere my work is finished.
On the winged feet of fleet runners, the fame of Cyrus spreads. Across Asia Minor, down through Phoenicia and Palestine, into the valley of the Nile, across the Hellespont. King Croesus of Lydia, richest man of the ancient world, fears for the safety of his bursting coffers. Quickly he organizes a defensive coalition against the barbarian thundercloud gathering on his eastern horizon. Sparta joins him, and the Pharaoh of Egypt and Belshazzar of Babylon promise help. But the handwriting is already on the wall.
546 B.C.
Cyrus captures Sardis, capital of Lydia, and takes King Croesus prisoner.
539 B.C.
Cyrus, at the head of the conquering Persians, defeats Belshazzar and enters Babylon.
And in the next 10 years,
Parthia,
Hyrcania,
Cadrosia,
Bactriana, and Archaeosa
are added to Cyrus's domains, thrusting the Persian Empire east into India. Then in
525 B.C.,
Cambyses, son of Cyrus, conquers Egypt.
Thus, in 25 years, had Cyrus, the obscure shepherd king, vaulted to world prominence, become emperor of the world. For 100 years, Persia ruled supreme. Then history's spotlight swung westward, and Greece held the stage. Then Rome. In Bethlehem, a Savior was born, but the land of the Lion and the Sun heard little of him. Six centuries later, another prophet appeared in the Arabian city of Mecca. Of him, Persia was to know much, for he was Mohammed, and his fatalistic philosophy, his promise of paradise to the faithful who died for Allah, was destined to spread across half the world, subjecting it to the rule of the caliphs. In Persia's holy city of Meshed is the tomb of the most famous of these, the Caliph Harun al-Rashid, the mention of whose name conjures up pictures of the 1,001 Nights and the deathless story of the cruel Sultan Shahryar and his lovely Sultana Scheherazade.
Scheherazade, thou hast reveled in thy nuptial pleasures. Prepare to die.
O wise and powerful Sultan, my lord of but a single night, well do I know that thou considerest all women faithless, that thou beheadest each of thy wives at the end of the bridal night.
Art thou pleading for mercy?
No, my lord, but the sun's fair shaft of light has not yet gilded the top of yonder moss.
But I am weary.
Then lie back among thy cushions and let me tell thee a story.
A story? Very well. Before thou diest, thou mayest tell me a story.
Know then, O king, that there was in the time of the Caliph, the prince of the faithful, Harun al-Rashid, in the city of Baghdad, a man called Sinbad the porter. He was a man in poor circumstances, who bore burdens that he might slake his thirst with wine and fill his belly with a pilaf of rice at night. Now it came to pass one
slipped between the richly woven curtains of the harem, filling the pointed arch with promise of a new day, Scheherazade had only just begun her fascinating tale of the adventures of Sinbad the porter and his host, Sinbad the sailor. Fascinated with the story, the Sultan postponed his bride's death until the next night, so that he might hear the conclusion of the adventures of Sinbad. But at the end of each night, Scheherazade was in the midst of another amazing story. And each night the Sultan put off her death until the morrow. But at the end of the 1,001 Nights, Scheherazade had told all her stories. Seated at the feet of the cruel Sultan Shahryar, Scheherazade gazed out the window, saw at last the sun's first rosy beam snare the top of the distant minaret.
O powerful Sultan, my master and my lord, for 1,001 nights I have related to thee the history of the preceding generations and the admonitions of the people of former times. Now, great and wise king, I am ready to die, as is your avowed wish.
Know ye, Scheherazade, it is no longer my wish that thou shouldst die. During these 1,001 nights, I have seen thee to be chaste, pure, ingenuous, and pious. I have found thee unlike other women, whose faithlessness drives reason from the souls of men. Scheherazade, I pardon thee and exempt thee from all injury, and henceforth thou shalt truly be my queen, ruling equally with me in my vast domain, receiving the fullness of the love I have learned to hold for thee, until together we shall wander in paradise.
As the sun's bronze disk slides beneath Persia's western horizon, from the minarets of countless mosques, the muezzin calls the faithful to prayer. A sacred hush falls over the busy bazaar and the chattering marketplace. Only the tinkle of a camel's bell or the nervous whinny of a horse breaks the stillness as man, woman, and child face towards Mecca, drop devoutly to their knees, touch their foreheads upon the earth. There is no God but Allah, and Mohammed is his prophet.
But though the vast majority of Persia's estimated population of 10 million professed the Shia confession of the Mohammedan faith, religious freedom is granted to all, and many Persians still worship the Ahura Mazda of the ancient Zarathustra, the Jehovah of Israel, the God of Christianity.
At the great bazaar of Tabriz collects the Orient, changeless, eternal, living life today as it has been lived for thousands of years. By slow plodding camel caravan, they have come from all over Persia, across the steppes of southern Russia, from the Caucasus, from Beluchistan, from Inner Mongolia, even from farthest China. Here amidst the babble of outlandish tongues, white-clad men from Bokhara rub shoulders with Tekis from Merv, with a pigtail down each side of the head. Smooth-shaven Persians wearing pillbox hats trade with bearded Kazakhs from the Kyrgyz wastes. Hindus quiet with the calm of centuries. Wheedling Armenians, bloodthirsty Afghans, untamed Bakhtiari from Persia's southern mountains, slant-eyed Chinese, shrewd Greeks. All are here to buy, sell, exchange, or barter the wealth of the Orient. Sandalwood from Samarkand, melons from Isfahan, rare gems from Kashan, needlework from Georgia, wonderfully carved ivory from China, ripe purple figs from Kermanshah, and rugs, soft, silky rugs in the intricate designs of which are caught the essence of the mysticism of the Orient. Rugs made by unlettered Kurdish nomads, in which are woven the ancient symbol of Assyria's sacred tree, flanked by two guardian beasts. Prayer rugs of the most delicate mold, on which may be found every flower known to Persia. Rugs from Shiraz, wrought in rose, ivory, and blue. Tekka rugs of geometrical design and smoldering red. Modern in their essential simplicity, although following designs tradition has dictated for 10 centuries. In the ancient Persian city of Nishapur, nearly 1,000 years ago, flourished one of the Orient's most famed universities. And here, under the tutelage of the Imam Muwaffaq, studied the son of a tent maker of Nishapur. Brilliant, talented, this youth soon brought himself to the attention of the Imam, who one day called the young man to him.
I have summoned you, Omar Khayyam, to offer you the use of my library, my books and my charts, and the benefits of my private instruction.
Most devout Imam, emotion chokes my throat, and my soul prays for eloquence with which to thank you.
You will work hard. You will study. You must learn. For in you I see one to succeed me as professor. You shall mold the thoughts of the next generation.
You honor me, that one whose learning is so complete should grant such opportunities to an unworthy scholar whose father is a maker of tents.
Henceforth you shall be as my son. You shall live with me here in my house. You shall...
What sound is that? Surely Allah, may his name be venerated, has not sent one of his heavenly virgins to earth.
Even so, Omar, even so. That is my daughter Shireen who approaches.
It cannot be that one so lovely, possesses the brief mortality of life.
Shireen.
Yes, Foreman?
Come here. You should know Omar Khayyam. He is to live with us. He shall be as a brother to you.
Omar Khayyam, you are welcome here.
Paradise could never hold more beauty than I see in your eyes, Shireen.
Tut, Omar. Shireen is to become a wife of the Sultan. So has she been promised.
But she is still little more than a child.
So has it been destined since her birth.
The rose of Kashmir could in all its beauty never dim what today mine eyes have seen. A book of verses underneath the bough, a jug of wine, a loaf of bread, and thou beside me singing in the wilderness. Our wilderness were paradise, and now
It is lovely, Omar. Lovely.
I wrote it for you, for us.
But, Omar, this is not the wilderness. This is Nishapur, and we are in my father's garden.
Anywhere with you, there would be paradise.
But such is not my fate. I am to be the bride of the Sultan.
There lies not joy.
It is destined.
Hear me, Shireen. Some sigh for the glories of this world, and some sigh for the prophet's paradise to come. Oh, take the cash and let the credit go, nor heed the rumble of the distant drum.
But both Omar and Shireen, lovers in that lovely Persian garden, knew that they must heed the rumble of the distant drum. For the day came when the Sultan arrived to claim his wife.
And this, O wise and munificent ruler, is Omar Khayyam, my favorite pupil.
Omar Khayyam, may Allah, whose name is holy, grant you fortune.
Words would be useless to express my gratitude for the kindness of your omnipotence.
Omar and Shireen, for these past 2 cycles of the zodiac, have been as brother and sister.
Then indeed this must be a sorrowful parting. Shireen, my child, and my bride, you may bid your companion farewell.
Omar. Omar, it is Kismet. Our fate.
Kismet, I...
If only
no,
we might...
No, my beloved. Fill the cup that clears today of past regrets and future fears.
Come, my priceless pearl. Come, my Shireen.
Yes, my lord. Goodbye, Omar. Goodbye.
The moving finger writes, and having writ, moves on. Nor all your piety nor wit shall lure it back to cancel half a line, nor all your tears wash out a word of it.
Persia lies midway between British India and Russia, and thus became an extremely important buffer state during the imperial struggle for power which preceded the World War. The British Lion and the Russian Bear finally agreed to permit Persia her autonomy, while splitting her into 2 zones of influence, Russian to the north, British to the south. But this balance of power swung sharply toward Great Britain, when in 1901, William Knox D'Arcy, an English mining man, discovered oil in southwestern Persia and promptly obtained a lease on 500,000 square miles of potential oil fields, 5/6 of Persia's territory. As the Anglo-Persian Oil Company develops a city of 40,000 at Abadan near the Gulf, as well after well is sunk and the Persian field proves to be the richest in the world, as the British government takes over the company, and as Risa Khan Pahlavi, Persian Minister of War, astutely forces his election to the peacock throne and becomes Risa Shah Pahlavi, King of Kings, British officials discover that Persia has awakened to European ways, has begun to appreciate European values. A new voice is heard in the East, a vibrant voice, ringing with the tradition of Cyrus and Darius, the voice of Risa Shah Pahlavi, King of Kings, as he utters his favorite dictum.
Persia must learn to do without foreigners.
Since his accession to the throne in 1925, Reza Shah Pahlavi has
founded a national bank to replace the British-owned Imperial Bank of Persia,
recodified the nation's laws in accordance with Western conceptions of jurisprudence,
begun the construction of a railroad from the Persian Gulf to the Caspian Sea,
disarmed the tribes of mountain bandits, introduced compulsory military training,
begun a westernizing program to rival that of his neighbor, Mustafa Kemal of Turkey, inspired Persia to a nationalistic policy which in 1932 resulted in
the cancellation of the British oil leases.
The reverberations of this act are worldwide. From Baku to Kettleman Hills, oil men prick up their ears, wait breathlessly for the next move which may upset the basic equilibrium of the petroleum industry. In distant London, the Admiralty nervously considers the situation, for from the Anglo-Persian oil fields comes the fuel for Britain's far-flung navy. The traditional imperialistic gesture is made. British warships up anchor for the Persian Gulf as Sir John Cadman, president of the Anglo-Persian Oil Company, steps into a plane in London, roars across Europe, across the Levant, across mountains and desert to Tehran, rushes to the audience room of the King of Kings.
Your Majesty, we hold a 60-year lease granted by your predecessor, the Shah Ali Mohammed, in 1901.
Sir John, let us not mince words. This is not the Persia of Shah Ali with which you are dealing. This is the Persia of today, the Persia of Reza Shah Pahlavi.
May I remind you that you are not cancelling merely the lease with the Anglo-Persian Company, but also with the British government.
I am aware of that, and I am also aware that your warships are but a day away from my ports in the Gulf.
It is not my desire to resort to force.
Nor mine. But it is not my pleasure that you should by this lease control 5/6 of my territory.
But this lease is valid. We have paid our royalties.
I am not interested in that. Your royalties in any case have been insufficient. This oil is Persia's, and I intend that Persia shall have it.
This is outrageous. You won't dare to.
May I remind you, Sir John, that Persia is a member in good standing of the League of Nations. Your threats, your warships, and your outraged anger do not concern me. Would you care to risk this subject before the League?
But, Your Majesty, our investments, think of it. We have sunk 150 wells. We have built more than 100 miles of pipelines.
I understand these facts and appreciate them. You will find me a just man with whom to deal. You may retain your pipelines and your wells, but you will sign a new lease. It reduces the land you control from 500,000 square miles to 250,000 square miles, and in 1938 to 100,000 square miles. It requires a royalty payment of 4 shillings a ton and participation in the profits of your company to the extent of 20%. Furthermore, it deprives you of exclusive operation privileges. Hereafter, Persia will produce oil, and Persia will be your competitor as well as your partner.
But, Your Majesty, don't you think these terms are a bit stiff?
There is one alternative. You can get out of Persia.
But look here, man,
Reza Shah Pahlavi, King of Kings, has spoken.
Thus, the political descendant of Cyrus, master of Persian bowmen, fights his battles across the council table, exercising a balance of power in the Near East, building upon the glorious foundations of antiquity a new world state. Thus, Persia continues to add glory to her glorious history, already 3,000 years old. May Allah shine upon you, Persia, and cause your fortunes to prosper. Next week, the sponsors of this program invite you to join them again on a journey to another fascinating country, where you will meet interesting people, visit strange places in a half hour of romantic travel to ports of call.
Yes, high-potency N Stop Triple O. Stop odor of breath, odor of body, other personal odors. All three at the same time. That's important because anyone who comes in contact with the public should take high-potency N's chlorophyll tablets as protection against all odor offense. N Stop Triple O so effectively that just one or two N's tablets keep you fresh as a daisy all over all day.
N's make Triple O go.
Try this test. Rub an onion slice on your hand. Now moisten an N's tablet and rub it over the same spot.
Why, the odor's gone.
Exactly. That's how high-potency N's act inside your body to stop odors where they begin. They're made from a more potent form of chlorophyll, contain fully effective Daratol chlorophyll, and so act faster, longer, more thoroughly than any other type of chlorophyll product. High-potency N's are guaranteed to stop Triple O the very first day or money back. No deodorant, mouthwash, chlorophyll chewing gum, or toothpaste, nothing that acts only in the mouth or on the surface can possibly stop Triple O. You must take chlorophyll internally for these results. So get N's, that's E-N-N-D-S, N's, pleasant tasting and safe as any garden vegetable. Get high-potency N's, available everywhere. Trial size only 49 cents, larger sizes even more economical.
Thanks for listening to HOJO Radio. More classic old-time radio coming your way next.
Proudly we hail.
Hello from Hollywood. This is C.P. McGregor speaking, and welcoming you to the premiere performance of your War Department program, Proudly We Hail. Through the courtesy of the Hollywood Coordinating Committee, we present the distinguished actor, Mr. Clark Gable, as the star of our play, First Choice, by Tom Petty, music by Eddie Scribonic. Duke O'Hara has fought his way across the tracks to the top of the heap, and tonight he's ready for the payoff, his party's nomination for governor. Here he is, waiting for Mrs. O'Hara in the room she calls his study.
Hello?
Hello, Duke.
Yeah, Jim, what's on your mind?
We're in a jam, fellow. The opposition's going to spring a scandal on us.
Okay, if they want to play rough, I'm ready. Put it on ice. I'm throwing a party for the big boys, and you're invited. But no business. Just the announcement of my nomination.
I can't tell you about this on the phone, Duke. It's too hot.
Then send me a telegram and spell my name right. Bye. Jim Dare, the guy's as nervous as a hummingbird, and he's my campaign manager. Hey, Gilly, where are you?
You called, boss?
Of course I called you. Where's that band I hired?
They're here, boss.
Well, where's Mrs. O'Hara? We've got to get this party started.
Duke O'Hara, you don't have to shout. I'm right here. Darling, you're as nervous as a cat.
Me? Nervous? All dressed up. What a pretty wife I've married. Pretty as a stick of peppermint candy. Get out, Gilly. I got everything I want right here.
Everything you want, Duke.
Well, most everything, baby. Everything except a little job down at the Capitol.
Are you sure you want it, dear?
As sure as Sunday, Nell. It's in my blood. I've done a lot of fighting and sweating to get inside of that job. I want the power that goes with it for myself, and the social rigmarole for you. Being up there is something I've dreamed about since I was a kid. A kid from the wrong side of town.
You're a strange person, Duke.
Strange? What's so strange about wanting to be governor?
I didn't mean that. It's just that you're so sure. Oh, never mind.
Oh, but I do mind. They're handing me the job on a silver platter. Don't you want to be the governor's lady?
I just want to be with you, Duke. Always. But sometimes I'm acting like a schoolgirl.
Who's nervous now? So what's bothering you, baby?
Oh, Duke, I love you so much. I never dreamed I'd find it difficult to tell you anything. Darling, I believe I'm afraid of you.
Afraid of me, Nell? Why, I've been scared to death of you ever since that morning you came into my office to interview me. I never have figured out how I got the courage to ask you to marry me. I just had to, or you would have spilled all my secrets in your newspapers.
Now I'm trying to tell you my secret, and I don't know how to begin.
Oh, so my girl's been holding out on me. Spill it, baby, and I'll have the guy hanged when I get to be governor.
Oh, it isn't that kind of a secret, dear. There never has and never will be any other man for me.
There better not be. Let's forget the yesterdays.
And all the tomorrows, too.
Yeah, but not about tonight, baby. Not about tonight. Come here.
Oh, Duke.
Hey, Duke!
Say, what do you mean, crashing in here? You're a fine campaign manager, breaking up the first minute I've had alone with my wife in a week.
But I told you I had to see you.
Will you men please stop shouting? I'll be back, Duke. And don't be talking with Mr. Dare too long.
Say, what's the matter with you anyhow, Jim? Can't you let me enjoy myself on the biggest night in my life?
Duke, how long had you known Mrs. O'Hara before you married her?
Oh, a couple of weeks, I guess. Now, wait a minute. What's all this got to do with my record?
It isn't your record that's causing trouble. It's hers.
What? You...
Hey, Duke! Hey, stop it, fella!
Hey, what are you trying to tell me, mister?
I'm trying to tell you that you can't accept that nomination tonight. You can't ever be governor.
I don't know what the deal is, Jim, but I'm going to be governor of this state this year, and no living man is going to stop me.
A woman is going to stop you. She's your wife. She's crossed you up, Duke.
Jim, if I hadn't lived with you and fought with you and trusted you for years, I'd kill you.
I'd rather die than do this to you, Duke, but she's got a prison record. I've seen it.
So that's what she was trying to tell me a minute ago, hmm? That's what it was all about. All right, let's have it. Straight and fast.
Well, she did a stretch in the penitentiary. Shoplifting and forgery. Judge Benedict sent her up. Called herself Inez Agnew.
You're lying, Jim.
She was in there a couple of weeks when she escaped. But she's going to have to go back. It was a 3-year stretch, Duke.
They know where she is, huh?
They know.
I don't suppose there's ever been a governor whose wife was serving time in the pen.
I'm sorry, Duke.
Skip it. You've done your job, Jim. I'll take over from here on out. Beat it. I got to think.
Our play will continue immediately following a message from Dr. Harold W. Dodds, president of Princeton University, who says,
Skill in technology is important, but it alone will not save us in the atomic age. We must apply the knowledge which the social sciences, art, literature, ethics, and philosophy supply if we are to preserve the traditional moral values which alone will hold the world together. This means that America can and must encourage the broadest possible educational program for all its youth. I have been glad to see that the Congress has extended the educational privileges of the GI Bill of Rights to young men who enlist in the regular Army today. These privileges make it possible for many ambitious young men who might not be able to afford higher education now to get such education as a reward for their important service in the regular Army. This program should be the means of not only helping to give this country the kind of a regular Army it requires, but also will help to improve the educational standards of our future generation, an absolutely necessary achievement if we are to keep pace with the developments of the atomic age.
And now we continue with our play, First Choice, starring Mr. Clark Gable.
This is a lovely party, Mrs. O'Hara.
Thank you.
The boss wants to see you in his study, ma'am.
Thank you, Gilly. My, it's stuffy in here. Duke, what's happened to you? You're as pale as death.
I'm all right. Close the door.
Oh, you poor darling. Duke, you know.
Yes, I know.
Oh, it just means that we can't be together for a little while. I'm going to be all right.
Is that all it means to you?
Oh, don't be so tragic, darling. It just means that I can't stay up late and that I can't lead the Grand March with you. I can't dance with you for a long time. The doctor said...
The doctor? What doctor?
Well, Dr. Stewart, of course. He said I'd be fine after a couple of months' rest, but he warned me not to dance. Said the exertion might bring on a heart attack.
How long have you known this, Nell?
Just this afternoon, when the reports came from the hospital.
Doctors can be wrong. You don't look ill.
Oh, I'm going to get well fast. I must if I'm going to be the governor's lady.
Have you told anyone else about your condition?
Of course not. I could hardly tell you.
You're going to dance with me tonight. You're not ill. Not that sick.
Duke, I can't. The doctor warned me.
Well, you have to take a chance. It'll be the most important, the finest thing you ever did for me.
Is it that important to you? As important as my life?
I'm going to be governor, Nell, and you're going to lead the march with me tonight if it's the last thing you ever do.
Turn me loose. You're hurting my arm. Please.
More guests are arriving. We must meet them.
Will you help me fasten my necklace, please?
Yeah.
Duke, you're choking me. Duke, what's happened to you? Have you seen Mr. O'Hara?
He's right over there, Miss Nell. I'll get him for you.
Thank you, Gilly.
Ready for the grand march now?
Duke, I'm going to have to go to my room. I feel faint.
Nonsense. You're going to stay right here and dance with me. I've never seen you looking better, nor prettier, if I may say so.
I don't understand you. You've changed. You're cruel.
Maybe. Yes, Nell, I've changed.
But why, Duke? Why?
Don't you know?
No, I don't know. Maybe it's ambition. Wanting so desperately to be governor. I can understand that. I can understand everything. Except this sudden hatred that you'd like to see me dead.
Oh, no. No, Nell, don't say that. Oh, I must have been insane.
I'm ready to dance with you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. Now, you all know why we're here, so let's line up for the grand march. You ready, Duke? Let it go, boys.
Stop it. Stop the music. This isn't on the program, but I've got something to say to all of you, and when I've finished, I hope you'll go on having fun. I've been a fool tonight. I put ambition ahead of love. Pride and ambition almost caused me to commit. But that's all over now. I want everyone in this state to know that my wife means more to me than pride or political ambition. She comes first. Nell.
Oh, she's fainted.
Mrs. O'Hara.
Get back. I'll take care of her. Gilly, telephone Dr. Stewart. Oh, darling, please don't leave me now.
Everything went dark, Duke. I'm so ashamed.
No, nothing matters now, baby. You're back with me. Go ahead with the party, Jim. I'm going to take Mrs. O'Hara to her room. There, baby. Everything's going to be okay.
Oh, I feel all right now. I must have fainted from happiness. You do love me, don't you?
Yes, Nell.
You aren't ashamed of me.
No, baby. I'll never be ashamed of you. I don't care if you do have to go back to jail.
Go back to jail? What on earth are you talking about?
You'll never have to pretend again. We'll face this together.
Face what, Duke? I don't understand.
That 3-year prison sentence is waiting for you.
Darling, that's the most absurd thing I've ever heard you say.
Well, now, Nell, let's face it. Judge Benedict did send you up for shoplifting. You did escape.
But, Duke, dear, that was a newspaper stunt. Darling, how long have you been thinking of me as a shoplifter, an escaped convict?
Jim told me about it just before the party.
Well, I'll tell you more about it. My paper got Judge Benedict to sentence me under an assumed name so that I could be in a cell with one of our most notorious women thieves. I found out all about the entire gang.
Well, then all you did was to aid in the public service.
Yes, darling.
That's all I wanted to know. When they spring their big scandal, we'll laugh them right out of the state.
And I'll laugh the loudest. Now give me a kiss and get back downstairs to our guests. I'll be waiting for you, darling.
Okay, baby. I'm going down and tell them you've just elected me governor.
And there's the final curtain of our play, starring Mr. Clark Gable. And now, General Joseph W. Stilwell from San Francisco.
Unless you are willing to take desperate risks, you must give us the means during the humdrum years of peace to keep up our service schools, where doctrine is developed and our test units where it is tried out. You must be generous with funds for research and development so that we, and not some other power, will be able to produce the surprises. You must maintain a corps of trained officers capable of handling a possible expansion of our Army to 100 times its peacetime strength, and sufficient to carry on the training of whatever components may be authorized. All this can be done with an establishment of modest size. We can keep our doctrine and our methods abreast of the times. We can be sure of our weapons. We can organize our supplies. But one vital factor we cannot furnish or improvise. That factor is time. On 2 occasions now, in 1917 and in 1941, we have entered a major contest with plenty of warning and time for preparation. We had allies to engage the enemy until we could bring our strength to bear. The next time, we cannot count on this advantage. The blow can fall without warning, and if we are to survive attack, we must be ready when it begins. This is no bugaboo. It is a serious statement whose truth can be demonstrated, and it behooves us to give it the most careful consideration.
Yes, what General Stilwell says does warrant careful consideration, just as the opportunity which America's new Army offers to all eligible young men deserves careful consideration. You want a good opportunity for a fine career, don't you? Why not check the facts at your Army recruiting station? Our thanks to Mr. Clark Gable, General Stilwell, and Dr. Dodds, who have appeared on this program. Proudly We Hail will come to you again over this station next week. Listen in.
Families prefer it by an overwhelming average of 3-1 over all other toothpastes in a recent nationwide test. They said new Pepsodent tastes better, makes breath cleaner, and makes teeth brighter. Remember, new Pepsodent gives you more invigorating irium foam. It sweeps dulling film away. No wonder it's the 3-1 favorite with families all over America. Get new Pepsodent with irium for your family right away.
Stay tuned to HOJO Radio.
War II, a drama preserved for all time through the medium of radio, an era never to be forgotten. Tonight, Munich, victory without bloodshed. This is the sound of war. It is an air raid signal. It was heard in Danzig on September 1st, 1939. 2 days later, it was heard in London, Paris, and Berlin. And before many months would go by, the strange sound would be heard in strange places with strange-sounding names. Names like Koblenz, Essen, Louvain, and Timor. In every part of the globe, in every hour of the day, it is the sound of war. Technically, World War II had an official beginning. This was on September 1st, 1939, when German panzer divisions moved across the Polish border. To many, though, the war began 4 years earlier. It is October 3rd, 1935, the place Northeast Africa. The situation: Italian armies, based in Italian Eritrea, move across the borders of one of the oldest Christian nations in the world, Ethiopia. Il Duce, Mussolini, has an old score to settle with the Ethiopians dating back to 1896. Then Italian troops were massacred at Adawa in an ill-fated attempt to conquer Ethiopia. Then it was
military feat known in history. You hear now the band in the square playing, and the people are still calling him, and the balcony is still lighted, and he will appear again. Yes, he has just appeared at this moment, standing on the balcony, this lonely figure of a man who has led 34 millions to this colossal victory in spite of sanctions, in spite of the hostility of the world.
Mussolini said, "In 7 months, we have accomplished one of the greatest military feats in history." A recapitulation of the strength of the warring nations. Attacking for Italy 250,000 well-trained troops with 150,000 in reserve. Defending for Ethiopia, less than 50,000 tribesmen. Attacking for Italy, a combined juggernaut of tanks, artillery, and planes. Defending for Ethiopia, half-naked natives with ancient muskets, swords, and spears. Italy had accomplished one of the great military feats of history. World collective security was now a memory. A new word had entered the international language: appeasement. It is March 1938. A heavily armed Germany has become one of the most powerful nations in the world. Under Chancellor Adolf Hitler, they mobilize. In the spring of 1938, he attacks France and Great Britain. He attacks all the democracies of the world. Now, 2 years after occupying the Rhineland without bloodshed, he looks to Austria. Chancellor von Schuschnigg of Austria visits the Führer at Berchtesgaden. The Führer says, "How have you dared all these years suppress and torture my people, my German people in Austria?" Schuschnigg listens. German armies are mobilized on their border. Hitler shows Schuschnigg the plan for the German attack. Schuschnigg speaks by radio to the Austrian people. When he finishes, he is weeping. He has told them that Austria is to become part of Germany. It is May 1938. Hitler is now looking south to the democracy of Czechoslovakia. Czechoslovakia, a product of the peace of World War I. A conglomeration of many speaking minority groups, living in the now united provinces of Bohemia, Moravia, and Austria, Silesia, and the Hungarian provinces of Slovakia and Ruthenia. Czechoslovakia, led by the world-revered Thomas Masaryk and Edward Benish. A country of 14 million Czechs, Slovaks, Magyars, Ruthenians, Poles, Jews, and 750,000 unhappy Germans. The Germans of the Sudetenland. Hitler sees his opportunity. He speaks to the Reichstag. Now in May, 2 Germans are killed along the Czech-German border. Hitler again speaks. "We must save our German brothers in the Sudetenland," he says. "These conditions can no longer be tolerated." He tells the Sudetenland Germans they can now count upon the Führer and Germany for their protection. He sends German troops to the Czechoslovakian border. The Czechs are of strong heart. They are the most powerful small nation in Europe. They have a standing army of close to 200,000 with more than 1 million men in the trained reserve. They are not afraid. The Czechs are also strong in diplomacy. If attacked, France by treaty is obligated to come to their aid. Great Britain, by tradition, would march with France. Russia would also oppose the German armies. Hitler withdraws his troops. The withdrawal is temporary. At the end of May 1938, he tells his generals, "We will smash Czechoslovakia by force in the near future." He sets October 1st for Operation Green, the invasion of Czechoslovakia. Now the 4 summer months of 1938. The Chancellor screams his hate at the Czechs. Said Adolf Hitler, "These atrocities must cease. Czechoslovakia must renounce all its foreign alliances. A Nazi state must be established inside Czechoslovakia." France and Great Britain watched. One major voice cried out the alarm. A member of Great Britain's House of Commons. His name, Winston. The Czechs, to preserve peace, offered concessions to the Sudeten Germans. The Nazi press continued to harangue the Czechs. It is September 12, 1938. Hitler is speaking at Nuremberg. He denounces the Czechs in a violent speech. President Benisch establishes martial law in Czechoslovakia. The following day, negotiations with the Sudeten Germans are broken off by the Czechs. They are ready to fight.
Czechoslovakia is prepared to defend her territory and will not voluntarily give up any part of it. The army is equipped with modern arms, and the firm determination of the people to defend their democratic government compensates for what may be lacking in the numerical strength of the army. The soldiers know that they would be defending a just cause.
Now the incredible. Prime Minister Neville Chamberlain telegraphs Chancellor Adolf Hitler for a meeting. The Fuhrer accepts. He invites Chamberlain to his retreat at Berchtesgaden.
The German Chancellor, because the situation seems to me to be one in which discussion between him and me may have useful consequences. My policy has always been to try to ensure peace, and the Führer's ready acceptance of my suggestion encourages me to hope that my visit to him will not be without result.
On September 15th, Chamberlain arrives at the Munich airport. He travels by train to Berchtesgaden. Hitler tells Chamberlain that unless the Sudetenland is turned over to Germany, there will be a general war. Chamberlain returns to London.
Yesterday afternoon, I had a long talk with Herr Hitler. It was a frank talk, but it was a friendly one. And I feel satisfied now that each of us fully understands what is in the mind of the other. Yeah. Right. And later on, perhaps in a few days, I'm going to have another talk with Herr Hitler. Only this time, he has told me that it is his intention to come halfway to meet me. He wishes to spare an old man another such a long journey.
Now Chamberlain meets with Premier Edouard Daladier of France. It is decided that the Czechs must yield to Germany the area inhabited by the Sudetenland Germans. Prague had not been consulted. The British-French declaration reads, "Both the French and British governments recognize how great is the sacrifice thus required of Czechoslovakia. However, they have felt it their duty jointly to set forth frankly the conditions essential to security." Without the support of France and Great Britain, The Czechs must accept the ultimatum. Their cabinet resigns. Now Chamberlain again flies to Germany.
European peace is what I am aiming at, and I hope that this journey may open the way to get it.
With Adolf Hitler in the Rhineland town of Godesberg. Hitler has now gained strength by the Prime Minister's visits. He changes his demands. He becomes more severe. Chamberlain is horrified. He returns. Now France and Great Britain show some strength. They reject Hitler's latest proposals. France partially mobilizes its army. They will come to the aid of Czechoslovakia if Germany marches. It is Monday, September 20th. Hitler is speaking in the Sportpalast in Berlin. Hitler brutally attacks President Benisch of Czechoslovakia. Says the Führer, "The Czech state begins with a single lie, and the father of this lie is named Benisch. There is now no such thing as the Czechoslovakian nation. The decision now lies in Benisch's hands, peace or war. He will accept this offer and give Germans their freedom, or we will fetch this freedom for ourselves. And behind me, this the world should know, there marches a different people from that of 1918. He makes friendly overtures to Great Britain and France. But the Führer says his demands must be met by October 1st, and after that he cares not what happens to Czechoslovakia. The following day, the British fleet mobilizes.
How horrible, fantastic, incredible it is that we should be digging trenches and trying on gas masks here because of a quarrel in a faraway country between people of whom we know nothing. It seems still more impossible that a quarrel which is already settled in principle should be the subject of war. If we have to fight, it must be on larger issues than that. I am myself a man of peace to the depths of my soul. Armed conflict between nations is a nightmare to me. But if I were convinced that any nation had made up its mind to dominate the world by fear of its force, I should feel that it must be resisted. Under such a domination, life for people who believe in liberty would not be worth living. But war is a fearful thing, and we must be very clear before we embark on it that it is really the great issues that are at stake. For the present, I ask you to wait as calmly as you can for the events of the next few days. As long as war has not begun, there is always hope that it may be prevented. And you know that I am going to work for peace to the last moment.
Benito Mussolini enters the bargaining. He proposes a four-power meeting to save the peace of the world. The four powers: Great Britain, France, Germany, and Italy. What about Czechoslovakia? Proud, majestic Czechoslovakia. Their young men poised to defend the homeland. Their leaders ready to sound the trumpet. Their populace ready to die on the land created for them by Great Britain and France. Now stand alone. They will not be invited to Munich.
This is Munich, Germany calling. The last 11th hour attempt to save the peace of Europe and avert a world war over the Sudeten muddle has just begun here in Munich. Senor Mussolini, Mr. Daladier, and Mr. Chamberlain are meeting in the Führerbau.
The Führer House, the Führer's palace. It is 12:30 p.m. midday Thursday, September 29th. The meeting was anticlimactic. Hitler talked. Chamberlain, Daladier, and Mussolini listened. The price for peace in our time. The Czechs lost 1/3 of their nation, 1/3 of their population, all of their military fortifications. The country that France and Great Britain had created after World War I was in less than 20 years, for all intents and purposes, eliminated from the face of Europe.
This is Max Gordon calling from Munich, Germany. It is now 8 minutes to 2 o'clock a.m. local time. Exactly 17 minutes ago, Premier Chamberlain of England, Premier Daladier of France, walked out of the assembly room at the Führer's palace here. Benito Mussolini, the Duce of Italy, followed him shortly afterwards to catch his special train for Italy. The Big Four Conference of Munich has come to a formal close.
The four leaders at Munich left the meeting triumphant. All had their hopes fulfilled. Hitler took over Czechoslovakia without losing a man. Mussolini allied himself to the Chancellor as a firm friend, and to the world as the instigator of peace. Daladier would not have to meet the French obligation to march with Czechoslovakia, and Chamberlain would be remembered for peace in our time. The Prime Minister was ecstatic upon his return to... On October 1st, German armies moved into Czechoslovakia. In the House of Commons, Winston Churchill says, "All is over." Silent, mournful, abandoned, broken Czechoslovakia recedes into the darkness. And do not suppose this is the end. This is only the beginning of the reckoning. This is only the first sip, the first foretaste of a bitter cup which will be profit to us year by year, unless by supreme recovery of moral health and martial vigor we arise again and take our stand for freedom, as in olden time. Then he said,
"For anyone, even doctors. And when constipation occurs, it's interesting to see just what doctors consider important about a laxative they might use or recommend. Well, a majority of the doctors we heard from had this to say.
A laxative should be effective, gentle, close to natural acting. A medicine that can be used with complete confidence."
Now, X-Lax has been popular with many doctors and millions of people over the years because chocolated X-Lax is effective. Overnight, it helps you toward your normal regularity. X-Lax is so gentle, so close to natural acting, there's no upset. That's why many doctors and millions of people use X-Lax with complete confidence. X-Lax, the laxative that helps you toward your normal regularity, gently, overnight.
Keep it tuned right here to HOJO Radio for more classic old-time radio.
Good evening. This is John Bailey standing in front of Ford's Theater in Washington, D.C. This is indeed a red-letter night in the history of Ford's Theater, April 14, 1865. Because tonight, President Abraham Lincoln and his party will attend a special charity performance of the celebrated English comedy, Our American Cousin. Inside the theater, the curtain has already gone up. Outside, here in front of the theater, the crowd of curious spectators
Time,
stand around,
April
awaiting the arrival of the
14th,
President's carriage.
1865. Place, Washington, D.C. You are there.
Abraham Lincoln at Ford's Theater. CBS takes you back to one of the great dramas in our nation's history. All things are as they were then, except for one thing.
You are there.
You Are There is based on authentic historical facts and quotations. And now,
Washington, April 14th,
1865, and John Daly.
The damp and misty weather in Washington tonight has not dampened the ardor of the crowds who for 4 long days now have been wildly celebrating the surrender of General Lee to General Grant. The people here are in high spirits, gathered around Ford's Theater, which is a 3-story, red stone building, windows and entrances in gray. Tultival Saloon is on the right, Ferguson Saloon is on the left, and both of them are jammed. The windows and doors of the houses along both sides of the street are open. People are hanging out of them for a look at the president. Although the curtain has gone up on the play, some members of the cast who are not on stage at the moment stand around in their costumes for a look at Mr. Lincoln. There's John Diet and Mrs. Helen Muzzy. There's young Miss Jane Gowdy and John Wilkes Booth, the handsome, dashing Shakespearean favorite. He is not in the performance tonight, by the way. I think I see over there. Oh, yes, there's Mr. Harry Ford, one of the 3 brothers who manage this theater. Now, if I can just get through to him, excuse me, please. Oh, let me push through here. I'm sorry, but watch the cable. Oh, Mr. Ford. Mr. Ford.
Yes, sir?
Say, Mr. Ford, this is CBS. You have a great crowd here tonight.
Yes, the theater is sold out.
And have you raised your prices for tonight?
Tonight is a charity benefit. The orchestra is $1, the dress circle and the parquet 75 cents, and the family circle is 25 cents.
I see. Well, this is the second time President Lincoln has attended your theater, isn't it, Mr. Ford?
Yes, and tonight he's going to sit in the same box. And I brought in that old rocker he likes.
Oh, thanks very much, Mr. Ford.
Not at all, anytime.
Thanks a lot. I think I see John F. Parker, the president's personal guard, arriving on foot. Evidently, he's come ahead of the president to be on hand when Mr. Lincoln and his party arrive. Now, if I can get through to him, excuse me, please. Let me through. I'm sorry, but watch the cable. Mr. Parker! Oh, Mr. Parker! Say, Mr. Parker, this is CBS. Has the president's carriage left the White House? Is he on his way over here?
Yes, he and Mrs. Lincoln left about 10 minutes ago to pick up Major Rathbone and Miss Harris.
Well, aren't General Grant and Mrs. Grant in the party?
No, they were supposed to come, but General Grant left on the evening train for Burlington.
Oh, that's too bad. We kind of hoped we'd see the general as well as Mr. Lincoln. Say, by the way, who is Miss Harris?
Well, that's Miss Clara Harris, daughter of the senator from the state of Maine.
Oh, yes, of course. And Major Rathbone is an attaché at the War Department.
That's right.
Excuse me, right. Yes, the president's carriage is just coming down 10th Street now. It has crossed F Street. It's going to pull up right here at the carriage platform. The president is smiling, bowing, doffing his high black silk hat to the crowd, and the band that's been waiting here for this moment is picking up its instruments and getting ready to play. Burns, the coachman, is throwing up the horses now. The carriage is stopping at the platform. Forbes, the footman, has jumped down to assist the party as they get out. Mrs. Lincoln and Miss Harris are getting out, and now the president, followed by Major Rathbone. The band wants to play a tune. They're asking the president what it is he wants to hear, but it'll probably be Yankee Doodle, Marching Through Georgia, or Rally Round the Flag. The president just said something to the band leader, but in all of this racket, I just can't hear what he's saying. Oh, do you hear that? It's Dixie! Mr. Lincoln has asked the Union band to play the Confederate song, and they've responded with a will. Above all this din, the crowd understands the meaning of Mr. Lincoln's request. It's his policy of forgiveness and reconciliation with the South, of harmony for the nation. The war is over. The United States of America is now one great nation. And Mr. Ford is leading the way into the theater, up the gray stone steps. Mr. Lincoln's just a few feet away. Oh, Mr. President! Mr. President! Mr. President, this is CBS, sir. May I ask you a question? Fire away. Well, as you know, Mr. President, the newspapers and a part of the clergy have been opposed to your practice of attending the theater. And I'm sure that...
Yes, I know. Some think I do wrong to go to the opera and the theater, but it rests me. I love to be alone and yet to be with the people. I want to get this burden off, to change the current of my thoughts. A hearty laugh relaxes me, and I seem better able after it to bear my cross.
I understand, sir.
Good night.
Good night, Mr. Lincoln, and thank you. So, the presidential
presidential party has entered the door. A CBS microphone is inside the theater at the rear of the orchestra. President Lincoln will pass it in just a minute, and so into the theater and Don Hollander.
The audience doesn't yet know the president has arrived. The ladies might be interested, by the way, to know that Mrs. Lincoln is wearing a white silk crinoline under her cloak. I'm trying to see here. It's an elaborate headdress of flowers and combs over her curls. There's silken mittens and a shawl held together at her throat with a brooch. The president, well, he seems to have lost a lot of weight, but, oh, he looks happy tonight, very happy. And now the party is turning right and going upstairs to the boxes. The president should be there in just a minute. The audience has caught sight of the president. The play stops. The orchestra strikes up Hail to the Chief. And now CBS has a booth directly across the theater from the president's box. And I see that John Daly's reached it, so over to John Daly.
We're in the CBS box now. I can see the president entering his box across the theater. We have Columbia microphones on the stage and in the audience. I'm going to open them both and let you hear what's going on. The president is in his box now. The audience is standing. Mr. Lincoln is acknowledging the welcome. Beaming, he nods his head and waves to the jam-packed crowd. And now, motioning towards the stage and the interrupted play, Mr. Lincoln sits down. The ovation continues, but following the president's lead, slowly, almost by sections, the audience resumes its seats and the play will resume in just a moment. Our American Cousin by Tom Taylor, by the way, is an eccentric comedy, as many of you probably know. It's a popular favorite, been performed at least 1,000 times. The play revolves around a typical, drawling Yankee in England who lights his cigar with an old will, burning the document to ashes, and thereby throwing a fortune into the hands of an English cousin. And now, the CBS microphones on the stage will pick up some of the dialogue. Lord Dundreary, a silly, foppish Englishman, is being teased by Florence the heroine, played by the star Miss Laura Keene.
Yes, but a lonely one.
What sort of night had she?
Oh, a very refreshing one. Thanks to the draft I've described for her.
What? Have you been prescribing for Georgina, Lord Dundreary?
Oh, yes, quite. You see, I gave her a draught that cured the effect of the draught. And that draught was a draught that didn't pay the doctor's bill. Didn't that draught?
Good gracious, what a number of draughts. You almost have a game of draughts. What's the matter?
That was a joke, that was.
Anyone can see the draft has been suspended.
Miss Keene has very neatly injected a bit of the national peace celebration into the play. With Lord Dundreary making so much of the word draft, Miss Keene threw in the line, anyone can see the draft has been suspended. And everyone in the audience knows that General Grant suspended the military draft this very morning. That was quite keen of Miss Keene, if I may be permitted the pun. Well, the president enjoyed that joke, too. He's smiling broadly. The play continues, and we'll take you again to the stage presently, but on this gala night, the audience is as interested in the presidential party as they are in the play. Although, because of the angle at which the box is set, they can only see Miss Harris and Major Rathbone. The presidential party is occupying boxes numbers 7 and 8, the partition between them having been removed to make it roomier. The boxes are decorated with 4 flags. The president is seated in that old rocker that Mr. Ford told us about before. There's a chair at the door of the box in which John Parker, the guard, is sitting. He can't see the stage, but he can hear the actors' voices. Oh, evidently John Parker wants to see and hear, for he's now getting up from his chair and taking a seat in the dress circle with a clear view of the stage. Mrs. Lincoln is seated on the president's right, and from time to time she leans over on his arm and they exchange a few words. The president appears completely relaxed, and perhaps his mind is on other things. Perhaps he is looking at his wife and thinking, we've had a hard time since we came to Washington, but the war is over, and with God's blessing, we may hope for 4 years of peace and happiness, and then we'll go back to Illinois and pass the rest of our lives in quiet. But then it's more likely that Mr. Lincoln is just plain enjoying himself tonight, for the president is listening with obvious pleasure to Mrs. Mount Chessington, an English lady in the cast, and Harry Hawk, who is playing Asa Trenchard, the American cousin. Now, once again, our microphones on the stage pick up the play.
Well, Mr. Trenchard, you are not used to the manners of good society, and that alone will excuse the impertinence of which you have been guilty.
Mrs. Mugg Sessington flounces off an aristocratic dudgeon, leaving a drawling Yankee alone on the stage.
Don't know the manners of good society, eh? Well, I guess I know enough to turn you inside out, old gal. You sock-dologizing old man trap.
What was that? It sounded like a shot, but there's no shot in the play. One moment. Oh, Major Rathbone is struggling with a man in Mr. Lincoln's box. A man who is stabbing wildly at him with a knife. Major Rathbone's giving ground before that knife, and now his attacker has leapt over the railing. He's on the stage. The man has risen. He's running across the stage. He's gone through the stage exit directly under this box. That was Major Rathbone who shouted out, "Stop that man." Someone in the audience has leapt over the footlights after him. Something has happened. Something is terribly wrong. This is not part of the play. Blue smoke is curling from President Lincoln's box. I can't see him because Miss Harris and the Major and Mrs. Lincoln are surrounding him. President Lincoln has been shot. That was Mrs. Lincoln who just cried out, "He has shot Mr. Lincoln." The man did it. The man who ran across the stage. The man who grappled with the Major. John Hollenbeck is out there in the theater, already fighting his way up to the President's box. So go ahead, Hollenbeck.
This is John Hollenbeck. I guess we're on the air here. I'm trying to get through this crowd to find out what's going on. I don't know what's happened. I don't know what's happened.
What is it? What's happened? Tell me what's happened.
Someone has shot Mr. Lincoln.
It was Booth.
Who? One member of the crowd has identified Mr. Lincoln's attacker. He says it was Booth, the actor, John Wilkes Booth. We'll try to get someone who was in or near Mr. Lincoln's box. Let me through, please. Let me through. Watch the cable, please. Watch it just a minute. Thank you very much. The whole theater's in an uproar. Everyone's standing, running up and down the aisles. Women are moaning and screaming. Miss Keene is handing water up to Mr. Lincoln's box. Watch that cable, please. Men are lifting up an army sergeant and army surgeon up on their shoulders. The stage is swarming with people. We'll get through to Mr. Lincoln's box now in just a second.
Stand back!
Back! Soldiers blocking the door with bayonets poised. That soldier's crying. Tears are streaming from his eyes. There's an officer. Lieutenant Crawford, sir. Lieutenant Crawford, what happened? Well, I was sitting in the seat. There's the door to Mr. Lincoln's box. I saw Booth go in. Just walk in, but where were the guards? Well, I don't know. I heard a shot, and I saw Booth leap over the railing. His spear caught in the flag as he jumped. It ripped the flag and broke his fall, and maybe broke his leg. Oh, are you sure it was Booth? I swear it. What did you do? Did you get into the President's box? Well, I rushed it, but the door was barred. Booth had barred it when he went in from the inside, and we broke through. Major Rathbone let the doctors through. Only the doctors. Look, have they caught Booth? Did he get away? Just a minute, Lieutenant. The door is opening. 4 soldiers are carrying Mr. Lincoln out. Are you the President? Where are you taking him? Are you taking him to the White House? No, not to the White House. Doctors, the room more than Mr. Lincoln lives. Guards! President Lincoln is being carried out of the theater now. Healy. I've just been informed that John Daly's out in the street again, so go ahead, Daly.
Two more soldiers have joined the 4 who are carrying the president out here into 10th Street. The street is jammed with people who have heard the news. It's a wild, awed, panic-stricken, swirling mob. The guards are having a hard time breaking through the mob, crossing the street. The long roll you hear is the alert being sounded. There's a light in a house, and the door is open. A man stands at the door with a candle, calling to the group carrying Mr. Lincoln. They're taking the president in there. The number is 453, 453 10th Street. Anybody know who lives in that house? Peterson! It's the Peterson house! It's the only house available. The President's White House guard is thundering into the street. Perhaps you can hear the ring of their horses' hoofs on the cobblestone. They're flashing their sabers and clearing the street. President Lincoln has been shot. President Lincoln has been shot. There's been so much excitement. Only now the full horror of what has just happened at Ford's Theater is beginning to dawn. We will stay here in front of the Peterson house and bring you immediately any reports on Mr. Lincoln's condition. But we have just been informed that something has happened elsewhere in Washington that we don't know of here on the scene, and so we return you now to our studios.
And I'll give you the bulletins as fast as they come in, Quincy, as soon as we get it back from Daly down there on the street, right?
How much time have I got, though? How long am I on?
Wait a minute. Go ahead.
You're on the air. This is Quincy Howell. John Daly has just announced that an attempt has been made on the life of Abraham Lincoln at Ford's Theater. Secretary of State Seward, I should say, has also... just a second. Here's the bulletin. Secretary of State Seward has been attacked. A man entered the Seward house on Lafayette Square in Washington tonight. He overpowered all resistance, gained entrance to the Secretary's bedroom, and slashed at Mr. Seward with a knife. It's not known whether the attacker was John Wilkes Booth or an accomplice, or whether the two attacks were connected. Now, here's Ned Calmer with more bulletins.
All Washington is in a state of panic this terrible night of April 14th, 1865. There are wild rumors that the entire cabinet has been murdered, that General Grant has been assassinated, that the war is not yet over. There's no evidence as yet that these other wild rumors are true. I repeat, the other rumors are not true so far as is known. Secretary of War Stanton has arrived at the house on 10th Street where Mr. Lincoln has been taken. He's in complete charge of the situation up to now. Now again, Quincy Howell.
John Wilkes Booth has escaped. He left Ford's Theater by a rear door, leapt on a horse that was waiting for him, and dashed off into the darkness. Someone from the audience chased him, just missed him, a matter of inches. Booth left Washington by the Navy Yard Bridge, where a sentry challenged him, and he gave his real name, John Wilkes Booth.
The following is the fiend's description. Age, 26, lithe and sinewy of body, having probably a broken leg, intensive speech and behavior. Height, 5 feet 8, weight, 160 pounds. Hair black, eyes black, heavy dark eyebrows, wears a large seal ring on little finger, when talking moves his head forward, looks down. That is John Wilkes Booth. Rewards totaling $100,000 have been offered for his capture. Armed pursuit groups are after him already.
Booth must have had help. He just couldn't have committed this crime by himself or without lots of preparation. But who slashed Secretary Seward? Who crossed the Navy Yard Bridge a few moments after Booth? Why was it that Booth tried to see Vice President Johnson this afternoon and then left his calling card when he failed? Who cut the telegraph wires out of Washington and why? Where was the president's guard, John F. Parker? How could Booth have possibly gained entrance to the president's box without being challenged? These are some of the questions that the tragedy has raised here in this bewildered capital. How deep do the roots of this plot go? Does the trail perhaps lead right to persons highly placed up in the government? A note has just been handed me. John Daly, in front of the Patterson House, has news of President Lincoln's condition. So we take you now to the Peterson House.
This is John Daly in front of the Peterson House, where President Lincoln was carried after he was shot in Ford's Theater across the street. The president is sinking swiftly. He has not regained consciousness since Booth sent a single bullet fired at close range into the area behind the president's ear. The surgeons are discussing now the question of removing that bullet. Mrs. Lincoln is in there at the bedside, so is the president's son, Captain Robert Lincoln. Tad, the president's younger son, is at the White House. He has been assured that his father will live, but this was told the lad only to quiet him. Major Rathbone was slashed about the arm and shoulder by Booth and fainted from a loss of blood. He has been taken home. In addition to Secretary of War Stanton, most of the cabinet members have arrived, and here comes the Secretary of the Navy, Mr. Gideon Wells. Mr. Wells, this is CBS. We know how great your grief is at this moment, sir, but there are so many questions still to be answered about this frightful tragedy. Will you help us? Who is this amazing madman, John Wilkes Booth?
This lunatic, this unspeakable Judas, is a known secessionist who did not have the courage to don the uniform of his cause.
But what possible motive, sir, do you think he could have had in committing this hideous crime?
Only a mind deranged could have given birth to such an act. It may be that he thought to kindle again the dead spark of rebellion. If so, he is as great a fool as he is a villain. The war is over. The Union will stand. Booth has done the Confederate cause more harm than he can imagine.
What about the South, sir? What will the South think of Booth's act?
I do not know the mind of the South, but I predict that when the men who fought with Lee, in uniform, under a flag, and according to a clean code, hear of this day, they will shrink with horror from this vile deed. Assassination is not an American tradition.
It never struck in this country until tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Wells. I know that as Mr. Lincoln's friend and Secretary of the Navy, you want to go in and see him. A note has just been handed me. It says, "Oh, this is sad and tragic news. The President's pulse is still falling. His breathing becomes more labored." That's all the note says. As this night of unutterable gloom and sadness wears on, stern resolve melts. Great men weep openly. There's scarcely a dry eye in this crowd here. The door to the Peterson house is opening once again, and Mr. John Hay, President Lincoln's private secretary, is coming out. Mr. Hay, over this way, please.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Hay, you've been close to Mr. Lincoln. Did he have any fear that he might be struck down before his great work was finished?
Our beloved president constantly received threatening letters, which he filed away in an envelope. In March last month, there were 80 letters in the envelope. It was marked assassination.
You mean letters from cranks and that sort?
Yes. In 1860 in Springfield, Mr. Lincoln saw a double image of himself in a mirror. One face held the glow of life and breath. The other shone ghostly pale, white, portent of a safe passage through the first term, and death before the end of the second.
That was 5 years ago, then, that he had this omen?
Yes. But only last week, the president dreamed that he was walking through the White House amid the sound of great sobbing. In the east room, he came upon a coffin guarded by soldiers, surrounded by a weeping throng. The president asked, "Who is dead in the White House?" And the soldier replied, "The president. He was killed by an assassin."
Well, how did Mr. Lincoln feel about these presentiments?
Perhaps he answered that question this afternoon. He was walking across the White House grounds, and he passed some profane, drunken men. Mr. Lincoln remarked to his guard, "Crook, do you know, I believe there are men who want to take my life, and I have no doubt they will do it. I know no one could do it and escape alive. But if it is to be done, it is impossible to prevent it."
Thank you, Mr. Hay. The tragic news of the attack on President Lincoln has spread around the world. And now CBS takes you to important European capitals. First, to Buckingham Palace in London, England, and the voice of Her Britannic Majesty, Queen Victoria.
I speak to Mrs. Lincoln. No one can better appreciate than I, who am myself utterly broken-hearted by the loss of my own beloved husband, what your suffering must be. And I earnestly pray that you may be supported by him, to whom alone the sorely stricken can look for comfort.
And now to the French capital.
This is Paris. I am a French student speaking for thousands of us in the Latin Quarter. President Lincoln is a fellow citizen. There are no longer any countries shut up in narrow frontiers. Our country is everywhere, where there are neither masters nor slaves, where people live in liberty or fight for it.
From Paris, we take you now to the capital of Russia. This is St. Petersburg, Russia. I will read a message from Leo Tolstoy. example is universal and will last thousands of years. Lincoln is humanity. We return you now to the United States.
This is John Daly in front of the Peterson home on 10th Street. It is past 7 o'clock in the morning, April 15, 1865. President Lincoln was shot last night at 10:15. Doctors say there is no hope. The long vigil will soon be over. Here outside the Peterson house, a cold rain is falling. The sky is dully gray. The early morning mist is like a shroud. The hearts of men and women are overflowing with grief. Some are kneeling, some lifting their voices in the singing of spirituals. We are told that Mrs. Lincoln is not in the room with the President. She has made her last farewell and is seated in a back parlor. Captain Robert, the President's son, is leaning on Secretary Stanton's arm. He has borne himself well. Only twice has he given way to his overwhelming grief. The Reverend Dr. Gurley has spoken a prayer. For Abraham Lincoln, there will be black borders on the newspapers today, anguished sermons on Resurrection Sunday tomorrow in a resting place. There will be the end of the mortal, but the beginning of the immortal. For Abraham Lincoln will live on in the union he has saved, in the freedom he has given, in the dreams he has dreamed, in the vision he has seen. The vision, under God, of a new birth of freedom, of government of the people, by the people, for the people. Secretary of War Stanton is coming out of the Peterson house now. He pauses in the doorway, and the crowd, looking at his grief-stricken face, is suddenly silent. Mr. Stanton, how is Mr. Lincoln?
Now, he belongs to the ages.
The dread thing that we have awaited is come. President Lincoln is dead. The victim of Booth's vicious...
Washington, April 14, 1865. Abraham Lincoln is assassinated at Ford's Theater.
Cause champions are made, not born.
Yes, sir.
Get on your way.
Get on your way.
Get on your way with Wheaties.
It's good to know that champions are made, not born. Gives us all a chance. For instance, let's go back to 1943 and listen to the story of champion Mickey Mantle of the New York Yankees. Mickey worked hard to learn the game. As he got on his way to fame, he practiced batting, learned to throw. And Mickey knew what champions know. Wheaties for breakfast, away you go. No wonder Mickey's got all that steam. Mantle and Wheaties, they're still a team. Why, Mickey Mantle grew up on Wheaties, been eating them since he was 12. So good for a guy. There's a whole kernel of wheat in every Wheaties flake. Come on, Mickey, belt that ball.
He's on his way, on his way. He's on his way, on his way. Get on your way with Wheaties. Cause champions are made, not born.
Yes, sir.
Get on your way.
Get on your way.
Get on your way with Wheaties. Breakfast of champions.
Thanks for listening to HOJO Radio. We'll be back again very soon.